glasses off, and then, yeah. That's when he puts it to you. Yeah. I know. When you take off the glasses is when you say those famous words. I put it to you. Then you know
Glasses,
you're in
if it
trouble.
gets you into trouble, you can like
No?
this one better, maybe.
Can I have that?
You heard about the man who fell into the well? It's because he didn't see that well.
Uh, oh,
There we go.
so like, so
This light is so bright.
just, yeah, exactly my point. Glasses are for show. Look.
Show and tell.
All right, welcome back to all our viewers and welcome back to the SunBet Poker Tour at Times Square. I'm joined with the ever mercurial in the box again, GTO Wizard, yeah, buddy. Jamie McCarthy, and what was phrased early on as Andre Agassi. I'm starting to see the more Jason Stratham side of things. You know, that's a proper upgrade there. Christine, welcome back in the box. I know we all had a very welcome and and well-needed dinner break. The players out there started feeling it. It was a long session, long grind session. A lot of movement in the field. Jamie, straight over to you. You and I spoke about it earlier on the feature table. We saw Marco Nokia at his best.
Yeah.
You know, he was struggling away there, slugging away, going at it, and you know, I went to him at the break now, and he tells me, "No, Nick, potentially chip leader again." I was like, "Well, did you
Insane.
rebuy?" And he said to me, "No."
Wow.
I mean, how crazy?
Yeah, he was down to 36,000 when blinds were 6,000. He only had 6 big blinds left, and he spun it all the way back up to a potential chip leader in the field right now. Super impressive. I wish we had it on the feature table, but we did change feature tables. We want to give more players a chance of being featured. But yeah, no, crazy. So I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing Marco back on the feature table, or final table potentially, seeing as he's chip leader.
Yeah, that's awesome. And again, you know, we don't have favorites here, but we certainly enjoy commenting on people like Marco, who's got this really unique style of play, if we can call it that. And Chris, you know, getting across to you on this one, you know, this is a field loaded with well-recognized faces, people that, you know, you and I have known for years, and who are you expecting to see big movement from?
Gosh, that's quite a tough question. Right now, it's anybody's game. I'm not sure what the level we're coming back to.
We are straight into 612. 6,000, 12,000.
Right. So, I mean, a lot of the short stacks are going to be making moves, but if I had to think about it, Darren Kramer, he's going to be definitely up there. Jed's up there as well. Gio, Sugi, Clayton, Emmy. You know, there's so many quality players up there. Anything can happen at the end of the day. You just got to make the right choices.
Yeah, you got to know when to hold them and you got to know when to fold them, eh? Good old Kenny Logan's there. Anyway, getting over to the action, we see Gert de Brain, welcome to the table. Sheldon Grove, hey, back at it. Sheldon comes into this one onto the feature table with the biggest stack. He's starting on about 940,000. And just to go through some notable stacks around the table, Gert de Brain, 927,000. You know, Muaz Ghani, also massive threat on this. JP Oaks, Conrad Pretorius, all these names, you know, starting to get more and more familiar. You know, starting to get more and more familiar to Jamie in the box as well.
Yeah.
Jamie, you're starting to get to know all the people.
Yeah.
I know we brought you on in rather deep waters, and we got you to swim, and
Yeah, you certainly did throw me in the deep, but At least I can swim, mate.
Absolutely. And kudos to you. A lot of comments out there are coming in. Just proper enjoying your commentary. So keep it up. Chris, people are loving the technical analysis from our tech guru there in the corner. Why don't you walk us through this hand?
Yeah, it was a 3-bet pot account opened under the gun. Sheldon on the button, 3-bet. So basically, with 24, 3-bets is 75,000, and he flats it under the gun. And then that 9-7 deuce board, and with check, and Sheldon has now bets, it looks like 155, 151,000. So I think that gets it through. Personally, I think that flat OP
Yeah.
kicked in spades, but wide for my liking. But
No,
yeah,
I definitely agree there. But this pot is going to take Sheldon above 1 million chips. He's currently chip leader on this featured table. So well played, Sheldon.
And you know,
I mean,
Jamie,
sorry.
touching on it. You know, Sheldon, we saw him have a nice deep run into the Welcome to Pretoria. A little bit of form showing here, I guess. Um, you know, it is a big part of the game, and I appreciate what your role is as a GTO analyst here with us. But you know, and Chris, I think this is a little bit more aimed at you. You know, we often refer to form as being this thing of like it's almost like an ethereal thing, you know, something that it's just there, it's part of like life, you know. But realistically, you know, I think Max said something, and you can. I just want you to elaborate on this to the viewers. You know, he says ride the wave. What does that mean? Like, how do you go about it when you are on form? And I know maybe you haven't had that sort of form that Max showed, you know, but you've certainly had times in your life where form was everything. How do you go about maximizing that and utilizing that to the best of your ability?
Sure. I mean, at the end of the day, it's about keeping a cool head, cool level head. You don't want to, you know, say to yourself that my form is I'm running so well that whatever I do, I'm going to win. You're still going to make calculated decisions at the end of the day. And if you're on form, you're going to be very profitable, as we saw Max do last night, winning the Victoria event. So yeah, again, it's all about keeping a level head and focused. And not letting it get to you, the better of you, in a sense. Because we know variance is a thing. It's going to turn eventually. You know, you'll go from being on form to not being able to find efficient water. Yeah.
Absolutely. And, you know, again, one of our mates that comes up with great terminologies, he's going to be in the field later on this evening. He always says it's like you can't find water if you fall out of a boat. You know, that's the opposite end of the scale to what Max had, you know. And it's more that happens than what Max is doing. Okay. So Jamie, this one's for you. How do you get yourself through that? And I know we spoke about it yesterday, but some of the viewers wouldn't have been listening to that
Yep.
that they are listening today. How do you get yourself through that period where you know you've got to worry about obviously tournament strategy? You have to worry about blind levels. You have to worry about ICM. But if you're card dead, you're card dead. How do you get yourself and navigate that from a GTO perspective, theory based, purely theory based? What is the best route to navigate that situation?
All right, so I think you need to kind of step back and look at the bigger picture. Being card dead or just running bad, it's a part of variance. You know, downswings are a thing that happen in poker, and you just need to be able to manage a bankroll and just go through the motions. Yeah, variance is certainly something that you need to pay attention to. And if you're on a downswing, you know, they don't last forever. So you just need to keep playing, and eventually you'll get out of it.
Yeah, it's great advice, and you know, you are a young player, but well wise beyond your years, which is good to see. I like it. I like it. And yeah, just Chris, if you can pick up the action here for us. Uh, Looks like a decent hands building here.
Yeah. I mean, Howard undercut +1 made 26K with kick jack off. Sheldon on the hijack just opted to flat. He's ace queen O. was now with the decision. Oh, no, it's actually gone away from it. Sorry. JP Oaks has also come along. We're just waiting for the picture to catch up here. JP's got pocket fives. And Hendrik comes along from the big blind with the S9 too. I would like to see that 3-bet though from Sheldon on the hijack.
Yeah.
Just because we can
Definitely
get. Sorry, yes, Johnny?
Yeah, I was just going to say, ace queens offsuit there in the hijack. I think it's definitely worth a 3-bet. You don't want to invite more players into this pot unnecessarily, and as you can see, we are 4 ways to a flop. I'm not sure if the graphics are correct there. I think Mawaz did fold.
Correct, yes,
Yeah.
correct. So yeah, I mean, Sheldon flop it, top pair here. How does he proceed?
76,000.
Looks like he's betting 76, 76, sorry. Right, so over to JP Oaks, gets out the way. To the opener, actually no, to Hendrik, who folds, and then Howard will follow suit. So yeah, either way, I suppose the 3-bet would have got the job done. You probably get JP Oaks to fold out a lot of his underpairs there, and Howard all his King X's, King Jacks, King Tens, and X, Y, and Z. But nevertheless, more chips get added to his stack.
Yeah, either way, it did work out for Sheldon. And I think that's 3 pots in a row here for Sheldon. First one he won with pocket queens, took one down pre-flop with 6s, and again picks up this ace queen and it connects with top pair, top kicker. All right, so as the dealer shuffles up the next hand, Howard, Jack 3 suited here under the gun. Folds it. It's a decent fold. Obviously, you don't really want to play stat wide under the gun. Maybe from the button, you can play suited jacks, but not from such early position. So action folds around to Mawaz. Peels his cards, 8 deuce, no good. 10-7 suited on the cutoff here for JP. Lets that one go. Early action was raised from Samuel from +1 with his ace 10. Gets 3-bet now by Chat with pocket queens. And action back over to Samuel.
That's a small sizing he went for, though. But job done.
Yeah, gets it through. And I think that just shows how effective 3-bets are at this point in the tournament. A lot of players aren't really defending wide enough against 3-bets. You should really be balancing your calling range there and not only calling with your best made hands.
The room's actually filling up nicely for the 20 seats guaranteed satellite. That should be kicking off very soon. Sure, we'll bring you some of that action as well as soon as things start moving. Dealers are setting everything up. Place is going to be manic, so absolutely manic.
Yeah, and it's just so good to look back over our shoulders here and see such a full poker room and just hear all the chips clinging together and all the players seated at the tables. Anyways,
Right.
yeah.
Moving on, under the gun, Samuel. Pocket queens. 25,000. Over Sheldon, King 5. Getting that one. Yeah, for JP. All right, see what the button picks up here. King 7. To the blinds. Pocket 6s. Conrad who comes along. And the Howard picks up 7 deuce. ace, 3, 5, 2 spades. Goes check, check. Sorry, no. Conrad checked over 7. We got for a smallish size here. Looks like he has bet 12. Yeah. Call. Conrad with that 6 of spades. Could even find a little bit of equity on the turn there. Unfortunately, this time. Right. 3 of diamonds, let's check. I'd like to see Samuel size up,
Yeah,
Well, he's actually check back.
we'll get back to that at the end of the hand, Chris.
Check, check.
Yeah, so Samuel's going to take this one down and scoop a pot of 61,000. But Chris, I want to go back to the action on the flop there. Conrad checking over his 6s to Samuel, who is obviously in position here against a small blind with a very strong range, considering he's opening from under the gun. What do you think about that really small sizing on a 2-spade ace-high flop?
Well, yeah, I mean, I love the size personally.
Yep.
Because, again, we can look at
Can you?
the
Sure.
small blind will be 3-betting all his offsuited aces, all his ace X, ace kings, ace queens, ace jacks,
Okay.
pocket pairs, eights plus in a sense. So, in my mind, after going for that one big blind bet, him just calling, kind of feel that there's not many aces that he would have. Yeah, I would think that. Yeah, so, yeah. Speaking
Cool,
to myself,
thank you for the
there's,
insights,
there's,
Chris.
so many different ways to play about it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
like in my mind, it's like yes, he does bigs, he does like majority of the time.
Yeah.
3-bet if he has some big ace X hand, but he also does balance the flop by flatting.
Yeah. Cool.
So yeah, I also think that if he did have that ace stack size, he would probably look to get it in,
Okay.
which is also kind of a
Cool.
mitigating factor.
Yeah. Very cool. Thank you for the very useful insights, Chris. To get back to that, I think personally I prefer a slightly larger bet on the flop to fold out, some weak aces. I don't think they'll come along, especially considering it's a 2-spade board and it's ace high. You're under the gun in position. But that's just how I see it. Anyways, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, there's like a million ways to play a poker hand. Hey, it's all situational. Sheldon here, pocket 9s under the gun. He's going to raise to 36,000, 3 big blinds. Sheldon is the chip leader here, so we can expect to see him. He loves seeing flops. He loves playing, so we're going to see him get quite active, I think. So yeah, looks like all the 3s are in play right now.
Maybe it gets away from it. Conrad, ace 8, that's the mark. King 4 for Howard, should follow Jack 7. Samuel, 24k to 102. He might just opt to defend here.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty standard spot to defend.
But he opted for the latter. All right, 9s v3s, 3 to come. We know there's a pair of 3s being folded.
Yeah, so Cat is looking only for a heart flush or a straight, and that is a massive straight for Cat here. Or it's one of the best flops that he could have had. My apologies.
Besides the 3, of course.
Yeah.
Which we know is folded. But
Yeah, which are folded out.
So yeah, Sheldon looks like he checked. Cat has led for 50k. How does he opt to proceed?
I'd like to see a check raise, honestly, from Sheldon here.
Yeah, it'd be such a 6 spot, but he
um,
seems to get it through.
Yeah, unfortunately, he doesn't find that check raise. I think that would have been a beautiful play there from Sheldon.
So Nick, you were just around on the floor. How things looking?
Give me
Yeah, it was
Very
a nice chat with a couple of players that have just started arriving again. I think we're going to slowly but surely start seeing more and more players arriving for registration for that incredible 20k or 20 seat guaranteed for the main event. It's such a cool satellite to be part of. So, yeah, big ups to them that it's a cool initiative. Great way for you guys to get into your seats. So please come on down to SunBet Poker Tour at Times Square and give yourself a chance. Give yourself a shot. It should be a good evening. It should be a busy evening here. And if you're gonna get into certain positions, certain spots, certain availability, if you can call it that, then we are going to have an incredible turnout. So yeah, please feel free to come down to the arena here. For those of you who don't know how to get here, we are at Times Square in Pretoria. We are in the main conference center in the Maslow. So please make your way up there and ask for the guys just to guide you through and just tell them you're here to play at the SunBet Poker Tour, and the security, I'm sure, will be able to show you the way if you haven't been here already. Jamie,
Yeah.
jumping into it.
Yeah, so
Who
we
do
have
you reckon out of this group here has got a good shouting?
Muaz. I'd have to say quite quickly he is a pro at this table. He, as you can see, is playing
75,000.
very wide range here, opening from under the gun, 7-5 suited. A suited one gapper of a very low variety, and he's not scared to open and play some pots. Even out of position against these players. So he's trying to make something happen here. Gert with the flat call from under the gun +2
Check.
on this Jack Queen 3-10 board. Sheldon with the open ender, and Gert with a pair of jacks. Sheldon checks it over to Gert,
Call. Let's see them.
who puts in a bet.
10. Jack.
And yeah, it looks like Sheldon folds here with his pair and straight draw. Sorry, just his pair. Oh, there's a pair and straight draw, sorry.
I mean, it
Sometimes you
doesn't
just,
really count as a draw anymore when the river's completed, but we fully hear what you're saying.
Sorry, Nick, I must admit I'm having a little bit of a caffeine crash at the moment, but don't worry, I've got another Red Bull here, and I'm busy sharpening up with every growing second.
Awesome. No, listen, we are human beings. We're not robots.
Yeah.
We did come on this trip because we wanted to enjoy ourselves,
Yeah, absolutely.
and yeah, we are excited to bring this to the viewers. So yeah.
JP. Call.
All right, getting back to the action here.
12,000 to call.
Gert under the gun +1, Queen 4 offsuit. Sevens here for Hendrik. And he is starting to get quite short with about 20 big blinds in his stack. Looks like he puts in the call. Folds around to Samuel, pocket folds on the button. Playing about 40 big blinds in his stack here. Eyeing out Hendrik's stack, potentially thinking of making a move.
Yeah, just a call.
So Samuel here making the call, tossing in 2 purple chips, 2 pink chips. Purple chips are worth 5,000, pink chips are worth 1.
Raise to 24,000.
Sheldon in the small blind here with Jack 8 offsuit, very active player. Looks like he wants to see a flop.
Just a gun.
And Moaz, I think, is just going to defend pretty much any 2 cards with 3 players in this pot against him.
Yeah, you know and Jamie, obviously you wouldn't really be able to comment on this, but from the years that I've played, this is Moaza's style.
Yeah.
He's a gunslinger. He is he likes to play these positions where he knows he has an edge on people, if you can call it that. He knows in his mind that in this pool of players that he's currently playing against, he's got an upper hand, and
Yeah.
he's certainly going to look to exploit certain positions. And yeah, I know you had a bit of a fanboy moment before we came on air, where you were so excited to see and commentate on Moaz, and it is really special to watch him play because there's a reason why he's
Wow,
a
look at that.
success. And
Check up it. Sheldon.
Yeah, so quite interesting pre-flop action here. Looks like Sheldon actually decided to go for the raise, albeit very small from the small blind position. I definitely prefer raising much bigger from the small blind because you're going to be playing out of position. You want to disincentivize other players to call. Muaz, sensing a bit of weakness there with that small raise, pulled off quite a cheeky move, 3-betting quite large with his 8-5 offsuit. Down to the flop, both players have an open-ender. But Moaz pairs his 5, so he is ahead.
368.
Looked like Sheldon decided to lead out here, and Moaz just rips it. And this is exactly the kind of play that I was excited to come and watch and commentate on from players like Moaz, professionals like this. I think this is just a really, really good play from him. And Sheldon making the call here. He is chip leader. He does have an up and down straight draw. Moaz is ahead with his up and down straight draw and his pair of 5s. Yeah. So as you can see above there, Sheldon does have 4 outs, but those are only outs to chop.
Well, and any jack.
Sorry?
And the jack.
Yeah, of course. So unfortunately for Moaz here, 9 on the turn gives both players a straight, and he's not going to find that double up, which he was a favorite to get on the flop.
as you can see, a little bit of favoritism there from Jamie.
Oh, okay.
Trying to get a little bit upset here about the fact
Okay,
that
okay.
Moaz is not winning the hand. You caught.
Yeah, no, red-handed.
Stuck in
but
the
I
mud,
mean,
as they call it.
as,
Just
you know,
talking about Moaz's stats here, you know, it's 18th on the South African all-time list. Okay, total live earnings of $560,000. I mean, it's remarkable. It's incredible to have him here with us. You know, and it's quite okay for you to be fanboying like a little bit, not a lot. You know, you got the honor of interviewing him last night, which is pretty cool. And yeah, it's very. I'm happy for you that you get to see this and experience this.
thank you.
And this, I'm 100% sure that this can only improve your game in the long
Absolutely.
run and
Yeah, yeah.
help you grow as a player, even off the table. And yeah, get a little bit of insight to how the crazy play. You know, I could just hear screaming coming from the back there. I think if you guys were watching what we were watching from here, it is an atmosphere unlike any other that we've seen in a long time. You know, you got the likes of a Rudolph Fourie in the field there, who, if anyone knows how Rudolph plays, he loves to have a little spin every now and then. He goes around supporting his mates. That was him shouting in the background there, getting excited for his mate. And yeah, we love seeing it. We love the energy. And Rudolph apparently enjoying retirement nowadays. I'm sure we'll catch up with him for an interview somewhere through this week. Ask him how he's enjoying it, if he's putting his feet up. But knowing him, he's always a busy man, and I don't think that man can rest. His brain wouldn't allow it.
You never truly retire. You always find a way to keep yourself occupied with some form of work. But speaking of Awaz, I met was 20 plus years ago.
Wow.
For the first time. And that's when he first started playing cards.
Wow.
Some old club back home. And yeah, look just to watch him rise above the ranks. Speaking of Awaz, ace queen here on the small blind. On the JP Oaks.
So Mawaz playing this quite sneakily here, disguising the strength of his hand by just limping over to the big blind. JP who checks. Mawaz pairs his ace. Both players have a straight draw. Mawaz leads out here for 1/3 of the pot. And JP's going to call. Ten of hearts pairs the board. Double flush draw available. Neither player is drawing to a flush though. Mawaz massive favorite to win this hand. Check, and 8 of spades completes the river. Mawaz gets the check mark. Let's see how much value he can get here from JP. And Mawaz puts out the bet. Overbet, 1.5x pot. Really, really cool move, I think. JP, unfortunately, didn't really have anything that he could come along with. But yeah, I mean, seeing a play like that, it's cool. We haven't seen overbet yet, for value so far in the tournament.
We have, but it's okay.
Value,
Again,
overbet shove or overbet for value?
overbet for value. We actually spoke about it early on when you were off air.
Okay, I was on a break, and I'm not watching the stream when I'm on break. So first one for me. Who did it, by the way? Please talk about that hand with me quickly while we wait for the shuffle.
I wouldn't remember. We've seen so much
I
footage today, but
yeah, I would have remembered. I
think he's just at that whole fanboy. He's fanboying too hard. He can't get his thoughts processed proper.
It's
He's locked.
it's the caffeine crash.
It really is, though. It really was crashing so hard.
I just want to quickly run through a couple of stats here. So, we've seen a total of 2.2 million, or just over 2.2 million, into the prize pool. Average stack here is 49 big blinds, so you're looking at about 590,000 in your stack. 109 entries into this tournament already. 55 players left. You must remember we're speaking now. It'll probably be about 10 or 15 minutes ahead of the stream, bearing in mind that that's when I took this photo. So the stream is still half an hour ahead of time. So yeah, it is a fascinating structure. Late Ridge has ended, and over to Chris to start off the hand analysis here. Decent hand building, hey Chris?
Very much so. So it looks like Samuel opened up 25k with ace 10 over from hijack. Was flat on the button. JP's free betting out of the small blind with queens pocket, with queens to 80,000. And then we saw someone fold pocket sevens there. Was that?
Had the brain, yeah. I just realized he's getting steamrolled.
Samuel gets rid of the ace 10 over to was 55 more to call. 154 in the pot. See how he opts to navigate the spot.
Was looking over at JP, trying to see if he can pick up any reads, any tells.
Goes against the mark. JP scoops 7. Okay.
So where are you from?
Some action on the
Sorry,
outer table there. Yeah, it looks like we got some aces.
Aces versus queens or some
Oh.
sorts. Looks like there's a queen on the river there. Or is that queens or kings? Kings.
The Germans.
Or
That looked like a king to me, Chris.
yeah, it's definitely a king.
So
I don't know. I don't know. There we go. We got a better view as it. It is king queen. No, it's kings. Wow,
full house there for the kings.
another one of those spots you can't escape.
Yeah, you just can't get away from. Right, folds over to Howard. 10 deuce off suit. He lets it go. Samuel folds. 7's here for Sheldon in the hijack. Chip leader at the table. Yeah.
How much? 31. Raise it 31,000.
Sheldon raising up to 31,000. Folds over to Gert with Jack 10 off suit from the small blind.
Yeah, you'll probably see Kat balance out. So you can either raise or just flat. Either is respectable. I'm just very concerned there about that fold. I'm probably coming out flat again.
Yep.
At least. But again, that's what I'm on this side of the table. So he gets another one through. Interesting card protectors there. Wonder who that one belongs to.
No man, I can't give you cards.
Got a
if you
snap
don't-
of
if
Max
you're
with
not mic'd
heaps.
up. Are you not mic'd up?
Oh yeah, back there.
No cards.
Yeah, this river's filling up nicely, I think.
Yeah, it's just I just took a moment to pause and have a look around and see what is happening around, because the rim is definitely a buzz. I think the cool thing is that with the Mega being such a popular tournament, it eliminates a lot of the top players in the country out of this pool. So we're going to see hopefully a lot of new faces coming through the satellite. 20 seats
Yeah.
is no small feat. Like, people need to understand that, and I'm going to keep repeating that because 20 new players, hopefully unique players, and we refer to that in poker as unique player when it's not a person that's re-entering or somebody that's getting in via the satellites is not always going to have the money to be able to afford to buy in to the bigger ones. So yeah, it's going to be exciting to see. The queues are forming at the door already, and it looks like they've prepped every single table in this venue. So they're expecting a big turnout. I would strongly suggest as a viewer to this program, if you are in any state of or like on the fence of coming through, make sure you come through early enough so that you can guarantee getting a seat. Because at this point in time, we are expecting it to be a full house. For us as commentators, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to create a lot of buzz. So do forgive us if we get a little bit excited. But I'm going to hand over the action here to Jamie, as there are two potentially big decisions and plays to be made here.
Yeah, so we just had JP open here from the cutoff with King 10 suited, which got flattered by Gert with King Jack suited as well. So these guys are going to top this pot. 5 of hearts on the turn though brings JP the flush draw. JP bets about just under half pot. and he's going to get this one through.
Push the button, please.
Yeah, I think based on the equity there, it's pretty much a done deal.
Yeah.
He turned it. He went 60-40 favorite, put the bet in. Gert realizing that he didn't have too much equity left in the hand for himself, so he just let it go. Rather not get too freaky at this stage. You know, again, getting back to it, JP Oaks coming in with 493. Gert Blaine coming in with a massive 920,000 stack off that break. So, you know, he doesn't want to get too stuck in. He's still a leader at the table. Interesting chat to him early on. You know, he was one of those guys that went from online poker to live poker only about a year ago after COVID. You know, the dreaded word that we hate saying. Chris, how do you make that transition? You know, it's not easy.
No, not at all, man. And first off, it just gotta get out there. It could be absolutely petrifying. Used to clicking a button to opposed to coming out, sitting across from someone else. Just make the step, the shot. Social aspect. Enjoy yourself. You'll meet a lot of new people. You'll see a lot of different things at a poker table. As you know, everybody's thought process is a lot different. I can only...
Sorry, I just have to comment on this. We've seen another cool card protector there. It looks like one of those like African stone elephants. It'd be quite an appropriate one for me on this stage at this point in time after that dinner we had. So sorry, getting back to it, Chris.
Yeah, so basically, as I said, coming out, meeting new people, seeing how everything is done from a live aspect, just listening to people have conversations about the game, you can only improve. And it's good to get out the house every now and then.
Yeah, you know, chatting to Gert there, a big help was his wife, Alneen, who is a keen poker player. She's one of the more recognizable females on the SunBet Poker Tour because she plays in a lot of events. She unfortunately couldn't enter into this one because there was a clash of timetables. But Alneen is a great help to have. And she would have helped Gert greatly in transitioning into this game. And Alneen having a psychology degree definitely could have given him some tips on human behavior around the table. And we look forward to seeing Alneen in the future events coming up in the series, which is going to be great to see. Jamie, pick up the action here. It looks like we have a bit of an upholding.
Was opened here with pocket threes. Conrad called from the small blind with ace-3 suited, and Howard checked his big blind, or he called, sorry. Howard flops the open ender and turns the straight. So Howard gets the check mark here.
Correction there, he turned. Yeah, it was. Sorry, it looked like Jack Nine of Spades. Sorry, on the monitor it's a little bit small.
Yeah.
But absolutely turned it, banked it. Hopefully for his sake, so he can build a bit of value into his stack. The river gives him a maybe somebody gets a set there, or fills up a little bit, gets a little bit more juicy. But
yeah, so I think this spade completing on the turn is going to be a little bit of an action killer for him. He puts in a bet of about 2/3 pot, and it folds around. He gets this one through, and he's going to pick up a nice pot of 50,000. Yeah.
We all struggling, bro. I'm just like.
It's not just chatting behind the scenes, and you guys picked it up on the mic. Yeah, it was a big dinner that we had. In Afrikaans there's a saying, "Mag is vol oogies too." But don't worry, the viewers, we will pick up our energy levels again. We've got a couple of monsters in hand, and
as you said earlier, Nick. As you said earlier, this is live. This is raw. We're
going in raw, as Nick would say.
Guaranteed to make a few mess ups every now and then. So yeah, I do apologize for that. But yes,
it's not a big deal, Chris. Don't worry about it. Yeah,
Sheldon under the gun, Nick.
At least we're having
Too
fun, hey,
good.
gents? Yep.
Too good, gentlemen.
So,
I hope you, as the viewers out there, can feel our energy. We are really looking forward to this night. I've been looking forward to it. This is a tournament that I normally like to play in, gents.
yeah.
I interviewed Sugi last night. I said to him, Sujin, do you like it the fact that you've got one player at least out of the field that normally cashes in this? Make it a little bit easier for you. And he said, Nick, it won't be the same without you. So Sugi, I appreciate that. I hope it's for the right reasons and not for the wrong reasons.
I'm not gonna lie, Nick. It is a lot quieter having you up here than over there. I mean, I tell you now, things will be turned up if you're all that. So yeah, I think there's a few relieved faces that time.
To the viewers out there, I want to start seeing this chat getting nice and active. How is the sound quality? Is it better for you guys out there? I see our graphics are. We starting to fine tune it here, Chris. It's been a new project that SunBet Poker Tour, but specifically MJPT has taken on, delivering live commentary based on the pictures that we've seen with the viewers 30 minutes later. I mean, it's huge. It's a step in the right direction for not just for SunBet Poker Tour, but for South African poker as a whole. You know, it's the first of its kind, whereby we get to sit in the hall with the players. You saw the likes of Oki Fari coming up here early on, just bringing us some popcorn because he's the gentleman that he is. He couldn't resist. You know, what's the experience like been for you? Because you're the only one out of the three of us up here that had you were in the previous setup with Mark and Gary, and now in the setup where we live. Obviously, having had a couple of technical issues along the way, but finding our feet now. What has it been like for you as a commentator?
Well, yeah, I mean, I've enjoyed it thoroughly. I mean, both sides both sides of things, and I mean, progression is the only way to move forward. So yeah, I mean, it was bound to happen someday. I'm just glad that we have facilities available to us now, even though that we have our glitches. But just like you said, having the capability to grab some snacks for Oki, Parker coming up, throwing his hands up behind us. Yeah, it's so wicked. It brings a whole new dimension to us.
Picking up the action here. Pretty spicy flop, decent enough pot here. Somebody like Howard would relish picking up this pot, adding more than 80% to his stack.
But he opts to get away from it, rather.
Yeah, wise man, Howard is.
Right, so onto Mawaz. Does he get sticky here? 50,000. Just give him a 3.5 on his money. If he was decide to come across and float. But Mawaz will probably send that into the muck.
King Jack again.
I think the worst card for him is that occupied was the 5 of clubs.
Just find them, huh?
Yeah, big ace-4 of clubs there. With that, picking up another massive pot, 105. He's sitting at 1.13 million. At the moment.
Yeah, he's gone silently about his business, picking up spots, picking up hands, picking up pots. A little bit of alliteration and rhyming there. Is that right? Sorry, the technical guru in the corner. What's happening here, Chana?
I think listen, you're gonna be the enemy. I think I might actually want to fall off the stick. But yeah, no, it's almost having 4x starting stacks in front of him. He started with 300,000. Yeah, he's gone around doing his business very quietly and making big impact. Mawaz under the gun. Action on him. He opts to play the start. Right, so Mawaz makes 25k to go over to JP Oaks, King Jack into the mark. Pocket fives. Opts to come along. Hendrik gets rid of that. Quadra 6-5 of clubs on the hijack. Little taste of that. I do enjoy that. Oh, gets Queen 9 out the way. Samuel 10-6. And to Sheldon,
25,000.
King Jack. So 19,000 for him to call, 105 middle. We'll probably find he will be defending it. Unless he wants to get a little bit on the line and do a little squeeze.
Yeah. Just about to ask that, Chris.
Sugi, Sugi.
So yeah, it looks like Hat is calling with his fives here, with almost 100 big blinds in his stack. So it looks like he's intending to do a little bit of set mining, eh, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, Sugi action on him on the big blind with pocket eight.
Oh, yeah.
Silver Surfer up to navigate the spot. And up we go.
Yep,
Up
there
we
we
go.
go.
150,000 is the bet.
Beautiful squeeze there coming from Sugin. Action over to Mawaz.
Mawaz started his hand with 425, if I'm not mistaken. He's got 378 behind. He could just rip the lot here.
He's certainly counting his stack like he's considering it.
Yeah, there's a lot of dead money in this pot, and player like Mawaz is certainly inclined to go after it.
It has to be said that at this point in the tournament, we've got into the freeze out section. Players have to be a little bit more calculated about where they squeeze shove. I think, Moa is also going through the motions here, saying, as has been many a discussion with him in the past, are we here to play for the min cash, or do we go for it all?
Yeah.
And Moaz is very much the type of guy that he wants to go for the win. So his mind is not set here on the minimalist outcome. He's thinking, what is the bigger picture of a jam here, and getting a win. But he also knows that Sugi's an experienced player, a very good player, very calculated player, wouldn't be raising the spot too lightly in many instances, and inevitably makes the fold. And I think we'll pretty much see the rest of the action going fold all the way around, unless somebody tries to get very freaky here.
So he that should get through picks up 100k in chips for his efforts.
So just quickly getting into the comments section of our YouTube stream, Rian had a message in and he said to us, quality is much better, chaps. How many players are left and how many make the money? So we did a calculation early on. There's 108 entries. So you're looking at about top 15, I reckon, will get paid. It's normally 12% of the field.
Yep.
So I know you said 1 in 8 earlier on, so I'd expect it to be about 14 or 15. Don't hold me to that. We haven't confirmed the prize pool yet. I do see currently on the screen as I'm looking at it that it looks like they are entering the prize money. So as soon as we get that in hand, we'll bring it to you live here from the SunBet Poker Tour at Times Square. Gentlemen, the vibe is picking up, like we said. We're starting to feed off the energy. You two look like you're ready to go for the night.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
Let's go.
Let's absolutely rip the head off this one. Let's enjoy this. And to you, the viewers out there, we're going to bring you the best experience we possibly can. And we've got a hand here from Hendrik, who's been rather quiet, snuck into this table, a little bit of a ninja bomb. He came in here and, maybe this hand will give us a little bit of insight as to how he plays.
Yeah, so Hendrik raising here to 45,000 with ace-queen suited. He started this hand with a little bit under 20 big blinds, so it's quite a big raise size. He's either looking to steal or maybe try and induce another player to come over the top. But I think he's just going to take this one down unless Moaz wakes up with something, which he does not.
Can we talk about that there? Me and Chris, I want you to give me a bit of insight here. We obviously don't know too much about Hendrik. We are waiting to hear from our very own Mark Josephs. to give us a bit of a profile there, which we haven't received, obviously, with him coming into the table quite late. What do you think about that sizing there? I mean, the blinds are 612. The man's got 200 odd K behind him, and he's opened it to 45,000 pre-flop. I mean, what is the thinking and reasoning behind something like that?
Well, again, me personally, I tend to go one
Yeah,
click,
I agree.
2x, 2.5, or even sometimes 3x, depending on my spot. What I tend to do, I tend to get more information in regards to bet sizing pre-flop,
Yeah, absolutely.
and that is, so I know he's a lot stronger by the size that he makes. In this instance, he made 45. He's giving so much information. So my mind, if you keep it consistent, you either go 2.2x, 2.5x, and bigger on blind versus blind, or blind versus small blind versus big blind, 100%.
Yeah.
But there's no, you're not deviating from anything. You're not giving anything away from your bet sizing. So I think that could be a leak, in just my opinion,
Yeah.
on his play.
I'll come in here and agree with Chris. As the young GTO wizard that I am, I think I can give that the GTO stamp of approval. Thank you, Chris. Guys, we just here
Yeah,
to have
going
fun
from
with it, eh?
strength.
We're just having
You
fun.
going from strength to strength. Your lovely girlfriend back at home is not going to want you back after we've broken you a little bit on this trip, but we love to see it, and. Absolutely, I think you, Chris, you nailed it.
Yeah.
That's exactly my thinking is in tournaments is to, limit losses as well as pick up profits. But you can only pick up profits if you win pots, and you can only win pots if you get down to the river or you take it down pre or wherever you take it down. But you also got to be a little bit cautious. What happens in that spot there if somebody three bets him or rips it back? I mean, is he going to put it in with ace queen? Otherwise he has to lay it down and then he's lost unnecessary blinds to get the same information he
Yeah,
would have
exactly.
gotten if he just
Exactly.
made it a smaller amount. Sorry, that's layman terms. I'm not
Yeah.
the technical or the GTO guy here. I can only give it to the people as it is.
Yeah, again, like, I mean, he's going to be, I don't think he's ever following the ace
No, yeah.
after opening that size. He's just displaying so much strength. He's willing to let it go, or get it in, should I say, and try and find some more chips. There's a great shot of what it looks like outside. So Ray Adams, Alan Young, run up last year at the main event here at Times Square. Stephen Courtney.
I was seated somewhere outside. Let me know where I collect my salary. You know that bank, VBS Bank.
Looks like the players on the feature table or probably across the whole field are getting some extra time banks here handed to them.
Yeah, so that's standard procedure.
Yep.
How they do it is as soon as the freeze out section starts of the tournament, they go around. As far as I understand, it's an extra 5 time banks, and then the next time you pick up extra time banks, you start the tournament with 8 or 7.
Yep.
Stand to be corrected there. Then you get the extra 5, and then at the final table you get another 5 again. So
Okay.
yeah, all in all, great initiative. We spoke about it at length and it was. I think yesterday.
Yeah.
We'll touch on it later again as to the importance of having time banks into these tournaments. But over to the action here with Conrad having queens and Sheldon Grove coming along with his ace jack.
Right, so up to the flop we go.
Wow.
Oh, well. Bring forth the guillotine.
Yeah. So middle set here for Conrad with his pocket queens. Sheldon hits his ace. Sheldon's going to find himself in a bit of trouble here, Chris.
Please just flat. Please just flat. Please just flat.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of players overplaying their hand and playing too fast and just value cutting themselves in the end. Conrad does go for the call, which is the correct move there.
Oh, 8 of hearts to turn. Checks again. Sheldon,
check.
look, he goes. Stack size. 192, 200 in the middle. He's got 291 behind. There you go. Now we can get some more money in here now. Because I just have a feeling if he goes, just calls again, it's going to go check, check, river.
25,000.
Raise 125.
Yeah, and Sheldon just shakes his head there.
Right, setting up nicely for the river jam. Worst card if an ace peels off, huh?
A heart or a club might shut Sheldon down a little bit, and Sheldon is in big trouble here as he turns two pair, as he rivers two pair.
Sniff. It was just insta jam, insta snap. Unlucky.
Conrad,
well
Conrad gets the full double up here. He played it really well. He didn't overplay his hand on the flop, and that ultimately led him to getting max value. Obviously, for Sheldon finding the jack on the river, that hand just plays itself, and he can't get away from it.
So just getting into it here, as the room is filling up and getting louder and louder, we've got a total prize pool in this Mega Million of 2.289 million. Great effort. Not what we wanted, where we predicted it being double the amount of the guarantee, but certainly 50% of the guarantee, more than the guarantee, is an incredible turnout. 50 players left currently as we are seeing it, so this is obviously half an hour ahead of the time that you guys will receive the pictures for that. And just going to run through the payouts here. So first prize being over $500,000, 525,000. Second, 423. Third, 254. Fourth, 165. Fifth, 128. Sixth, 105. Seventh, 89. Eighth, 77. Ninth, 68. And then it goes from 10th to 12th, 60. And then 13th and 14th will get a cool 53,000.
Wow.
Decent effort here, gents. Nice opportunity for players to build a bankroll. Nice opportunity for players to get a little bonus here at the beginning of the year. You know, everybody went through January. We all know what that is like, and you know, everybody loves a little top up. So I'm sure whoever's going to be winning that first prize is certainly going to be grateful for it, and it's going to be somewhat life-changing money in terms of where it is at the beginning of the year. And yeah, you know, still some people recovering from that dreaded old COVID, but here we are. We certainly are here and ready to do this and make this what it is.
Raising it up here, under the guy with 7, 8 of spades. Samuel picks up kings, +2. What does he go? 75, 80? I don't think it's going extremely large.
I'd like to see about a 75k here.
80,000.
Looks like he's made it 100.
Yep.
80, yeah. 75 to 80. I would have shown 80,000 for him to call. What is Sheldon pondering here? He just, this could be him scheming a bit from that whole last bet.
Sheldon does love these suited aces. He always wants to see a flop with these suited aces, regardless whether it's a 3-bet pot or not.
Yeah, we saw him get very active with it yesterday on that final table for the Welcome to Pretoria. And I actually spoke to him afterwards about it. I said to him, you started to need to pick which ones you wanted to go for. He was getting so many. So he properly enjoyed it. But he said he loved the experience. He loved getting to that position. And for him, I guess he's hoping for his run of form to continue here, making what is a fairly loose call. I mean, if
Yeah.
it's a 3-bet pot, you're going in with ace 8. Sometimes you're going to land up in a little bit of trouble, but let's see where this leads him.
Yeah, so I think for Samuel here, the alarm bells are ringing. That call from Sheldon is a little bit suspicious. He does have kings. Obviously, his only worry would be some pair of aces. But Sheldon's call essentially invited Conrad, gave him the pot odds to come along with his 8-7. Flop is 6-3
Action on
deuce.
Samuel. Let's see what he goes. 280 in the middle. Probably about. Oh, he goes small
100K.
again.
Yeah,
100K.
I think I prefer a slightly bigger bet.
I think Conrad might be trying to punch here. He has a gut shot. Oh, he doesn't have a gut shot. Apologies for that. Yeah. This is a tennis record.
So, Nick, I saw you pulling up some stats for Samuel here. Sorry, his name eluded me for a second. Yeah. Any
Yeah,
notable
so-
caches or
So
stats
very
about him? Did anything come
interestingly,
up on Hidden Mob?
he's got 2 different profiles on the Hendon mob.
Interesting.
So yeah, it was a little bit tough to work through the information, but I'm going to go on the fact that what we see is obviously him as Samuel Tebege, which only shows $3,000 in notable
Okay.
earnings, but then his other stats. It says Dr. Samuel Tebeke is on $202,000.
Wow.
So yeah, I mean a little bit of a variation there. I don't know what's gone on there. Why there's been 2 different registrations of players. I'm assuming it's the same person.
Yeah, both
But
from Germany.
yeah, from Germany, that is correct. I see here he did also play in the Marrakesh tournament that a lot of our players went across to. And Max obviously had a great success there, won the main event. Asked him why he wasn't wearing his ring yesterday, and he said he hasn't received it yet, but he says it is on its way. They do apparently customize the rings for the players to fit it perfectly. So
Wow.
he had to go in and to jeweler, get all the measurements for his rings taken, and they actually make it customized to the player. So we can
That's really
completely
cool.
understand why there's been a bit of a delay in that. But yeah, very cool to have. I mean, can you imagine adding that to your Arsenal? Doesn't matter
Wow.
whether you're going to
Yeah.
wear it or not. But just having that on display somewhere would be absolutely amazing.
One and 200 and 200 was required empty. The button is in the right seat. Let's shuffle up and here.
Originally from where?
Pressing where the seats guaranteed.
Political capital of
Very, very, very clever.
All right, so that was Mark Joseph in the background kicking off the main event satellite.
Yeah, so as I was saying, imagine how it must feel. I got very, very close to winning a WSOPC, a very slim online event. And yeah, I mean, I don't know how really it is right, but I'm so close. It feels like eternity. Yeah,
That one.
don't think I'll ever have that spot again, but such is the nature of the beast.
Yeah.
But JPH, hi Jack.
That one's gonna haunt you for life, eh, Chris?
Had fun anyway. Pocket eights for Hendrik. Jabs, all in.
I was just joking.
One of the days when we're not so tired.
So yeah, I think that's just a very standard jam there. Pocket eights, around 15 big blinds. After an open raise, he takes this one down and adds a nice amount of chips to his stack.
Where do you normally play? International. You play international a lot? No? I think some of the Jinx. Tea break, tea break. Eh?
It's not. You get to understand players from all over different game plans. What do you think about the players in South Africa so far? From what you've seen, excluding Sheldon, but this is the guys.
Okay.
Oh, no,
All right. So action here on Sheldon under the gun. 9-10 suited. Quite a fun hand to play here. Let's see what he does. Once again, I get a little bit ahead of myself reading these graphics before the cards are even dealt. But such is the nature of a blossoming new poker stream here. Not everything's going to be 100% smooth. All right, so here we go. Kicking off the hand action on Sheldon. Like I said, 9-10 suited under the gun. And Sheldon does really like playing these suited aces, these suited connectors, regardless of position. Looks like he's going for the raise. This is a pretty standard raise from under the gun. Makes it 55k by the looks of things.
Gentlemen. You know that gentleman, it's Howard. So don't give him your lip, man.
Raise to 51,000. 51,000 to call.
So again, folds, action on Mawaz. Mawaz here with ace-queen. So Sheldon, in fact, did raise up to 51,000, quite a large raise, being bigger than 3 big blinds here. Let's see how Mawaz interprets this. Mawaz, pretty short. He's got 20 big blinds. Looks like he's going to call and see a flop. Action folds around to Samuel here. King Jack suited in the big blind. Sitting with about 32 big blinds. Does he find the squeeze? He puts in the call. All right, so 3 ways to a flop. 178k in the pot. 5-9-4, 2 hearts on the flop. Sheldon takes the lead here with top pair.
Check.
Samuel checks, and I'm pretty sure Sheldon is going to lead this one out here with top pair on a double suited board. Big bet here.
500,000.
500k, putting Mawaz all in and almost covering Samuel's whole stack here. So Mawaz pretty easily going to get away from this one. Unfortunately, he did miss that flop. Sheldon just wanting to take this pot down without seeing any more cards. And he's going to take it down. 127k. Gets shipped right off back into his stack. And he's chipping up nicely after that double up against Conrad. There we see all the players lining up for the satellite. Once again, it is really, really busy. Looking over behind me, I see
Sheldon, you are the big blind.
1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 or 6 tables already in this free roll. I believe it is a free buy-in. You know, free entry, you get 3,000 chips. It's not a lot, but anyone can come and spin it up as long as you have a MVG card or an ID. Of course, the 20 seats guaranteed. There's going to be quite a lot of players shooting on some add-ons, some rebuys, some double add-ons. So yeah, it's going to get crazy. Essentially looking to be a 300,000 Rand satellite in order to get the guaranteed 20 seats. So yeah, it's absolutely huge. Players are lining up out the door. We've already got 5 or 6 tables. It's going to be a big one. So action here on Sugen. Jack 10 suited under the gun. Very standard open here for him.
Raise to 32,000.
Makes it 32k. King Jack suited for Moaz. And with only 20 big blinds in his stack, Moaz has a decision to make here. Looks like he's going for the
32,000 to call.
call. JP folds, Queen 10 for Hendrik here. Doesn't like that previous action. Howard folds, Samuel folds his small blind. Sheldon, ace-7 suited here in the big blind. And he's definitely going to want to see a flop.
Yeah, straight to. Sugi.
All right, so 3 ways to a flop. All 3 players holding cards of the suited variety. Sheldon flops it big here with the 2 hearts on the flop. Moaz connects with his king. Top pair for Moaz.
Sugi.
Open ender for Sugen. This is going to be quite an interesting hand indeed. So I'd like to see Moaz take the lead here with quite a big bet sizing
28,000.
to disincentivize these other guys who are potentially chasing draws, which both of them are. Moaz bets 28k.
Raise.
Sheldon putting in a raise here.
152,000.
To 152,000. And both of his opponents in quite a predicament here. So again, unfortunately, in the worst position, being sandwiched between the 2. So he's technically first to act after this big raise from Sheldon. Folds his open-ender here. Doesn't really have the equity to call off with only 8 outs. So action on Moaz. Who is currently ahead, but Sheldon does have a big draw, drawing to the nut flush draw and the overcards of aces. Moaz is going to call here. And I think he's going to get it in on a pretty safe turn, potentially. All right, let's see. Off to the turn we go.
Sheldon.
7 of spades. Giving Sheldon 2 pair here. Sheldon just going to blast away, putting Moaz all in.
Call.
And Moaz going to make the snap call here. Moaz is a 2-to-1 favorite to win this hand. He needs to dodge any heart or any ace. Moaz is at risk of elimination. And deuce of spades on the river. Safe card. Moaz finds the double up.
131. 39.
Well played to both guys. I think when Sheldon turns that 7 with the nut flush draw, the hand sort of plays itself from there. Very interesting hand. Sugen with the up and down straight draw, he had to fold. He just didn't have enough equity. His pot odds weren't correct to make that call, so he made the correct fold. And ultimately, Moaz is going to take this one down and find the double up.
I learned from you. Take lessons, you know, I write them down in my head. I had a monster draw. That makes sense. That makes sense.
So Sheldon being on just over 1 million chips only a couple hands ago is now down to just sub 500k. Had quite an unlucky run of things in recent hands.
You know, and you're wasn't much of a race.
And Joanne Groenewold in the chat, great commentary. Thanks, babe.
Blinds, please, gentlemen. Sugi, big blind. Sheldon. small
All
blind,
right, so
10,000.
Mohaz seems to be running hot here, waking up with pocket jacks under the gun.
Guys, there's 375, 400.
Mohaz back up to a very healthy stack of 40 big blinds.
30,000.
Opens this one up to 30,000. Ace 9 suited for Hendrik here, +3.
The very stage you already. There's a race for 30.
I didn't see that.
It's fine, you can redo whatever.
Cool.
Call.
Welcome back, Nick.
Shame, I see you've just been deserted here. I had to check just now over the rail whether Chris had fallen off the stage.
No, he did a magic trick and he disappeared. He needs some fresh air outside.
Keeping it real, keeping it raw, keeping it live. This is what we're here about. It was so cool now. I got to walk around the room doing a couple of player interviews, and yeah, this room is proper buzz. So please, guys and girls listening to this stream, come down, come play, give yourself a shot at a 20-seat guarantee into a 5 million rand tournament. I mean, what an experience.
Wow. Yeah.
You know, and what a story that would be. You know, Chris touched on it yesterday. We saw Alan Young going through the satellite series and then jumping into the main event and coming second in last year's main event. What a dream run for him, I tell you. And it's a story, you know, that will live on for a very long time. And yeah, certainly worth getting into.
All right, so action happened here. Moaz opened under the gun with his pair of jacks. Flat called by Hendrik with ace 9 suited. Hendrik flops the nut flush draw. Queen high flop. King on the turn. Ace on the river. Moaz just absolutely hates his jacks by the end of this hand. So Hendrik gonna take this one down.
Kom net aksie daar. En dan te veel elke liewe toernament en elke liewe kerk. So ja. Speel jy nou nog.
Just some pictures there coming from the outer tables as they are getting seated into that 20-seat guaranteed satellite. Nicole Middleton giving me a nice interview early on. You know, I didn't prep for it. I just said to listen, come sit on the couch and have a chat. And yeah, an incredible story as well, you know. A Miss South African contendant back in the day, I'm not too sure what year, but just an example of a poker player that wants to play poker. And you know, she's renowned for playing as many satellites as possible. She gets into a lot of events through it, and yeah, she's really an incredible woman. If you've got some time to chat to her, go down and have a chat to her. She's very fun to talk to.
So it looks like we have an interesting pot brewing here. Hendrik opening under the gun +2, Queen Jack offsuit. Howard flat calling here, and Samuel with Ace King offsuit. Leaning over, looking at Howard's stack. Howard is very short, just 10 big blinds behind. And I think Samuel's going to find the squeeze here.
Yeah, very much so. Having a look across there.
There we go, 3 bets up to
110.
110.
Sheldon snaps
Whoa.
off.
He is... yeah, so while you're gone, Chris, Sheldon lost a big hand against
You're
Moaz.
actually steaming a bit.
Moaz up, yeah, I think
Gents,
so.
just check out this graphic on the screen. I haven't seen so many aces, kings, and queens on. I mean, the Broadway draws are pretty much dead here.
Yeah, so
So it's going to come down to the purest poker. Maybe
folding each other's out.
Sheldon's
Yeah,
insane snap call might just work out for him. Yeah.
yeah.
Let's see
Wow.
how Siggy navigates this. It's quite difficult considering.
No, yeah, this is a very, very tough spot here with ace queen offsuit.
The open, the call, the 3-bet, snap call,
His
And you're on the
only option
scorecard.
here is a shove.
which he
Yeah.
folds actually. Mawaz, 6-5 of clubs.
Sorry, when I say his only action is other than a fold is a shove, he shouldn't be calling off there from the small blind with ace queen
100%.
offsuit.
$75,000 for him to call.
Easy fold. Yep.
Over to Howard. 75,000 more. 153 behind. He might just even rip the lot
Yeah,
here.
he's very short here. Can't blame him for potentially getting it in.
Right, 3 to the flop. Howard still got 78,000 behind.
And this is a very important flop. Let's see. King in the window. Oh, Sheldon is going to find himself in a little bit of trouble here, as well as Howard.
Peace for
Howard's,
everybody.
yeah. There it goes in. Howard drawing the thinnest out of all three players. Sheldon.
I'd like to, sorry to interrupt you, I'd just like to see a call out of Samuel here, having Sheldon behind.
Yeah, I don't think he...
All in.
Alright, so he's going to isolate here. He's going to shove. Sheldon in a spot here, but I don't think it'll be too difficult to let go of this middle pair. Not strong kicker. He's got backdoor hearts. But I mean, this action is just really, really strong, and there's no way you can think that your jack is good in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, he's lost some big hands here. He might just opt to flick it in and try and spin it up, but he ends up folding. I'm folding the jack.
Yeah, it's a good fold. It's the correct fold.
All right, Howard at risk here. All the queens being folded.
Yeah, remember that pre-flop action?
Oh yeah, sorry. Queen jack.
Everyone and their mother was holding a queen. So 9 of clubs on the turn does give Howard a little bit of more equity here, drawing to a straight.
Sheldon would have got there on the
Oh
turn.
my goodness,
Oh,
and
wow.
Howard finds it.
Yeah, that is true. Sheldon would have got there.
I have a little bit of bias there in that one. I gotta say, Howard is like, he's a father figure for a lot of us in this poker tournament, and a godfather. You know, he's like the godfather of this, and not in the negative way of any other than he's a well-respected face and player. He's had some incredible successes with online casinos as well in the past. I mean, he's got a phenomenal story. He's always up to go for dinner. Howard and I had an incredible dinner at Casabelling at Grand West during the Grand West series together. Just the two of us, one-on-one. You know, this man going with me who was having a couple of drinks already that day in, you know, and he was very happy to go and sit and chat. You know, he really is a special human being. And Howard, we're rooting for you in this one.
Yeah.
I have a little bit of bias towards you in this one, so I really hope you can bring it home for the boys. And we certainly want to see you have a deep run in this tournament.
Yeah, so well done, Howard, going runner to make it straight and crack Samuel's top pair, top kicker there. What an interesting hand, massive hand. Pre-flop action was just absolutely insane. And, you know, I think it ended with a bang there. Howard going runner. Couldn't have scripted it better myself, you know?
Funny enough, if all the hands stayed in there, a guy like Sugan would have obviously won the hand. A guy like Sheldon would have turned two pair. You know, Samuel Tebech is not getting away there from on the ace king. I mean, if all the hands were present on that turn, I tell you what, we would have seen some
And
excellent fireworks. I think,
Yep.
yeah. So this is why we love this game, eh? It's brutal. I mean, again here, you know, in the graphics, you're looking at king, queen, king, jack, queen, jack. Maybe the dealer needs to give it an extra shuffle there.
I was small blind before.
So Samuel finding the disciplined fold here. Sugan getting put into a similar situation again here with ace 10 offsuit in the small blind.
Yeah, you made me play the big blind.
Because remember I told you I was first to act. I can't play small blind again.
It's too late.
I must put small blind again.
Once you can, okay, but now there's nothing we can because there's already action.
Yeah, looks like let's clarify something with the dealer.
Yeah.
I don't have money to give you.
Yes,
That's looking done. So there's 10. 22,004. JP made it. 32K under the gun. Hendrik came along in middle.
I'll come collect my salary. Don't worry if you want me to continue doing the job.
Over to still on Sugi. Thinking, going through the motions. Right, Moaz 7-5. If I'm not mistaken, that was his favorite hand back in there.
You know, certainly seen him play some big parts of this hand, so it's going to be interesting to see here what he does. Flop comes out 10-7-4. A little piece of the action there for Moaz. Certainly going to have a look at it. And Sugan coming along here with ace 10, finding top pair, top kicker from the small blind position. Obviously leads. Pretty dry board. Moaz snap folding there. Did not expect that, I'll be brutally honest, but certainly wasn't feeling that hand, even though it was his favorite hand. He's certainly good enough to know when to fold it quickly enough. And over to Hendrik, who promptly puts his cards into the muck. Chris, now it's just you and I in the box here.
Okay, I don't mind.
We're not going to get freaky. We're not doing any dates up here.
Be smoke on the game. My leaving.
We gotta keep.
My hand was actually more than
If you guys could only see Chris right now, he is in absolute hysterics. It's the second time I got you it's the second time I got you in today, and I'm glad I can make you laugh, Chris, because you know we're putting grueling hours up here. We are commentating for 13 to 14 hours a day. It's a lot of work. People don't realize behind the scenes how much goes into this, especially considering it's our first night where everything seems to be running a lot better and smoother. So
Touch wood, yeah?
yeah, touch wood. You know, technical issues arise all over the place. Just a shout out to the likes of Johan Groeneveld on the Joanne Groeneveld on the stream coming from YouTube. Great commentary. We really appreciate the support. We appreciate the fact that you know there'll be a lot of viewers out there, Chris, that would be used to having Mark and Gary on here. Difficult to accept the change and to see new faces in their place, but we're going to do them justice as best as we can. We saw years and years of great commentary from them, and you know we certainly by no means think we're better than them or ever want to be. To Mark and Gary, thanks for years of service on this stream. I learned a lot from them, and I'm sure you did.
They really did set the benchmark for broadcasting and commentating within the poker industry.
Yeah.
And big shout out to them. Right, Stuggy gets out the way, over to Mr. Ghani. Queen 9 on the small blind. Definitely think Moaz will look at defending here. Which he does. Cat 9-5, 20,000 more to call. The ups to get out of the way. To the flop we go.
What's up, Simon? He was on my table. Yeah, he's firing, man.
Ace 7-4.
I was lucky. But I
Boaz
had
checks.
nothing to do. I mean, I was not going to fold that, even if he's there.
Queen of a turn. So Boaz finding second pair. Conrad picking up that gut shot. And 1 over. Deuce of hearts. Boaz will bet out for 28,000. Should get the job done.
Patiniana.
Right? So you had a good meal.
Yeah, we're the Chinese bit. Superb.
Oh, 28 hours. Maybe I'll go tomorrow night because I've been to 40 grills.
How was it?
Right, so Boaz scooping that one.
Going with a fatty side.
Yeah, that's
Shall we do it?
Yeah, so to the outer tables there, we can see
What do you like?
quite a few known faces on the league. One or two new faces as well. You must remember we're now down to the freeze-out section of this. Chris, how do you go about navigating a tournament from this stage with a 30 big blind stack, knowing that the blind levels are roughly 60 minutes? Or, sorry, there are 60 minutes. You know, what is your strategy here? Do you play a little bit more aggressively with a 30 big blind stack, or what? How would you normally navigate this?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll be opening a lot wider with imposition, of course. 3-betting, mixing of 3-bets with my off-student aces, some, my connectors, trying to find spots in order where I can get maximum value out of. I'm not trying to go broke. I'm just trying to pick great spots in order to get some more chips. Because at the end, chip EV is a big thing, yeah. And you want to take as much as you can and run as deep as you can to the final table. So slight adjustments. We're going to be 3-betting, kind of 3-betting a little bit wider, in my opinion. 3-betting a little bit wider. Looking for thin value as much as possible. Utilizing the overbet as much as you can now. Be it if you are, overbetting the river, for example, to get the maximum on your hand, or utilizing the overbet bluff. So yeah, it's an interesting one to kind of navigate on the side, but yeah, that's how I would go about it.
Yeah, so we just crossing back to action here. We've seen Howard raising and Samuel 3-betting all in. I'm pretty sure Howard here with his experience was just know to let this go and not get freaky or too involved in it. Been a fairly entertaining feature table so far. 1 or 2 players getting more active than others, as would happen. We spoke about it earlier on, your VPIP, and for those that don't understand that, that's voluntarily put in pot. That's a percentage that's calculated on the amount of times that you voluntarily putting chips into a pot, whether it be through a raise or through a call, but not considering or taking into account the blinds. Chris, what do you read into a statistic like that when you see a player with a high VPIP versus a low VPIP? I mean, it's a pretty obvious question to us, but to the viewers out there, can you explain and elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, so I mean, if we're looking at a player that has a VPIP of 50%, in essence, he's playing 50% of hands. So he's very active in regards, trying to fight for every pot. Where on the opposite end, someone that is only playing, let's say, 15, 20% of hands, again, is only playing 20% of the hands that are dealt across the board, and being very selective on when and where they would be playing.
Yeah, brilliant. It's the perfect way to describe it. Put it in, they say, layman's terms. You've done it well. Thank you for that. More energy, more footwork.
Day 3, and you can see we've just about lost it already. But stop it. All right, back to actually Howard exit 52k under the gun. Sheldon cold calls the 52k with the Jack 9. He really loves that Jack 9, huh? And Boaz, deuces on the cutoff.
pretty sure this is a mistake here from Howard. And I do apologize to the viewers if I am making the incorrect judgment here, but I can't imagine that he would have raised to 52,000 under the gun willingly. Looking and judging by a smile on his face, I think it is safe to say that he realizes his mistake he made, as one does, after hours of grinding a day, especially for a man of Howard's caliber. You can also, get into a spot where, you're a little bit tired, maybe made a little mistake, but interestingly enough, flops top pair here. Sheldon Grove with his aggressive style of calling so far. If we
I
can
think
call it
Sheldon's just going to send this guy. Yep, Sheldon just sends a lot.
Snap sent it in.
Howard
Howard's got a
calls.
decision now.
I'm pretty sure Howard's going to make the call,
Yeah,
which he has.
Howard's called. Good luck to both gentlemen. We've enjoyed commenting on both of you in this tournament. And,
Right, two to come. Let's see. Sheldon needs to find it yet. 7 hearts on the turn. No help as of yet. 1 to come.
Well done, Howard.
Bang. Howard finds another queen. GG, Sheldon.
You got him covered.
762,000 chips in that pot. So yeah, we're going to get a lot of players going to be coming over the milli mark soon, and it's a nice little feeling though. I've got 1 million chips.
yeah, absolutely. Especially the blinds being 6-12 at the moment. Or sorry, might be mistaken there. I think it's 10-15. Yeah, so 10-15. It starts to get into that range now. Like you say, when you hit that million mark, it's exciting. Because if you're sitting on 1.5 million, sure, you are crushing the 100 big blind mark. No worries in the world. You're just carrying on with what you do best. But the million mark it's a nice navigating stack at this stage. A little bit higher than the 30 bigs. Yeah, and I think you alluded it during your previous answer, and I think you 100% were correct in what you said. Do you open up the horses and let them bolt with a stack of 70 big blinds plus here? Like, do you go and be super aggressive into it? And yeah.
Okay, we've got a perfect example of that, which I can utilize here. Look at Sheldon. Sheldon had 1.126 million. Right, hyper aggressive. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out for him, and he's now on the rail. So yes, you can, but be very selective on where you're doing it, how you're doing it, where you're doing it from.
I guess. Sorry, yeah, carry on.
No, I was saying, and then again, sizing. It comes down to sizing. When we spoke about bet sizing, at this level we're at now, at 10, 15, 15, you don't have to make it 3x. You don't have to make it 4x. You can make it 2.5x, 2.2x, right? And you're going to get the same thing. You're going to get the same result.
Yeah, and in GTO terms, our little GTO wizard isn't here, but I can pick up on what he said earlier on, is that, the right thing. I know it sounds, we've spoken about how it's opinion, but the right thing to do based on GTO is to 100% do that, where it's a min click or you make it 2.2 big blinds. That's what you want to see yourself getting into. You don't want to see yourself getting to this position like we saw earlier on, where there was a raise to 45,000, which was a quarter of Hendrix stack, and then somebody maybe just comes over the top, and then you're in the blender, as they would call it.
Yeah.
So yeah, you've just got to. I think Sheldon's only mistake in this tournament, and again, this is a matter of opinion, was when he navigated from a 1.2 million chip lead on this table, and he decided he's going to take an aggressive stance. He didn't really readjust when he got down to the 25 big blind level, which you need to take that into consideration, because every amount that you're losing, it does start doing damage. If you're giving up 2 or 3 big blinds every second or third hand, yeah, it can be pretty brutal.
Sorry to interrupt you there.
Yeah, crossing over to action, yeah.
Interesting hand. Yasugi opened up Mawaz 3-bet to 82,000. And it looks like Howard's just flattered out of the big. So
it's quite cool. We actually don't have the graphics here for the card. So let's see if we can figure this out. We're sweating with Howard here.
Queen, 9-7, 2 diamonds. Howard just flashed, and he opts to kind of donk lead this board by the looks of it. Mawaz, he's not going to give up things very lightly. He's going to be fighting for every pot. But the opposite, let this one go.
Hey, screen's good, right?
Howard picking up 172,000 for his efforts.
Mas,
So Nick, maybe we should take
Just behind.
the booth to the table and we can sit in the free roll with the guys and do a live little free roll sweat.
Oh, you have no idea how I'm frothing to be involved out there. The atmosphere is electric. The music is pumping. Mark Josephs is mercurial on the microphone, loving it, getting all the hype going. And he's not wrong. This is worth it. This is worth seeing. We are going to get a couple of camera shots as the evening goes through of this floor and how full and busy it is. It is a buzz, as they say.
100%, mate. It's only going to get busier. So, guys, if you want to come down and have a shot to win to try and win one of those 20 tickets available, or satellite seats available into the main, pull in. Spin it up. Jared Solomon's walking back into the room here.
Hello, Jared.
Hi, Jared. Hi, Jared. Bye,
Hey.
Jared.
Totally
Bye,
ignored
Jared.
us.
See, Jared's just completely in his own world there.
Yeah, he's in the zone. That guy's a proper pro. There's nothing that's going to unsettle his nerves.
Actually, I'm going to ask him if he wants to come have a chat with us.
Yeah, that would be nice to get him in this box, that's for sure. The man has some incredible insight on the game. Extremely successful. And he can definitely teach us one or two things.
Right, Samuel with Ace King again. Mawaz has opened under the gun +1 to 50,000.
Incredible amount of times that Samuel's got an ace king in the last couple, only really winning that one all-in when he had no real contenders, and then getting rather unlucky in the other hand against Howard, where Howard ran out a run around a straight. So a little bit of a bogus hand for him so far. I mean, it shouldn't change the way you look at the hand and the way you perceive the action to follow. But certainly, it'll be playing on his mind a little bit. He hasn't really had luck with it. You kind of want those calls in the spots where you're ahead, but you also don't want to lose them. I mean, it's stating the obvious, of course, but Ace King is a premium hand. It's a top 5 hand. It's some people do overplay it a little bit, but in the same breath, it deserves that respect. It certainly has a positive EV effect over the long run.
So yeah, Mawaz is just taking his time here. Very methodical. Same thing over and over again, giving away nothing. Looking across Samuel. But I don't think he's going to be putting this in here. I don't really think that Samuel will be squeezing much out of the big blind. Mawaz sends that one back into the muck.
Yeah, so composed. Man's got years of experience. Doesn't really change. It's like watching Nadal carrying on this theme of Andre Agassi sitting here next to me. It's like watching Nadal go out there, rub the ear twice, rub his hand through, jump up and down. It's truly remarkable. The man is methodical. And look who has joined the mix. Ahmed Karim himself, number 1 on the list of all time in the SA, I think. I stand to be corrected.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you are right up there, buddy. And also leading the Sun City or Race Sun City leaderboard with 900 points. There's about 300 points deficit between him and Clayton sitting in second.
It's just remarkable. Ahmed has really shone through in the last couple of years. He's always been there and he's always been in the mix. But 2 years ago, he went to Vegas and he absolutely ripped the head off it. And he did extremely well, which obviously added incredible value to his Hendon Mob rankings. I'm just looking here at the Hendon Mob rankings. If you'll bear with me.
Oh, come on, it's not an important one. It's not important, that one.
Found it there, Nick.
Ahmed,
Let me see if I can bring it up here quickly
no,
for you.
no, action is on
There we go. We got him.
We got him.
Ahmed, roughly,
We got him.
1.180.
this chip count is 1.1.
Interesting positioning here with Sugi to Ahmed. Right, oh sorry, left, and then Moaz to his immediate left. Things could get super spicy. Oh wow, Jed's also joined us. Things have really turned up right now.
That's terrible, man.
Hoping to have a chat with Jed. Nick, quick rundown about Jed. For the people who don't know who he is, do you want to just give us a bit of a brief rundown?
Yeah. So interesting character, certainly. Part of the PokerBet team. Watching him have dinner early on with Darren Kramer, him and Darren are very close. Lead guitarist, as far as I understand it, of I can't say the word, but Francois van Koch's band. So yeah, certainly a character, a welcome addition to the poker community. He's going from strength to strength, really making a name for himself. Goes online by the name of Jed K. A phenomenal player, and we really appreciate having him involved in the mix nowadays as much as he is. He's obviously done so well through his band and his exploits there that he can afford to have the time to have an early retirement.
Yeah, 100%, man. Yeah, Jed is an absolute solid oak. As you said, great player in his own right. Also a gent, huh? Right, looks like Army opened up. Oh, yeah, 3 by the looks of it. Sorry, our graphics are a bit behind there, but they'll be back shortly. And scooped it.
Maybe you won't see me, man.
Cover his chairs and stuff.
So, just a correction there. Ahmed's third on the all-time South African list. So my humblest apologies to the likes of Jared Solomon and Raymond Rami. Obviously, Raymond having the most incredible run into a WSOP main event that any South African has ever had, and large reason for his standings on top there. By no means taking away from the man's ability to play poker. He is phenomenal, and he's an absolute legend of the game. Certainly a Hall of Famer for all of us poker players in South Africa. And Jared Solomon obviously just being Jared Solomon, rock solid pro that's been around for a very long time. Jared winning the PLO 5 with MJ event yesterday, and we had a cool interview afterwards. The man is as fresh and young as a 21-year-old, got a family and kids already. I don't know how he does it, but he's brilliant to watch. But yeah, getting back to Ahmed. Ahmed's one of our good mates, and he's certainly gone from strength to strength. And some action over here with Samuel Tebeche finding yet another combination of an ace, but this time with 2 of them. Chris, take us to action here.
You just got to walk.
He just got to walk. That is so brutal.
Opens button and Ahmed folds, Sugi folds. Thanks for coming, guys.
This man needs to just give up on playing with any combination of an ace right now. Seriously, he needs to give it up. Just give it up.
Yeah, he's having the roughest time ever, but I'm sure it will come around and he'll get bits sorted. But again, it's picked up chips, mate, and that's the name of the game. You're not going to win the thing overnight. It's a grind. It's a 3-day grind, and yeah, every bit helps. The room is absolutely rammed.
Nah, I mean this is just sick to see. Chris, just take a moment, stand up here with me. I see Jed has picked up Ace King, but we'll get back to
Are
that.
you sure you want me to stand up, Paul? You know my history with this railing.
Just hold on
I
to
tend
the
to fall
railing,
over.
please. But I mean, what do you just explain to the viewers right now what you've seen? You know, this awesome atmosphere. The players are absolutely loving it. The music is going. Just try and give them a bit of a feel to the vibe that's going on here.
Well, you know, there's two vibes. I like to think of it, right? We've got the Mega Millions where it's super intense, big money online, pros, regs going at it, focused 100%. And then we got the other side of the spectrum, which was the satellites for the 20 main event seats. And yeah, the guys are having a lot of fun, laughing, a couple of drinks are flowing. It's just, the energy is just immaculate. It's
On that note,
sending it through.
can you see Gareth Khalil anywhere? Is he still standing?
No, not yet. I mean, he might probably sitting somewhere. Standings are.
A tough call for him there. So yeah, just crossing back to the action here. Under the gun from Jed with Ace King. Pretty much looks like he's gonna get a walk here.
Olive got a button.
action to go.
When he picks up King Deuce, he's going to send that into the muck. Sugi. And over to Mr. Ghani, Queen Deuce. Easy done. Nicely done, Jed. Easy game.
Did you see that little wrist action he had there when folding the card? You know, that looks like a little bit of a strumming action there. You know, so it's certainly one man that knows how to do that well. And as you can see, there 5 minutes to the break, 47 players left, average stack of 46 bigs, and 695,000 in chips. Chris, we're in for a good one. I think
100%, mate.
you and I and Jamie are going to be here for a very long time tonight, just judging by the crowd, the vibe, and just purely the field of players that came in. Now, it hasn't obviously changed. We've lost one or two, but the simple fact of the matter is, what an incredible field of players we had today. I mean, it was the big names, other than sadly myself, you know, big name, not pertaining to my poker ability, but just the big character in the poker community.
Okay.
Physically, emotionally.
I'm going to be emotionally scarred after this, Paul.
Yeah, you know.
But yes, I know exactly what you're saying. But, you know, even if you're not at the table, you still bring the energy, the same energy and excitement that you would if you were. So I think, you know, there's a lot of people that are grateful to see you, and others are even more grateful that you're not playing.
Oh, thanks, Chris. I appreciate it. And then I hope it's for the right reasons, that they don't want me out there playing and not for the wrong reasons.
Alrighty, so Hedrick has raised it to 40k, undergun +1. Ahmed, ace 3 off. Sugi 9-4. Over to more eyes. 5-3. With Jed in the big blind, 25,000 call, and he comes along.
Hit the button.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Hello? You can keep them here. Yeah. Action, you let it corta, no?
Nice shot of the other table there.
1-1-25.
As you can see, the room is filling up very nicely, almost at capacity. So if you guys want to come have a spin, try and win one of those 20 seats into the into the main event, by all means, come say hi. All right, action's going to be on Hendrik under the gun. Gets away from it. All right, over to Samuel.
Race. 40,000.
Yes, Samuel. Yes, Samuel. We don't have an ace, a combination of an ace this time. We can play.
And he's opening up there. 40,000 knight of spades in the middle position. Over to Sugi. Ace Jack suited. I think we're taking a trip to 3-bet city over here.
Oh, look at Chris coming up with those nice analogies. Doo-doo.
Bang, bang. In the words of Wesley Wessels. Bang, bang. Bang, bang.
95.
Bang, bang.
95.
Totti. We miss you at home, Totti. If you're listening anywhere out there, we do miss our boys from home.
I'll obviously forget about his brother, Uncle Evan. We miss you too, Evan. We miss you too. Right, so 3-bet city has the destination. 95,000 is the bet. Get out the way. Queen for Gat. How is he going to play this? 1 million chips. Please don't rip. He's just called. Let's see the flop. 8 deuce deuce. Check, Cat, check. What do you think, Nick? Do you balance your mix between checks and bets?
I don't know. I'd probably go for a value bet here, see where I stand. Again, if Sugi really wants to come along and get funky with it, if we can call it that, which Kat has done here, he's put a little bit of pressure onto Sugi, checking that, make sure he understands that he's not going to give it to him cheaply. Me personally, I like this play here. You get to find out where you stand. I probably wouldn't size it at 100,000. I would have probably gone it to about 75. Still get the same response. Gert playing that well enough, and yeah, no risk to stack, no danger.
Nothing at all.
So as you can see there, players have gone on to a break. They are, I'm sure, these regular breaks are well needed, and certainly for them, happy for them to go on a break. Happy for us to go on a break. Chris, we'll see you and the viewers back here shortly. I'll be joined by Jamie McCarthy in the box when we get back. We'll see you later. Cheers for now.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that 30-minute break, we are back here on the feature table. Upper level, blinds are 10,000, 20,000, 20,000 for the big blind ante. So, looks like action folds around to Mac. He folds. Adam opens up here with 9-7 suited on the dealer button. And looks like an easy raise and take here for Adam. Players still making their way back to the table after the break. Harold Brooks just sat down. Sitting on a really big stack here for Harold, 1.5 million in chips. So off to the next hand we go. Jack 3 for Harold. He lets that one go. Folds around to Nico. Jack deuce of hearts. He folds. Mac in the hijack. King 10 off suit. Looks like Mac put in some raising chips there. Yep, raises up to 60,000. Adam folds. And off to Jared, waking up with the premium of all premiums in the big blind. Pocket aces. He's going to slow play this one, puts in the call. All right, so off to the flop we go. 9-5-4, 2 diamonds. Jared is holding the ace of diamonds. Checks it over to Mac, who has 2 overcards, and he's going to continuation bet on this board. Looks like he put in 75,000. It's about a pot size bet. Apologies, it was a half pot bet. The graphics lagged a little bit there. And Jared puts in the cold call with the aces. 5 of clubs on the turn pairs the board, and Jared gets the check mark here. His aces will be good. So Jared checks again, playing these aces very sneakily. Mac once again with his overcards, leads out here. Jared ships for a little bit more than 150,000, which Mac put in. So 54,000 here for Mac to call. He's got 2 overcards. This board does quite favor the big blind range of Jared, so I don't think he's going to get any extra value here other than the chips that are already across the line. Mac going to put a lot of time banks in. Need some extra time to break this hand down. It's a paired board. There's a flush draw available. So let's see what he can make of it. He's getting very good odds here. 54,000 to call to win a pot of 700,000. So let's see what he does. Mac is definitely in the tank here, it seems. out the calling chips. Mac makes the call, sees the bad news. Can't really blame Mac there for making the call with such the odds that he was getting. He only had to be right about 1 in every 14 times, I believe, in order for that to be a break-even call from a pot odds perspective. So if Jared was bluffing, you know, which he's very capable of doing, that is a necessary call for Mac to make. Explicitly in terms of pot odds and yeah. So Jared going to take a nice big pot down, almost finding a full double up by slow playing his aces out of the big blind there. As you can see, we have an absolutely packed room here in the front side of the room that you're seeing. That is the Mega Main Event Satellite, 20 seats guaranteed. We've got 8 full tables already, so 80 players are battling it out for these 20 guaranteed seats. And at the back of the room there was the remaining 4 tables, I believe, of the Mega Million. So action here, folds over to a Nant on the featured table again for the 3rd time this series. Queen 10 in the cutoff. Big stack here for Nant, 1.4 million chips. Being the aggressive player that he is, he's going to raise this one up from the cutoff. Action folds to Harold Brooks in the big blind. More than capable of defending this one and playing this out of position. All right, so 2 ways to a flop. 120,000 in the middle. Both players sitting with relatively large stacks here. 10 for Nant. 6 of spades on the turn here. Harold checks it over. Anand checks back. 5 of spades on the river. Anand gets a check mark. His pair of 10s is good. He's going to put in a little thin value bet here. Go, taps the table, and Anand's going to take this pot down.
Jamie, thanks there for taking the people through the hands. You know,
Yep.
you've been a great addition to this team, and we look forward to watching you grow into the role. Certainly think you're going to get the call up again. So, and I'm sure the viewers need to just understand they've got to get used to your style, little GTO wizard over here. For those of you who don't know, Jamie is this incredibly good-looking Greek guy that has a 00 to start his ID. He's about 5'7". Am I correct in saying 5'6"?
Yeah, 5'6", I think.
5'6". There we go. You know, so he's this pocket rocket. He is the Cheslin Colby of the commentary box. He's none other than Jamie McCarthy.
Thanks, Nick. You're too kind.
So tell me something. How's it been? How's the experience been? What is it like experiencing this?
Let me give you a little breakdown of what's happening on this feature table here. Jared woke up with aces on his big blind. He slow played it and he got a full double up. And just 2 hands later, is waking up with kings in position. Like I say, it's almost unfair, you know, to have pocket kings on the dealer button right after a double up, right after picking up aces. But yeah, Jared looking to make the maximum here, raises it up against Stephen Courtney's big blind, who puts in the call, and off to a flop we go.
Oh,
and now
this
is trouble. Yeah,
trouble for Stephen Courtney here.
Yeah, so Stephen connects here with his king. He's got the backdoor straight draw, so he's definitely going to be floating along, seeing a turn. But yeah, top set for Jared, and I think he's gonna maybe get the maximum again here. A little bit of hesitation there as he puts reaches for 75,000
Very
chips
interesting move.
and puts in 25. So maybe he's playing at Stephen Courtney's emotions here a little bit.
Stephen Courtney clicks it straight back to 75. I mean,
So maybe
this
that
is
works,
just
eh? Yeah, this is top-notch
you
poker
said
here.
it. This is just unfair.
Yeah.
Jared obviously just flat calling it. No risk to him at this point. The ace won't scare him. Might slow Steve Courtney down. Unfortunately for Jared's hand here, the ace is not a great turn card.
Yeah, well, it does give Stephen a little bit more equity here with these gut shot straight draw. But like you say, Stephen probably not loving the fact that his overpair is now beaten by any ace, which Jared from the button is opening absolutely any ace that he can, all the way down to ace deuce offsuit. So Stephen's going to check this ace over to Jared, who puts in a 60,000 chip bet. It's about a quarter pot. And Stephen going to find the call here. Off to a river we go. A 10 and only a 10 is going to save Stephen Courtney, and it is in fact the opposite. He hits his second pair here, and Stephen's going to find himself in a world of trouble after this check.
Depending on Jared's sizing here, if Jared goes for a big bet, I mean, Jared's literally going to value town here.
Yeah.
I don't think Stephen can fold. If Jared makes it a little bit bigger there, sure, there's a couple of combinations. Obviously, Stephen going into the tank here because it's not an easy decision. There's a 4-card straight out on the board. His hand seemingly for him went from strong to weak to strong again. There is a brutal decision to be made here. Making this call for Stephen here does quite a bit of damage to his stack. It's not an easy decision. Now you can see he's counting it out there, just trying to get the figures, run through. Stephen's a very calculated player, and he's going to run through all the equity spots here, give himself the best chance of making this call, I guess, under the right odds. Just a tough spot. I mean,
on the flip side, though, being in the big blind, Stephen does have a lot of 10s in his range, and he could potentially be thinking of bluffing here. Facial expression, he's shaking his head. I don't think he's really thinking about the bluff, but certainly is a move that he could make, and that would be quite sick and put Jared in a spot. But yeah, Stephen is looking to call or fold here, I think.
And he's sensibly folded. I think he looked at the dealer as if... I know, okay, I see the angling now, but basically even just asking Jared the question there, are you beating 2-pair, I think. We unfortunately in the commentary box, so that we could deliver the best picture to our viewers out there, had to cut away our audio to the main table. So we are missing out on a little bit of the fun banter around the table, and certainly the question would have been asked there, were you beating 2-pair? Jared Solomon being the professional, I think, also in the mindset of Chris, wouldn't give too much away without him paying. He is an incredible, he's a gentleman, so he might just willingly spread that information to Stephen. Stephen there rubbing his face as if Jared has given him an answer that has put him in doubt to whether he should have folded his 2-pair or not. And knowing Jared, he is definitely, being the professional he is, getting mind games going. Stephen's still hunting for information there. And I think Jared has blessed him with an answer. Just judging on body language, you know me, I'm a body language player. I like to read people's body language. I think Jared blessed Stephen Courtney there with an answer. And judging by Nico Vickers' response, he probably said to Stephen, good fold there, chap, good fold there. We can only do our own lip sync battle here. Or what is that very popular site, Bad Lip Reading or Bad Lip Sync or
Oh
something
yeah,
like that.
yeah.
Man, that is too good. I guess we can play a little bit of that with the audience tonight, and you know what? I'm going to encourage some commentary here. Comment and like the page on YouTube. Subscribe to it if you want to follow the live feed. Give us a little bit of insight. We can't hear what the players are saying around the table. Obviously, to bring the viewers a better picture and sound, so there's no echoing, and we appreciate the technical team considering our viewers over us.
Yeah.
As much as it's a little bit brutal, but it is. At the end of the day, the viewers want to hear the players around the table.
Yeah.
They're the stars of the show. They're the actors around here, and you've got to give them the credit where their credit is due. And kudos to our back of house staff for doing what they need to do to make it possible. Over to you for the action here, Jamie.
Yeah, so Anand opening here with ace-8 suited of the spades variety. Folds around to Nico in the big blind, who defended his big blind with king-8 offsuit. Flop comes down, king-queen, 6-2 spades. Nico makes top pair. Checks it over to Anand, who bets 30,000, quarter pot. Nico finds an easy call here. Seven of clubs on the turn is a interesting card for both players. Might slow both of them down a little bit. Nico doesn't know this, but it is his saving grace in a way, I would say. Unless Anand opts to rep this flush. So Anand bets a third pot here.
Value is part of the big appeal.
10 seconds.
Anand is a very aggressive player. He's definitely going to try find these bluffs where he can. As you can see, he did bet now 1/3 pot. Nico is an unbeliever here. 3 of hearts on the river, blank as it gets. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, we've had the pleasure of commenting on Nico Vickers' play for a couple of hours over the last couple of days, making a nice deep run there into the Welcome to Pretoria. And we see him making a fairly deep run here. If I look back here, there looks like there's 37 players left. That is obviously half an hour ahead of the time that the viewers are seeing this. Interestingly enough, Anand's making a bit of a move here.
Yeah, representing this flush, putting in about, I think it was 115,000, 110,000 bet. And Nico in quite a spot here with top pair, the front door flush draw gets there on the turn, and Anand bet the turn, he bet the river. Let's see if Nico is a non-believer or not.
Never heard that before. A front door flush draw.
Yeah,
it's quite a handful to get out.
Yeah.
I've always known it as being a backdoor flush draw, but
Yeah, well, backdoor flush draw is when it goes runner flush, and the front door flush draw is when there's two, like in this instance, 2 clubs on the flop, and then the last club comes on the turn of the river.
You learn something new every day. Nico Vickers here has made the call, Anand disgracefully turning his hand over. I think he's a little bit shocked. He couldn't believe that the call was made, and Nico explaining to him why he made the call, looking grumpy. Nico, you don't need to look so grumpy. You can be happy. You have picked up an extra 250k in chips. That certainly adds a lot of value to a 320k stack. That's for sure.
I think that call there really shows Nico's respect for Anand as a player, as an aggressive player who's capable of finding these bluffs on that river. So, yeah, good call and a good bluff as well.
Now, Anand, has done well. He came to this table second in chips to Harold Brooks. Obviously had a really good run, really decent, turn of events in the field, which is huge. You need to have a bit of a luck of the run of the draw, and you know, just looking back there, what an incredible field it's been. The representation of the mix of business people and pros has been phenomenal. Um, we're getting some screaming and shouting there
Yeah.
from what seems to be the satellite players in the background. Obviously, all having fun, all obviously being immersed in what seems to be a jam-packed room here tonight. It's just marvelous to see. Me as a community fighting-based player, you know, wanting to see the best for the poker community in South Africa. This is it. You
Yep.
know, this is. I mean, Jamie, just turn around, stand
Absolutely.
up, just stand up. We've been
Yeah.
given this
Let's
privilege
have a
to
look.
do
Yeah.
this. Just have a look, feel the vibe, explain to the viewers what you're seeing out there. I mean, just
I
raw
mean,
as it
yeah.
is, what do you see?
There has to be, 150 players here, and that's just in its own an amazing feat. Um, can't help myself but turn around and look at the stream. We'll get to the commentary now, but yeah, just an absolutely electric room. It's buzzing. A lot of pros out on the field. Massive satellite going. More than 80 players showed up for the satellite. Still running a couple tables for the Mega Million. And yeah, no, it's just great vibes all around, and super happy to be here. All right, so turning around, looking back at my laptop, I see Anant opening up here with Jack 9 suited.
So the
Under the
action
gun
went
+1.
here. Anant raised with Jack 9 as he does. Stephen Courtney 3-bet and Anant called.
Okay.
So we'll see some action here into this part.
Yeah, potentially a big pot brewing. Action goes check call. Eight of spades on the turn, gives Anant the check mark. And once again, Stephen Courtney finding himself in just a pretty gross spot here with pocket tens, holding the 10 of spades. Let's see how he navigates this turn.
I mean, his only saving grace here can really be the ace that's present on the board, and Nant continuing. Nant led out, even 3-bet, and Nant called, bringing a lot of aces into his range here. You know, also Anant being Anant. You know, Stephen has to be aware of the fact that spades is certainly in his range. So Stephen, I don't think, touch wood, but I don't think we'll make any more action into this pot. I mean, the only reason why I can really think he's tanking here is because he's got the 10 of spades in his hand. And he's trying to think if another spade peels off on the river that maybe there's a chance that he could be ahead. I hope for his sake that he realizes what his stand is in this hand.
Yeah, so I think it's also quite interesting, the table dynamic here, given that Anand did just bluff off with ace high, repping a flush in the last hand. Stephen does make the correct laydown here, and Anand's going to take a pretty good sized pot down, adding to his ever-growing mountain of chips here.
Yeah, a little bit brutal here for Steven. You know, he came into this hand or into this table sitting with, I'd say, an above average stack. You know, if I look at the top two stacks, he's probably sitting fourth. And, he's just withered chips away. Unfortunately, he spots it very unlucky. I mean, not much else he can really do there. The King-Jack hand versus Solly's Kings, like, it's brutal, man. But you know, he's a very disciplined player. I'm sure he'll navigate this table the best way he can. He's obviously going to have to tighten up his ranges a little bit here because he doesn't have the float that he did behind him. And it'll be interesting to see how he goes forward navigating this table.
Yep. So 7-6 here for Anand. He lets that go. King 8 off for Eben. Sends it to the muck. Nothing there for Jared. Ace 5 off for Harold in the hijack. Potentially thinking about raising here.
Raise 50,000.
There we go, makes it 50k. Steven folds. Action on Nico here with pocket tens on the dealer button. So let's see what he does.
Now, knowing these two players extremely well, I'm pretty sure we're going to see a 3-bet from Niku here, who
Nope.
flat calls the tens. Wow, straight
Yeah.
off the bat, I get it wrong. Niku keeping a nice variation to his game, clearly. So Niku, well done to that. Mac here with ace 10, certainly worth a call from this position now that he's seen
This is,
Niku calling.
in my opinion, the perfect spot for him to find a squeeze and get all of his chips in. A raise and a flat call from the button. He's only got 10 big blinds left. Ace 10 is one of the best hands that he's going to be able to do this with. And playing from the small blind, I think it's a very good squeeze to make. So let's see if he can find it.
Well, he landed up folding, so I guess both of us are wrong again. Oh well. So the GTO wizard also sometimes can't get it right.
No. In my opinion, Ace 10 is a mandatory squeeze there with 10 big
Yeah,
blinds. It's scary,
I
but
agree.
you have to do it. And
I agree.
I think you'll find that a lot of players struggle to find that squeeze there with Ace 10. But it is the right move. If he did make it, he would have ran into tens and been dominated and probably would have gone out. But in my opinion, I think the correct move there is to find that squeeze.
Well, Jamie, you certainly found your voice here in the box, holding strong to your opinion, and I
Yeah.
like it. It's good. You're decisive about it. I really enjoy that. Nick
Yeah.
Vickers here, as everyone can see by the graphic, is still 62% favored, but he lands up folding. Obviously, with the pre-flop action from Harold, he doesn't really get any more information out of that hand. And, again, this for me is where in his spots, I think it's quite crucial that he had to raise there to see where he stands. I was 99% sure that if he was going to raise, that Harold would have called, because I know Harold's style of play. He likes to play an aggressive style of poker, and hence why he came to this table with a massive stack. I mean, he came in with an extra 100,000 chips over a nunt, and then after a nunt, the next biggest stack was 594. So that's almost 3 times the amount that they had. And, just unbelievable to see this field navigating things maybe a little bit differently than what you and I would have had, but certainly by no means a problem, if we can call it that. These guys are just at the top of their game. They are phenomenal in what they do, and it's electric to see. And I see we've been joined up here by it looks like a media team. Mark showing them around. Hello, everyone. Welcome on stage.
Hi. All right, so we actually have some action happening here. Nico with pocket aces in the cutoff.
Raise 45. 45.
So Niku doing the right thing here, raising the cutoff with aces. Pretty standard play.
Yep.
I think everyone in their right mind knows exactly what's happening there. Adam Wolf letting 76 go, and Anand Kumar making the call for 25k to the flop with 10-9 off.
And a nunt might, okay, he hits a king. It's actually, he hits a 10, it's bottom pair on this board. Let's see how Anand navigates this. 120,000 in the pot, Anand checks it over to the pre-flop aggressor, being Nico.
Some sort of comfort here, I guess, for Nico having the ace of clubs in his hand. Certainly, I don't think he's too worried about the texture of this flop at this point. He's going to do a standard c-bet. I can only assume that Anand's going to fold here, but Anand's been known to do crazier things.
Yeah,
so there you go.
This flop definitely connects with Nico's range very well as the pre-flop aggressor, and I think Anand is respectful enough to realize that, and he folds his 10 here. Nico taking down a little pot with his aces, but a pot won is better than a pot lost, Nick?
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. You are 1,000,000% correct.
Jacobus there in the center of the screen getting a massage. He finished quite strongly in the Welcome to Pretoria event, coming, I think, 3rd or 4th. So Jack 10 off for Jared here. He's going to let that go. King 4 suited for Harold. Folds.
20.
Action over to Stephen Courtney, quite short with 12 big blinds. He's got A7 suited, under the gun +2. Thinking about it.
All in.
So yeah, Stephen puts in the lot.
255.
12 big blinds. I think he can definitely try deal with this
255.
hand. Folds round to Mac Ace 5 off. Adam with
Let's do it.
nines here with quite a decision. Covering Stephen Courtney. He is ahead currently. And I think he can maybe find the isolation here. Yeah, Adam lets that go. And Nant cutting out some calling chips, checking what his stack might be. And he's got sixes here on the small blind. Thinks it's a little bit too much, he lets it go. Jack 8 for Eben, and Steven's going to get this one through. He's going to take these blinds down. Shows the ace. So well done, Steven. Jeepers, Nick. You're on camera, you know? Yeah, of course.
I know he's going with ace high card. That's not calling it.
We are joined here live at Times Square by what seems to be a social media frenzy of people. It is amazing. Hello, welcome. Welcome to Times Square. It is an action-packed night here. Hello, how you doing? Welcome. I do. For here, yes, if you want to. This is for commentating. So you guys are speaking live to me right now, and the viewers can hear us.
So Nick having a chat with some lovely ladies sitting on the table right behind the commentary booth.
Hey,
Having a lot
you're
of
gonna
fun
get
here.
me into trouble with my wife here. What's wrong with you?
Strictly
No.
professional.
Strictly professional, exactly. I got asked if I'm a DJ, which I couldn't lie. I had to tell them yes, but I think they meant in a different term. I ain't going to be spinning no decks tonight. All I'm going to be doing is commentating and presenting and bringing the best possible action we can to the viewers out there for poker. And Anant, obviously being active at this table, he loves it. He loves being part of the action at all times. And I'm looking over here at OMG Egg Sheeran. Yeah, so say, show me. Yeah, Chris is now getting out onto the floor. Gonna go do some on floor next to the table interviews with certain people, and yeah, this is what it's about.
Oh,
You know,
good
this
luck,
is what we
Chris, yeah.
see. Nicole Middleton there in the field. Me tagging her the free roll queen. She loves this. You know, she wants to get involved, always trying to spin it up, and she really maximizes the opportunities to enter tournaments. She's already won an entry into the bounty tournament for the series. You know, and yeah, she's just looking to go from strength to strength. She desperately wants to get into the mains, just like everybody else out here tonight. You know, 20 seats is nothing to shrug your shoulders at. It's
absolutely.
massive.
So Anand here, pocket kings in the cutoff. He's going to raise this one up. Action folds to Jared on the small blind. Looks like he has a bit of a decision to make here. Perhaps thinking of a 3-bet. Yeah, reaches for some raising chips. That looks like 80,000. $95 if you count his blinds. And Jared going to find himself in quite a bit of trouble here. running straight into a nun's pocket kings. We are unaware what Jared is 3-betting with from the small blind here, but yeah, let's see. And Nunt clicks it back, puts in the 4-bet, and Jared, quick fold. And Nunt shows the kings, get some respect, get some of his table image going.
As the viewers might remember from early on, these two have been going at it all day. I mean,
Yeah.
it
Yep.
started on the feature table right early on. It keeps on going. I mean, these two must be at each other's necks the whole day.
Yep.
But it's a cool battle to watch. You know, two of them very experienced players on the SunBet Poker Tour. Love having them on. Love the table banter. Wish we as commentators could hear what's going on, but I'm sure you as the viewers out there have an incredible insight. And yeah, lead us, guide us down the story. You know, if there's a comment that's made around the table, tell us. You know, jump on the YouTube comments there. We see them live. I will read them out. I'll give you guys shout outs. Shout out to Kumasin Naidu. Thanks, G. Babette Nietling. Lovely to be able to watch the streaming. And it is, you know, for us, it's a privilege. As much as we are up here working this event, covering it as best as we possibly can, you know, getting that raw action. I think the key word today has been raw. You know, this is what it is about. You know,
Yeah, absolutely.
there's a 25k buy-in. There's a free roll. There is what looks to be another free roll happening on this side. I'm not too sure if there's any monetary value involved. It looks more like it's an exploration of the game for these players around this table, but it has created such a buzz,
that's cool.
such an atmosphere, and it's just cool to see everyone coming down to Times Square to participate in the SunBet Poker Tour. It is electric in this room tonight. What would you expect out of a Friday? And yeah, getting back to the action,
Yeah, so Adam with jacks under the gun +2, he raises this one up. Anand makes the call with King Jack suited, and Stephen Courtney calls as well from his big blind with King 10 offsuit. 3 ways to a flop, 210,000 in the middle. 7 deuce queen, 2 diamonds.
Check of it.
And Adam's jacks are still good. Given that there's a queen high flop, let's see if he continues here.
80,000.
And he's going to lead this one out for 80,000. King 10 here for Steven. Nothing much. He's going to fold. Adam's going to take this one down. And add 7.5 big blinds to his stack. Nice little takedown there.
Small and big blind, please.
Oh, just absolutely loving being in the box with Jamie McCarthy. Jamie, you have been, like I said earlier on, a massive addition to this team. I'm sure the viewers out there can agree with me and jump in the comments again.
I hope so, yeah.
And you know, give the man support. You know, as a 23-year-old coming out here doing your thing, you know, often helping Chris and I, like, do old folk in an old age home, and you're the nurse looking after us.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm just trying my best here, Nick.
And you're doing a damn good job of it, so keep it up.
You're too kind. Thank you.
20.
All right, off to the next hand we go. Action on Mac. He folds.
20.
Adam folds. Action on a 9, 6-3 off. He's going to let that go. Nothing for Urban. He folds. Jack 5 off for Jared in the cutoff. No good. Same hand here. Jack 5 off for Harold. Also on the dealer button. And looks like we're going to see some blind on blind action. Stephen Courtney in the small blind. 10-9 off suit. And he folds this one. Nico gonna get a walk. Looks like he picked something up there. Ace 10.
Oh man, I'm loving this. I must be brutally honest to the viewers out there. My back is turned to the screen for a lot of the session. purely because of the vibe that's going on. I really, really
Small
miss
blind, please.
having this ability to play in this year.
Hello.
Not that I'm regretting my decision at all.
Thank
It has
you.
been such an experience. You know, when I got the call up, there's no hesitation. It's like getting a phone call from Rassie Rasmussen. You want to be a Springbok. I had to take up the opportunity to get out there,
Just can't say
pass a
no.
couple of words
Yeah.
of wisdom around, have a jaw with my mates, and what an experience it's been so far. So thank you to SunBet Poker Tour, but thank you big time to MJPT for making this happen. It's wonderful to see. It's a cool initiative, and over to Anantia with Ace Queen under the gun +1. He's gonna do his standard raise. Yibin just letting go of 9-8 of diamonds. Some players in that spot would consider playing it. Yibin just too cool, calm, and collected, and he doesn't want to get involved at this point.
40 more to call, up to 50.
King 5 here for Nico. He's going to let that one go.
50.
And up to Mac here to see if he's going to defend his big blind. 10 deuce suited. 30,000 to call to win a pot of 130,000. 2 suited cards, pretty good pot odds. He's going to let this one go, and Anant is going to take down yet another pot. Looks like he's a little bit bleak there. Looks like he wanted a caller. Shows the ace queen, absolutely on form. Yeah, and he's going to pick up 50,000 chips here.
I'm not going to put it in with 8-9, but I'd rather have some.
There we have Shannon Elizabeth in frame.
Waiting for that time. At least
Seems to be doing quite well on her table in the satellite. Got some tall chip stacks. Good luck, Shannon. Hopefully you win a seat.
He's starting to become a seasoned professional.
A regular, yeah.
With satellites and a regular to the SunBet Poker Tour.
Yeah,
We
absolutely.
love having her here. She really does bring a ray of sunshine into this room every time she walks in. She is a incredible person. She's got an incredible campaign helping rhinos and rehabilitate rhinos. And
40,000.
we wish her and her husband all the best with that campaign. We really need it as South Africans, but as a world, you know, we wouldn't want to see the extinction of the beautiful creature that is a rhino.
Absolutely spot on, Nick. So, Jared here, waking up with pocket kings under the gun +2. He min raises it here. Folds around to Adam on the big blind, and he's going to make the call, defend with his ace high. Off to a flop we go. Jared with kings in position. Once again, another premium for Jared. 110,000 in the middle. Jack 5-6, 2 spades on the flop. Very, very safe flop here for kings. And I think we see Jared putting in a C-bet extremely frequently. Yep, 50k,
50,000.
just under half pot. And Adam's going to let this one go.
You had a knot? You had a knot? Very cross. Very cross.
Diggity dog.
Small blind.
Full quadrat, right? Quadrat.
So from that picture there, you can see the room is pumping. You know, great turnout for the satellite. As far as I can see there, looks like we got about 9 full tables. It's just remarkable. It's what we want for poker in South Africa. You know, we want people to be excited by this. It's just, yeah, love it. Love seeing it. It's not too late to come down. I think there was a 4-hour late reg period.
That's right.
I think
Sorry,
what
Nick, we have some action here. Ibn all in with 2 unknown cards. Our graphics are not currently with us, but Ibn just shipped all his chips across the line. So let's see what happens. Nothing. There for Nico. Mac on the button. Very short himself. 155,000 to his stack. He ships it over.
181.
And a Nant, if he wakes up with something big here, you know, we're potentially looking at a double knockout.
I played one bad hand, and You're in.
Unfortunately for him, he doesn't really get anything.
it's what?
So it looks like that is 2 picture cards. Queens, Jacks, or Kings. Can't really see from here.
50.
Looks like
That's
Queens
all.
or Jacks. I think it's Queens.
Hello.
We shall be confirming shortly when we
Yeah,
get
so
visuals
Mac,
on these cards.
Mac is the player at risk here. Eben covering him. Both players are the 2 shortest stacks at the table. Mac at risk. All right, so it looks like pocket sevens versus king queen suited.
Pocket sevens belonging to
Oh,
Mac
7
in the
on
window,
the
seen
window.
as 7.
Nice hand.
And that pretty much ends the run for Eben with the King Queen. Not out of the tournament, but certainly taking a big knock to his stack. Unlucky that Eben. I know King Queen is certainly my favorite hand. King Queen suited is my favorite hand in tournaments, so I was kind of half rooting for it. Nothing against Mac there, but you always like to see your favorite cards when they come out onto the deck,
Of course, yeah.
making an appearance and actually doing well for the player. But Max smashing a 7 in the window, and is murder she wrote after that.
Yeah. So Nick, do you have a favorite suit?
Yeah,
for your favorite hand?
certainly. King Queen of Hearts is where I envisage my hand
Yeah.
to be at its favorite.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
just looks so pretty. With a King and Queen of Hearts also
Beautiful.
representing love
Love.
and passion, you know. And as a lot of people know me, I'm a very lovable person and a passionate person,
Absolutely.
and certainly would love to see that in my hand. On many occasions, I've won a lot of pots with it. Not lost too many, hence why it is a favorite.
Oh, that's quite good. Yeah.
I've taken out aces a
40.
couple of times. You know, you like to go sniping.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jamie, what would you say is your favorite hand and why?
So my favorite hand.
Don't tell me
I guess
aces
I
because
have
that's
to give it
just
away.
bloody boring.
Well, that would be the GTO correct answer. But no, my favorite hand is Ace 4 of Hearts.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So going on the theme of hearts, are you a very loving person?
Yeah, I suppose I am. All right, so action. Jared opens here under the gun, folds around to Eben in the big blind, 10-7 off. He's going to fold this one, and Jared's going to take this one down.
You have life cards.
Looks like he shows his hand here.
Should lose both in a row. Should lose both.
Yeah, you know, Jared doing his thing here, you know, he's just navigating. Eben shoved with 7-10 and got called by, I'm assuming what was Jared's hand of Queen Jack.
For everyone.
And Eben finds 10 here. He's ahead, neither player holding a heart on this monotone board. Ace of diamonds on the turn.
Thank you, guys.
Completes the straight there for the Queen
And
Jack.
a jack on the river is going to seal the deal for Mr. Eben.
Unfortunately for Mr. Lottrin, he is out of the equation. Good run there. A little bit disappointing to see him not make a deeper run. We all love Eben. Eben is certainly we always refer to him as the big, gentle teddy bear on the circuit. He's always got a smile on his face, and certainly one to look out for in the future. We love him, and Eben, we wish you all the best. We wish you the best for the series ahead.
So Jared chipping up nicely now.
Please take the time back,
Did you
because I
take
don't have
this seat?
space.
Did you take this seat? This one. You have it then? Are you sure? Okay.
There you go.
Time bank also, yeah. Hello.
Bravo. Thank you.
AC Mark chatting away to some of our guests here, taking them behind the scenes. They visited us up on the stage.
Yeah, and again, you know, this is an initiative that MJPT employs into their legs around South Africa. They get social media teams involved. Very clever marketing, I guess. But it's also just cool for social media teams and media teams alike and advertising companies and just businesses to come back and see what happens behind the scenes, you know?
Yeah.
There's a lot of production that goes into this. There's hours of craft.
Oh.
There are something like, they said something ridiculous, like 4 kilometers of cabling that goes into this venue to pull
Wow.
this off. Me
Yeah.
personally, I think there's more just from my small experience that I've had with production. But
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely insane to see.
Wow.
Infrastructure is starting to get to that of an international standard, and is
Yeah.
certainly better than a lot of international tournaments I've seen around the world. So big ups to MJPT and SunBet Poker Tour for making this the best tour in South Africa at the moment. It is
Absolutely, without a doubt.
great.
So action here, we have Nico opening under the gun +1, 9-10 suited, very fun hand to play. Folds around to Harold in the big blind, who is going to let this one go.
Mr. Brooks, your big blind.
I desperately want to call that.
Of all the things to check the stream, what
What are they wanting against Steve?
you want to see when the guy is on the river?
I think so. Harold just called A7.
Hollywood Jack King. Not a hand really to play. Not with this stat.
2020.
There we have some new players learning how to play the game. They've got a hand strength sheet there. Obviously,
He's in a very tense state.
showing them, you know, from top pair all the way.
No worries. Now the systems think
And a
that's
very
my
cool
fault.
little training initiative here, trying to onboard a few new players. It's really cool.
Cool seizure. Looks like you're playing Omaha. Thank you very much.
20. 20.
Right, action on Nico here under the gun.
20.
Lets that one go. Folds around to Adam. Pocket sixes on the hijack.
50,000.
It's going to put in a standard raise, 50,000. And Anant looking quite interested here, eyeing out Adam's stack. He has 600,000. It's about 30 big blinds.
40 more.
He lets go of his hand and it's folding around to Harold.
40 more.
Yeah, boy, yes.
So Harold here, ace deuce. He's going to let this one go, and Stephen going to fold his big blind, king 9 offsuit.
10, 20. Stevie, you're 20.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Other Bennett.
Please have the black card. Thank you. Black card.
Yeah. Thank you.
20,000.
All right, getting back to the action here. And Max Davison joining the table. For those of you who didn't see yesterday, Max took down the Welcome to Pretoria like he did in Cape Town with the Welcome to Cape Town. And Max has had just the most unbelievable last couple of months. I mean, Chris, talk us through it. You know, yes, truly a lot of it is form, but to run so consistently good has to come down eventually to a lot of skill.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Max must study a lot. You know, he finds so many sick spots that not many people take advantage of, and I'm pretty sure he does put the time in.
I mean, that's an understatement. I mean, I'm looking at his results here. Obviously, winning the Welcome to Pretoria yesterday, taking down another one in Caledon in the high roller there, and then the big one, WSOPC main event, where he won literally a first prize of $218,000. I mean, what an incredible feat to pull off. His GPI points there skyrocketed by 415 chips, 415 points. It is just incredible to see. Looking at it here, the No Limit Hold'em WSOPC 2014 opener, fourth place. You're looking at a fourth place, a sixth place, a 12th place, a first place, a 19th place, a first place. I mean, that is nothing to laugh at.
60,000.
No, not at all. I mean, consistency. You know, that bankroll keeps ticking over and ticking over and ticking over and ticking over. Excuse me. And yeah, I mean, the proof is in the pudding, huh? You put the work in, it's going to pay off. Got a bit of a hand developing here. Next, sorry to interrupt. Yeah, so it's actually over. Don't worry.
Thank you.
All good. All good. Oh, Max, no, sorry. Max has actually opted to call with his gutty here.
Check of it.
Not finding another Barry.
Yeah,
While we're waiting. Sorry, while we're waiting, this room is absolutely chock-a-block.
Yeah, we'll
Basically,
touch
every
on it
table's
off
full.
this hand. And nothing really changed on the river there. Max is not going to, I don't think it's going to get too freaky here. Although I've seen him do weirder things in the past. He's also...
He has Betcha, 200,000, snap call, and Anand picks that one off.
Well, there you have it. We as commentators sometimes get it wrong. That's what happens when you try and predict the future. Not a good suggestion under any circumstance, but be that as it may. And going to the odds tables there, Chris, this image coming through live, just an incredible crowd that's come in, a team of media, social media frenzy people. This is the next generation. And what was it like being out there, going around interviewing, commenting, and taking in the atmosphere?
It was so sick. Proper sick. There is, as I said, such electricity in this room at the moment. Social media stars. I mean, the Mega Sat for the 20 seats and the Mega Millions running simultaneously. It's going off, mate. The weekend rush has started.
Good side.
Well spotted.
So yeah, all right. If anybody's still keen to come pop in here, to come have a look, by all means, come show face, come have a chat with us,
10 seconds.
and it'll be good to see you all. Right, so we're still going here on the feature table. And I've just picked up a tasty pot of Max, trying to turn his hand into a bluff.
80.
Over to Max.
Thank you. 80.
It looks like
80. Next
Mac
lines
has
up.
raised it up to 80,000 with kings.
1025.
Over to Lennon on the hijack, A6, folds. Harold Brooks is going to be sending that into the muck. Over to Stephen Courtney, King Deuce.
61
Folds.
call up to 80.
Nick, go, Ace Deuce. They got good up to defend here to that 3x open. But he ends up folding. Max scoops the pot there. A little raise and take.
20.
150 grand.
25.
It's getting heat as well. So, doesn't feel like I take that stuff.
So the visuals coming in there, and yeah, it's just this room is a buzz tonight. I mean, every single time we go back out to the outer tables, we see the most incredible action. You know, this is what we want. This is what the poker community needs. This is what South Africa needs, and it's just electric. This is seriously cool to see.
Yeah, no, 100%. But it's growing year by year, event by event, and it's really picking up. I'm pretty sure within the next 5 years we're going to have at least 10x the size of the field that we currently have now, and probably hopefully our own dedicated space. You know, might have our own little building somewhere out in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, a bit of a hand going on here, and now it opens up to 60,000. Jared Solomon on the hijack has flattered. Harold books the kind of folds. Stephen Courtney again, back-to-back King Deuces for Steve.
Easy fold for him there.
Yeah. Queen 8 for Nico.
50 model code.
Again, easy fold there.
Over to Mac.
60.
Queen 9. See what Mac opts to do here. 35,000 a call. Feels like we're playing the prices right, mate.
You are not wrong there, so you are definitely not wrong there.
Contemplating. Go through the motions.
Taking the time bank here, I mean, is it really? Yeah, look, I mean, the man is sitting short stacked. You know, he's got to make decisions here that are going to see him grow that stack from strength to strength. So I guess taking time is a good decision here, but you know, with this sort of action, maybe he's thinking that a ship here will get everyone off the hand and he can pick up some free chips in the pot. I don't know what his thinking is here, but he needs to be tread with caution, because going up against the likes of two big stacks like Anant and Jared might land him up in trouble, and sensibly he makes the fold there.
100%. I mean, again, even if you had to click it in, I don't think either player will be folding, considering it's only going to be like 95,000 behind. So, a little bit of a decision there, but I think he opted for the right one.
It would have been interesting to see if Jared would have taken a 4-bet line there, if they had jammed, because Anant truly goes and calls because of his stack size, you know, and Jared could have potentially lifted it up there to take down the pot pre-flop. I don't know, or at least, as I would call it, an isolation bet. So yeah, this is it's remarkable. So yeah, getting down to the action here, pretty safe board. You know, for Solomons to think, you know, is his ace high good enough? Although the way these two have been playing against each other all day, you know, it's quite possible that there's a little bit of a psychological battle going on here, because it hasn't just been about the poker with these two. It has also been about the banter. They have had a little side battle, and the board just boating up there on the river. I think both these players
is going to be
sensible enough to know that.
Just thinking how Solo's had to just go whack. That's going to be so tough. Jamie bringing us the refreshments.
Jamie is officially on Waterboy duty. Thank you, Jamie. We appreciate you very much, sir.
I'm always happy.
Chris, even though it's just water, we can cheers it out.
Yeah, 100%, my bad.
It's been a pleasure working with you this week. Good to get to know you on a more intimate level again.
Yeah,
not like we haven't done this before.
This time not throwing anything at me.
Please elaborate to the viewers what you're talking about.
No, I don't know. I'm pretty sure you've thrown something at me somewhere, sometime, somehow. I mean, I wouldn't blame you. It's okay.
with that blessed kop of yours, boy, lekker te gooi goed in it. You know, as they say in Afrikaans, ons kan maar gooi bokkie.
Okay, keep going. It's fine. It's all good. It's all good. Just out of curiosity, buddy, any comments coming up from the YouTube side of things?
So, yeah, it's got a little bit quiet. We try to get the fans to put in a little bit there. We've given them the shout-outs that are necessary, unless mine is not updating, which I sincerely doubt, because I've been observing it the whole day, and I absolutely love it. The comments have been heartfelt, warm, and I'm glad we are almost we 95 to 98% of the way there.
Any shit. If it is not your day,
Yeah, no, 100%, man. 100%.
25.
Things are only getting better. Things are only getting better.
$60,000.
So annoying. 2 minutes ago, I put my headphones on for the first time in 3 hours.
Right.
And you're enjoying yourself.
Smack on the small blind.
And you're enjoying yourself, relaxing, putting on a nice song.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. Yeah, feature. Fuck you. Great.
Our head of production, there, Mike, coming in hot. He is feeding off this energy. This is the most excited I've seen him all week. Mike, big shout out to you and your team for doing such a remarkable job. It has not been easy to try and iron out all the little niggles, but like I was saying to our viewers out there, for your guys' sake, we are doing our best to get it to 100%. I think we are about 95 to 98% there, hey, Chris.
Yeah, no, 100%, my buddy. We're almost there. We're almost there.
Not 100%.
No, I said almost, my man, almost. You know, like you said, this is raw and uncut, and these things happen, and we fix it as we go along. So, guys, thank you so much for bearing with us, sticking with us, and I hope you're enjoying the stream. Let us know your thoughts.
Yes, come on. I know it's a Friday night. Oaks are out partying. Certainly our crew of the Concept Social Club in town are at hard work there, having a couple of bezzers. Have a couple of bezzers for the boys here in the box. And a massive shout out to our girl Lauren Pierre back at home, missing out on the action. Lauren, you're sorely missed here at this tournament. But I know you have big boots to fill, and we appreciate you supporting us and being part of the community back at home. And to Wayne, who's I need to say SMS, but WhatsApp me privately saying, let me find the message here. Wayne is saying, Nick, thank you. The sound is much better, and we are extremely grateful for your messages, Wayne, in Table View. Thank you, Wayne.
So Harold in the middle position here cracks it open to 45k. Adam Wolf Queen 10 off goes Mac. Max is going to get rid of that King 6.
$1,500 back in that Mr. Million.
Oh no, he actually does call. Sorry, apologies. On the big one. Thought he was in another position. Clearly, I'm a bit behind here. Brain's not working. To the flop. Jack, ace, 2 clubs. Harold reaching. Looks like he's got 75,000 in the hand there. On the money.
Yes, you're getting quite good at this.
Yeah. You know, you do it as long as I have, you eventually get there someday.
Never had sleeping pills in my life.
Nice hand, Mr. Brooks takes it down. As you said, Harold is another regular and an absolute crusher of notes.
And I took the first flight and I came back. Whichever the flight I got, I came back.
Right, there's a little look at the chip count for the feature table. 76 bigs for a nut up top there, 1.9 million. Absolutely securing his spot within the top 10. Who's still left, Nick? Any notable players still left floating about that we haven't actually seen on the feature table as of yet?
That's the only tournament I played.
Well, yeah, I mean, bearing in mind, you know, that that we are half an hour ahead of you guys here live speaking. The footage you're going to see will only come to you in about half an hour from now. And Yeah, one of the big names we haven't mentioned yet is Imran Bujani, who flew in specifically for this event. Imran's sitting very healthy. I think up in the top 10. I might be mistaken. Top 5 in the country on the all-time list. He's doing extremely well with incredible cashes around the world. Most notably, I think 2 years ago, it was in the WSOP main event where he had a deep run. I think he cashed $110,000 from what my memory serves me correct.
I think you're aiming about 30th or something. Sorry to interrupt. Harold Brooks, Jacks, +2 makes it, 3 betting here. Solo makes it 55. Harold makes it 155. Over to Nico. Queen 10 on the hijack. Mac, short, looking for a spot. 10-4. Roger that. It's going straight into the mark.
What if I open aces?
Max has got 80,000 behind.
155.
Does he figure he can have a spin here? No, going into the mark, that is. Not or fold. Still don't know what Jared's got, but it's 100 to call, 270 in the pots. 2.701 on his money.
But I don't mind.
Thank you.
S3. 310.
310.
See what Jared's doing, yeah.
Raise to 310.
Jared clicking that 4-bet button, making it 310. Applying maximum pressure to Harold.
This is an interesting hand here for us, Chris, because we don't obviously are not seeing Solly's cards, but we certainly will call it sweating with Solly.
I mean, the first call 4-bet on this feature table. And Harold just calls. 680 in the middle. King 7-4. Action on Jared.
He's got it. Very, very strong.
Judging by Jared's action here, I don't think Ace King is a 4-betting hand here for him. It is potentially there. I can't really get into the mastermind of the likes of Jared Solomon's brain, but I'm sure he's going to have to lead out to some sort of a bet. If the pre-flop action's anything to go by, and as he does, Harold just lets it go, and Jared just puts his cards calmly into the muck.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, he could have premiums, he could have absolute trash. You never know. I mean, Sonny loves to mix it up, and this one got through, as you can see there. Shot on the outside. Some of the media personalities.
Something like this.
Could I win if I had King 9?
Nice little shot of the room outside.
Surprised you didn't. Surprised you didn't. Sunday Nationals host.
Slightly better opportunity than that. Not a lot better.
I mean, Mike's even joining in on the media event out there.
Whatever, but 6 hands or something? No, wait.
Getting his little fix. That's the thing, bud. Even with the entire production crew, they love the game as much as we do.
Yeah, and there'd be a lot of the guys at the back of the house that I'm sure on many occasions would have loved to have stepped out and been out here with us. But, somebody needs to do the graft in the back, and we really, really appreciate the work and the efforts. And, we expect to see many a good thing to come in the future from this team. They're young, enthusiastic, and certainly keeping us going here in front. I'm getting some really fun and cool and funny and snipey comments from the back in my earpiece, and we love it. We love the fact that you guys love it out there.
All right, so it's on Jared under the gun. Ace Jack. 50,000 to go. Opting for that min click. Harold Brooks comes along.
Then you should have kept your cards.
Queen 10 of spades. Adam out the way. Max gets folded. Lunt, cheers. Leonard, 8 dues. Right. Solo versus Brooks 2. Here we go.
The best thing would be if they put it in the table, inside the table. Or even just a clock here and a clock there, and she has a button.
7-5-7.
That would be the best. Yeah. And you have
Going ups to check to Harold. Checks behind. King of clubs on the turn. I think Solo must start betting. Oh, I guess check. River 6.
Half the size. Half the size.
No, I said if you put a screen, like one here, one over there.
No, Terms Ace Jack. Scoops it.
Can we do happy level?
I'll take happy level then. I'll take one. I'll never believe you.
I'll take 3.
I never believe you when you talk about crabs. I never believe you when you talk about your post-mortem hat.
Thank you, Bill.
How can I lie? It's in the box.
It hasn't stopped you before.
Visuals coming through there of Mark taking one of the social media teams that's present here tonight to be part of a fun event. And yeah, just a really cool initiative by SunBet Poker Tour and MJPT to get that extra little bit of exposure and give the players, or if you want to call them attendees, a bit of a feel as to what goes on here at the SunBet Poker Tour at Times Square.
25.
Stephen Courtney has just been so card dead. King deuce, King 3, Jack 5. But Steve will find his spots.
You know, Steve's a very disciplined player. We're very fortunate that he plays out of Cape Town and is a stalwart in our weekly games. He is a gentleman of the game as well, and we love to see him doing well. We're always rooting for our Cape Townians. You know, there's not too much extra flavor in this commentary box. Maybe we'll get one or two faces in here later on from the floor. Get some Joburgers in the mix, some Pretorians in the mix, a couple of Durbanites in the mix, and
maybe some Mauritians.
Mauritians, yeah. We've got 2 Mauritians playing in the field tonight, and we're wishing Patrice and David, flying in all the way from Mauritius, good luck in the whole series, not just tonight. I see, if I look over my shoulder, both Patrice and I think David, I did see him just now. They both look to still be in it, so good luck to them. And
25.
may the cards be with them.
I definitely would have won one of them, maybe not the...
So the visuals coming in there is the middle of the venue. The middle of the venue is packed with the 20 seats guaranteed to the main event. First main event that is guaranteed 5 million in South Africa. Chris, how would you go about navigating winning a satellite and not having the bankroll to buy into the main event? So you're giving yourself one shot at it. I mean, does it make you more nervous? Or do you go in with the attitude that, you know what, I've won the seat to a satellite, I've got nothing to lose, let's go out there and punish the field?
Yeah, I mean, I would take the second option there. You know, if you're going to go give it a spin. It's a great learning curve. I mean, it's costing you next to nothing in order to secure that seat. Go and play your game, learn, watch and learn from everybody else, and just try and spin it up, you know? That's the great thing about the main event. Like I said, you've got your pros, your semi-pros, your recreational players. Everybody is literally an equal in a sense when they sit down at that table and they have a go at each other.
Yeah, and you know, you're crossing paths with so many different peoples from so many circles of life. You know, it is partners of businesses. It is You know,
big blind, please.
it is pros. People that have won seats through satellites. It's just remarkable the mix of people you're going to get, and we can only hope that this sport of poker goes from strength to strength in South Africa. Getting down to the comments coming through there, Bradley Frachom, big respect to Stephen for that King Jack fold. I'm not good enough to fold that, I think. And Chris, you missed the action early on with Steve folding King Jack to Solly's flop set of kings. It was pretty special, and yeah, we really enjoyed seeing him do that. You know, it was a tough spot. I think the fact that the pair came on the river there kind of helped him in a way because it completed a 4-card straight.
Yeah.
And up against the likes of the quality of a Solly in the field, you've always got to be careful and cautious that a 10 might be in his range.
Here we go. Max, sorry to interrupt. Max Emerson put the last lot in. 80k. Max's balance. Over to the blinds. Steve McCourty. Steve with King 10, 55,000 call. I think this is such a weird spot though for Steve because he's only got 105 behind.
Played it perfectly.
Flicks in the 1-chip call. Literally 60-40 here. King 10 versus Ace Jack.
What was like 600-700?
How's it, Chris? I'm going to relieve Nick of his duties here.
Cool, my man.
I see we've got an all-in from Max Devison, who's quite short.
Yeah. And Steve, unfortunately, was kind of priced in to make that call, but also having 50,000 chips behind. So
awfully short.
And if you hit it, you get 800,000 from
653. Now up for Steve and Max still in front.
Stephen
7.
For, yeah, he got some outs.
Yeah. There's the 4. Chop it up. Max having a good little chuckle to himself.
I'd rather it came to 10. Four means I have to do it again. Now it's down to 3.
How things looking outside of the floor there, Jamie? You were walking around chatting to a couple of folks. They enjoying themselves?
Yeah, absolutely. Like we've mentioned many times, the floor is absolutely pumping. It's so busy out there. I was spending a lot of my time watching the outer tables of the Mega Millions. Seen some big stacks popping up here and there. And yeah, I'm just super excited to see where this Mega Millions tournament goes.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute sick final table, I can tell you. Everybody fighting for that 500k up top.
Absolutely.
I mean, still better for you.
So there we see the chip counts. A nut in the lead with 74 big blinds, followed not too closely by Jared Solomon.
Survive everything.
Third.
Yeah, I know.
So you see Marcos in frame with I think it's a social media team or something like that. They're getting shown around, having a look at the awesome venue. We've got some players on the outer tables here doing some like sort of free rolls, kind of learning how to play the game.
Yeah.
Yes, it's good fun all around.
All right, Mac, under the gun, Queen Jack off, 215,000 starting to have, 25 to call. So he navigates the spot.
So quite short, Queen Jack off, under the gun. Chris, you think Mac finds a fold?
It wasn't a card I'd like you
I
to take
do
away.
think so. I do think so.
But what it's coupled with is more important.
Just got a lot of actually quite a few gets.
You know, Queen Jack might look pretty two-face cards, but from such an early position, it's not exactly the strongest hand, especially when you're quite short in chips.
100%, mate. Yep, tosses it in.
Yep.
Adam gets out the way. Over to Max. Is he going to rip it in again?
97.
All in 97,000.
That he does.
He does, yeah. King
Max
6.
Emerson, King 6. Picking that spot.
Yeah, sitting with only four big blinds. I think he's more than happy to get all of his chips in with King 9.
Yes.
Harold Brooks makes it jams. Going for the ISO.
Yep.
Nico gets out the way.
Cards on their bed.
Alrighty, King 6 versus 7s.
Yeah, so Max looking for a king and only a king at the moment. Otherwise, he is out of here.
There'll be another straight, don't worry.
Right. See what happens. First 3 inbound.
Max risk. Do 6
Finds a
jack.
6. Finds that 6, so he picks up some outs there as well. Oh, no, wow. Yeah, kind of the worst turn for him. Needed that 6 and 6 alone then.
Yeah.
Well done, Harold.
Couldn't find it. Well done, Max. Unfortunately, his stack ran a little short, and he just had no choice but to get it in here with King High.
GG Max, well played. Could take a well-deserved break, bud, and I'm pretty sure we'll see you back in tomorrow's one of tomorrow's events.
I couldn't possibly play it.
No, it's crazy. Yeah, you have to ask what the starting number. You have to do what the camera is. I know that 500-600. We will only double up. You can't really complain too much. I have to do it the easy way.
Seat open.
No, I literally cannot believe it. Not only did I get those hands, I got action from almost everyone.
I'd like to know who's got this chip.
Ridiculous. Unheard of. Absolutely unheard of.
The card you flashed at me was a jack.
How are jacks?
But I was a pussy.
Can't do anything different.
Vamos! I knew Max was going to go in. I didn't want to...
Yeah.
And then Harold definitely
Yeah, so as
checked
you
me
can
out.
see, Super Busy Satellite busy running there. Looks like players are shuffling
Well
around.
played,
They might
Harold.
have gone on a break.
Good isolating.
At that point in time, that was 30 minutes ago. They are currently playing now. I still see a good, man, eight full tables still here for this main event. On Satellite, 20 seats guaranteed. Over to the action here. 5-4 suited for Adam.
35. 25,000.
Folds around to Jared.
25.
9 deuce off. He's going to let that go. Queen 10 in the cutoff for Harold. He's sitting really deep here. He can definitely open this.
$60.
Yep.
60,000.
And I think that was 55k, 60k. Yeah. Nothing from Nico in the small blind. Jack 3 for Mac on his big blind. 35k to call.
Maybe going to call you with that.
He's going to let this one go, and Harold is going to steal those blinds.
Mr. Brooks cooking, huh?
Yep.
D-button moves, please. Small and big blind.
Garrett Sodelman boasting the highest aggression frequency there at 52%.
$1.6 million. He said 1.6
And
million.
Nuns chipping up nicely on 1.8 million. Queen 4 suited
I
under
would
the
have
gun.
gone, had an
Sends that one to
extended
the mark.
supper.
Falls around to Harold here in the hijack, ace jack, ace 7 offsuit. Considering potentially raising this one up, playing quite aggressive. He's got a big
25.
stack. He's definitely able to play aggressive here. Looks like he goes for the flat.
25.
Suited jack here, jack 7 for Nico in position. Let that one go. Queen 7 for Mac here with 155k in his stack. He's awfully short. Let's see how he navigates this.
Check where is.
Yeah, so he's going to make the call. Mac is cautiously looking for a spot here to get all of his chips in. King 8 suited for Adam in the big blind. He's going to check this. So 3 ways to a flop. 6. Yeah.
Check of it.
Harold's ace high is still good at the moment. Action checks around to Harold. It's going to check it back. 4 of hearts on the turn. Checks around once again to Harold with ace high. Harold checks. 10 on the river. Checks around to
25.
Harold. He's going to take a small little stab here with ace high, bets half pot.
$25.
That was good.
No,
I think you're right.
You know what I was thinking? I was trying to think of my Kihar may be good.
Adam makes the fold here, and Harold's going to take
I
down
knew
the
my
spot.
queen wasn't.
Maybe.
No, I just thought Ace must be good.
Yeah, no.
And Harold seems to be taking quite a commanding chip lead here on this feature table.
So we're just getting some updates from the crew at the back there. We are still cruising, but
Sweet. Leonard here under the gun, 5-3 off. He's going to let that go. Jared folds. Queen 10 for Harold here. And again, looks like he fancies an open from this position. Under the gun +2, Queen 10 off. Might be a little bit loose, I think. But he definitely has.
Let's see, huh?
Yeah, he has the chip stack to play a little bit wider, a little bit more aggressive.
10 seconds.
Action on Steven, who seems to have some deliberating to do here. He is very short, potentially thinking about shipping it in here with pocket fours, it seems.
yeah, I think Steve's going to pick the spot, huh? Oh, Steve, what you doing, buddy? On the hijack, Harold's open 60k, rip it in, my boy. That's just my opinion, though.
No, absolutely, I agree, Chris. When you're getting so short and you find fours there, I think you don't really have a choice but to get it in, because you're going to have to pick a spot eventually, and the longer you wait, the more you're just going to blind out, and you're not really going to. You can't wait for the perfect spot. You got to take what you get and got to play
Get
it.
nothing back, huh?
Yeah, 6s here for Mac. I'd love to see it jam.
Jam would have been great there. Harold would have called it off course, but I mean, I don't see.
Yeah, so
yeah, anyway, let's just see what happens.
Same situation, yeah. You got to realize when you are such a short stack, in still a pretty big field, there's still 40 players out there. If you're sitting short, sitting with less than 10 big blinds, less than 8 big blinds, you really need to take your spots. Your stack is pretty much not worth anything, so you're gonna have to get it in. 6 on the flop here for Mac. He flops a set. Queen for Harold, top pair. Mac is certainly in line to find the double up here.
Let's see how he navigates. He's got 80,000 behind, 215 in the pot, and unchecks.
Yeah, should be relatively easy for him to get
100,000.
all the chips in.
He'll fix it 100. Moves the lot in here, Mac. Yep, they haven't changed, my man.
Double checking.
Seconds.
Come on, Mac. Get it in. Throws the time banks in.
Bit of the Hollywood acting going on here.
Max tournament life is at the line here. He ships his chips across the line, and looks like he's going to get the good news very soon.
Harold taps the table.
Yep. Mac a 98% favorite to win this hand.
7, no help.
Harold looking for queen and only a queen. Mac boats up on the river and he finds the full double up.
275.
What's hands? No.
It's 275.
Thanks, Harold.
There we go. Fresh stop. Here comes the rush.
There you go. Stickability. Yeah, exactly.
Mac raking those chips
Patience.
behind the line.
And again, yep. And again, I don't generally won't call a bet.
Look how tall she is. She's taller than Brady.
Maybe changing my game is a good thing.
Changing your game too?
Beg your pardon?
What did you say you wouldn't?
Well, I'm not really changing my game. I just normally.
Got it right, Joffy. How's it, buddy? Hope you're well. Thanks for saying how's it. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream.
If a big bet comes in,
Checking the comments on this end, yeah.
Normally I will just fold, get out of the way.
That's what my phone is doing over there. It's not to give things away. It's literally just to make sure that we're watching the live stream. Right, on to the next hand. Solo UTG, 50,000. Over to Harold. That's the way. Look at Ace Queen.
50.
Been awfully quiet of late. Let's see what he does here.
Yeah, Nico's sitting with about 25 big blinds here.
Very playable stack there.
Yeah.
Looks like he's clicking back. Adam, out the way. Jack 10 into the mark, 7-3. 80,000 more to Jared.
Yeah, so while I was on my break, I saw a hand where you guys commentated. Jared put in the cold 4-bet with an unknown hand. Once again, he does have a unknown hand here. Definitely realizes that Nico is 3-betting a pretty strong range against Jared's under the gun opening range, and Jared's going to let this one go. It's absolutely fine to have some raise folds in your range. That's definitely necessary to have those, otherwise you'll be very exploitable.
Yep, and transparent.
Yep. All right, looks like action is on Harold Brooks. Ace deuce off suit under the gun. Sends it to the muck. Stephen Courtney, Q7, the computer hand.
Yeah, Ace 4 for Nico.
Oh, there we go. To the viewers who are watching an hour or two ago, Nick asked what my favorite hand is. There it is, Ace 4 of hearts. I'd like to see an open here, and biasedly so, I would like to see him take this one down.
55k to go. Back into the muck. Over to Adam. Looks like he's got summon. Pondering. Opposite flat with King Queen. Over to Jared. 9, 30,000 for more for Jared to call. 170 in the middle. Definitely
Yeah, so
coming along here, lad.
absolutely putting in 30,000 to potentially win a pot of 200k. The pot odds are just screaming, you know, please call, please call. And Jared, seasoned pro, absolutely going to get involved in this pot. 3 ways to a flop, 200k in the middle. Jack deuce 5.
Check of it.
Nico still ahead here with ace high and a gut shot straight draw and a backdoor flush draw.
Welcome. How you, bro?
60,000.
It's going to lead
Yeah,
us
looks
one
like.
out.
Yeah, what size? You got 55 again? 60.
Yeah.
Raise the take.
60.
Ah. How are you? You're calling me Jared, eh?
Jared lets this one go, and Nico's going to take this hand down. Ace 4 of hearts, let's go.
I like that.
In frame, you see one of the chip leaders, Marco Nokia there with a big stack of orange chips. For those watching earlier, we saw Marco grind all the way down to 6 big blinds. He had 36,000 chips left to his name, and without rebuying, without adding on, he has spun it back up to a multiple million size stack. I think he's probably got around 200k, 2 million, maybe a bit more. Anyways, over back to the featured table. Ace King suited for Steven. Very short here. Five and a half big blinds for Steven, and you know, probably just rips this one straight in.
25.
So it looks like Steven limped in. Apologies.
Check or raise.
Folds around to Jared in the small blind, who makes the call. 8-7 suited for Harold. More than happy to check this one back. All right, Stephen Courtney with 4 big blinds behind. Let's see if he can find a double up here. 10, 9, deuce, 2 spades. Harold flopping the up and down straight draw. 2 spades, what the heck?
Mate, you've been behind here too long if that looks like spades to you.
Monotone, all diamonds. I don't know. I don't know what just happened, Nick. I think I had a little bit of a malfunction there.
Oh, Jamie, we've broken you, haven't we?
Oh yeah, it's been a rough, rough 4 days here in Pretoria with my buddies Nick and Chris. We've been having a lot of fun. So Harold's going to lead out here for 60k. It's about 2/3, and he's going to get this one through. Steven, really short here.
You know,
4 big blinds, yeah, and he's up next on the big blind. As you were saying, Nick?
Harold loves those spots. You know, Harold's, you know, he's been around the block, and the cumulative winnings on this table has come up there with some notables having it, and it's been rather exciting to be part of it. Been rather exciting to see it, and yeah, just good play all around, I guess. Just been pretty solid. I mean, as the comments said earlier on the YouTube channel there, massive fold from Stephen Courtney in that spot where he had the 2 pair. I think any time that you see him making those sort of folds, that's purely poker education for you.
Yeah,
and big shout out to his coach Mark. I think that Mark gave him some massive grounding and has taken Stephen from strength to strength. So wherever you are, Mark, big ups to you for your ability to coach Stephen into the player that he is today.
So question here from Tom Fryer, is this final table? No, it is not final table, it is just the feature table. We still have 40 players still amongst the field. I'm not sure if that question was answered while I was on break or not, but there we go. And I think that doubles up as an answer to you too, Rian Hatting, about 40 players left.
I think they've just gone to about 34, 33
Okay.
actually. You know, as the blinds are now progressively getting a lot closer to that 30 to 20 big blind range for some of the stacks. It has been a struggle for some players out there. But Harold Brooks waking up with queens here. Nikovic is opening up to 55,000 under the gun. Harold thinking a little bit about what to do here.
Yeah, it looks like Stephen Courtney just tossed in a time bank, so I think action is on him. Unfortunately, I was looking at the YouTube comments, not sure what Harold did here with his queens. So Stephen is going to get out of the way. And this is going to absolutely cripple Stephen. He's going to be on about 2.5 big blinds, seeing that he was just big blind right now. So his big blind and his big blind ante, he's going to lose both of those. Graphics are lagging a little bit, but I do think Harold put in the 3-bet here from the small blind with his queens.
So bored right now.
Nico remaining cool, calm, and collected, putting in the flat call here. Also, off to a flop we go in this 3-bet pot. Flop comes down, ace high. Obviously, Nico smashing this board with his ace. Harold in a bit of troubles here with his queens. It's going to lead out on this board.
Count. Okay, this side.
Have you covered? 700.
No, this orange is over here.
Oh, that's not orange. I didn't see the orange.
So, just thank you.
About 700.
And there seems to be some crazy action here. Looks like Harold is just open jamming this. I mean, this is just a massive bet, about 2x pot. It's putting Nico in quite the spot here, but I just don't think he can get away from this.
640,
Nico doing a quick chip count here.
670, 684.
And this is just an absolutely insane chip from Harold. As you can see there, 684,000 chips to call after we did the chip count. Nico obviously miles ahead. Nico tosses in the call. And terrible news reigns over Harold here. Looking for a queen and only a queen. Harold, the player, at risk. Jack of clubs on the river, on the turn. And a king of diamonds on the river seals the deal for Harold's tournament here. Found himself getting a little bit over aggressive with these queens, just open jamming the flop, ace high flop in a 3-bet pot. Nico absolutely has a lot of ace king, ace queen X combos in his range. I think something Harold could have done a little bit better. Maybe instead of open jamming, he could have gone for the check raise rather. It would have resulted in the same outcome. But yeah, that extra information could have served to be quite useful in that scenario.
the day.
30, yeah.
Nice guy there.
Entering the break will be chipping up the pinks.
Oh, that's a monster, eh? Wow. And I pulled it
10.25.
Anything that falls over to my side is mine.
Please put 25, 25.
Can I do it for you?
Yeah, some awesome action there. Niku's form.
Crazy action.
Yeah. Niku's form just continuing, I guess.
Long as
It's impressive to see. You know, he's calculated by his decisions. You know, I spoke to him yesterday after he's doing an exit interview when he lost the nines to Max's ace deuce, and Max revering trips there with the twos.
not like him.
And I just asked him, you know, how's he making these informed decisions? How is he getting everything through the way that he is? And he said to me, you know, he's been studying a lot, you know, and we often look at a guy like Niku and we go, you know what, he doesn't fit the bill for your common average poker player that you'd think would be studying the game of poker. But it just shows you studying helps in this game, massive.
Absolutely.
And I know you're a big advocate for it. Any material content out there that you can recommend to the viewers to go and watch?
150,000.
Yeah, so there is a ton of free content out on the internet. A little bit of searching and you'll find some good stuff. I could definitely recommend pokercoaching.com by Jonathan Little. This is not a sponsorship, not a paid ad or anything, but that's definitely some content that I study a lot and I hold in very high regard. So if you are a beginner willing to learn some GTO, willing to learn some poker strategy, I can highly recommend that. And just, you know, watching WSOP, watching Poker Go, watching all the main big streaming services out there, and just paying attention and learning from world top class pros of the world. You can definitely pick up a lot there. So we have an interesting pot here. Adam opens his sixes, getting 3-bet by Jared, who picks up yet another premium hand. Jared is just finding these primos left, right, and center tonight. And he's chipping up very nicely. Yeah?
You're a proper Gen Z, you, calling it a primo, I mean, yeah, you, I tell you, is special. It's pretty cool. Love it. Love the terminology. I'm learning from you. I hope you're learning a bit from me as we go along.
No, absolutely.
It's certainly been a dynamic relationship that can only go from strength to strength. And yeah, looking forward to a couple more sessions with you, buddy.
Thanks, bro. All right, action here on Leonard, Queen 10 off in the hijack. He fancies himself an open here, raises it up to 55k. Jared gets out the way. Stephen folds this 10-4 off from the button. Nico gonna let go of his 6-3 off.
55.
Back here, King 4 off. Threatening a bit of a shove there with those hand movements for a second. I think he wanted to get a bit of a read on Leonard. Of course, Mac is a little bit short. Yeah, Mac's gonna let this one go. Nice little raise and take there for Leonard.
D-button moves, please. Small and big blind.
Numbers are too big to count.
1.72.
That's a good number. I want to know what that number is though. The 33 has been 33 for a long time. Yeah.
So Nick, you've been up and down. Have you bumped into any interesting characters along the way?
Yeah, there's, you know what, the satellites bring the best out of players
Yeah,
and
yeah.
the player pool.
You can say
And
that again.
sorry, we just I was getting I was getting a little bit of a message in from our production team there at the back. Yeah, no, there's like an absurd amount of players that came through tonight. Obviously, with the massive 20-seat guarantee, there's for obvious reasons why the field would be full.
Yeah.
You know, there's still another hour and 30 minutes of late reg, so it's lots of action still to come. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of players that are going to jump in later. And yeah, we are drawing close to a break here. You know, the players have been slogging away the whole day at this well-deserved break. Why don't you take us through this last little hand here?
Yeah, so Anand taking an extremely aggressive approach here, raising ace-3 off suit under the gun. Rings true to just his natural aggression and just the way he's been playing this series so far. Leonard put in the call. Flop came, Anand connected with his 3 c-bet, and he's going to take that one down.
Button moves, please.
Yeah, so Jamie, give us your thoughts here. I mean, having seen some of this play, what have you noticed that's been the notable recurring action out of these players? You know, be it whether it's a lot of weird raising positions. I know this is a bit of a loaded question, but I think you've seen enough of the action today.
Yep.
And yeah, what do you think about all of this?
Yeah, it doesn't help to win those.
So yeah, it's a very interesting question you ask. And yeah, it is quite a loaded question. It's difficult to break down this exactly, but I think we have some population tendencies here where players have some odd raise sizing in certain positions. Some players opening to more than 3 big blinds, which is
Should have some left over.
usually doesn't serve, you know, too much of purpose. Raising more than 3 big blinds is not going to get you much more information than raising to 2 or 2.5 big blinds, you know, and you potentially standing to lose more pre-flop if someone jams on you, if someone raises you. So that's quite an interesting population tendency I've noticed out here tonight. Yeah.
No, and you're 100% correct. I mean, we've spoken about it a couple of times. These people, you know, again, mix of crowds here. You've got your pros, you've got your people, your professional people coming through, you know, that have full-time jobs or run big companies. And yeah, I mean, sure, there's going to be some sort of plays which you and I don't really understand. I'm sure there might be method behind the madness to some of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe it comes down to superstition. Maybe it comes down to wanting to dominate the pot and making sure that you're not getting called by any rubbish per se. But I think we've seen over the long run that raising too much and open raising too much can be detrimental to your stack in the long run.
Absolutely.
You know?
Exactly.
As
You
the
hit
tournament
the nail
goes
on the head right there. Yeah.
As the tournament goes on and the stack average comes down purely down to the
Relative
break.
to the big blinds.
I'm sorry. Down to the big blind structuring. It's all relative to the fact that you need to understand your position. You need to understand what decision making goes into it, because purely based on the fact that overbetting or betting in a position where you should just be min raising or making it 2.2 big blinds, whatever it may be. A lot of guys add that 0.2 for texture into the betting, purely for no other reason than that. You're gonna find out 99% of the time what is going on. You know, so there's no need to risk extra chips. You know, if you've got a superstitious hand when there's jacks or something like that, like I personally hate jacks. I think it's one of my worst premium hands. I
I think
often
it's
get in
like
spots
that
where
for everyone, yeah.
yeah, it's like you sit there and you go, why did I waste my time with this hand?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just you've got to be careful. You've got to navigate. You've got to be aware of what is happening around you at all times, and yeah, you've got to be cognizant of your chip stack and what averages are around you. You know, sometimes in poker you get these situations where um, you're sitting with a big stack, or not necessarily, maybe a big stack relative to the table, but you might be on 8.8 bigs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then, yes, technically your ranges come into it where you are, um, you're under 10 big blinds, you've got a certain amount of ranges of hands that you should be shipping, but
Yeah.
you've got to look at the stats around you, because if everyone's averaging about 10 big blinds, absolutely pointless
Yeah.
in shipping it. There's still texture, there's still maneuverability, there's still certain things you can do to navigate it, and the optimum decision there might not be. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong here.
Yeah.
You know, you're the GTO theory-based person. I mean, I might be completely wrong here in what I'm saying, but my belief is that, you know, we see these positions and there's theory,
Yeah.
but there's also got to be reason. There's got to be calculated decision making, and yeah, it's fantastic. We on a
And we are back from the break, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I hope you guys are having so much fun. It's myself and Jamie in the booth. Nick's gonna stretch his legs a bit. We'll see you later, my good man. Have fun. Jamie, do me a favor. We've got a new final table, a new feature table. Would you be so kind as to give us a rundown of who's on the table?
Yeah, so in seat 2, we have Jed Kosu. He's sitting on 770,000 chips. Seat 4, Cape Town local Mustak, sitting on 2.6 million. Seat 5, Rayon Adam, 565k. Seat 6, Venison Naidu, 835,000. Seat 7, Mr. Lum, sitting on 2.3 million. Seat 8, Rudolph Ari, also known as Golf 9, sitting on 1.1 million. And seat 9, Imran Bojani, sitting on almost 700k.
Yeah, it's going to be a interesting table, that I can tell you.
Absolutely.
With the likes of Rudolph Lum pushing the action, and Imi at the back, Mustak there as well.
Yeah, Mustak, a solid player, sitting with the majority of the chip lead here on this feature table. Him and Mr. Lum, top 2 stacks. It will be quite interesting to see them battle.
Right, off we go. Looks like Ray's going to be under the gun here. Ray picks up Ace King UTG. We're now at 20, 30, 30. Let's see what he goes for.
Quite a nice hand to see, sitting down first hand on the feature table there for Rayon.
It looks like Ray's just called under the gun.
Sneaky.
Mixing things up a bit.
Yep.
Lum out the way. Rudolph out the way. Over to Imi. Gets out the way to Jed. And Jed makes the call. Out of the small. Mustak has his option. Right, ace deuce 4. 2 spades. Ray way out in front. Jed got that gunny. Wonder what sizing Ray goes for here. Ray shows. There is king.
Yeah, so big bet by Rayon there on the flop, almost pot size bet, around 90% pot. All right, so Rayon taking down that first hand on this new feature table. Next hand up, Venison Naidu under the gun, ace-9 off suit, sitting on 800,000. Blinds have gone up. We're sitting on 20,000 for small blind, 30,000 for the big blind, and 30,000 for the big blind ante.
Right, straight back to it. Imi Queen 3 from cut off to Jed, the dirty diaper.
It's gonna let that one go. 8-6 here for Mustak. He's gonna complete, and Rayon's gonna go for the 200,000 raise. Gets that one through very quickly there with the Jack-6 suited.
Ray mixing it up there.
Yeah. Quite an interesting, yeah.
Place is still buzzing. We got that 20C guaranteed sunlight still running, and of course our day 2 coverage of the Mega Millions plus the media event is still on the go.
Yeah. So King 10 suited here for Mr. Lum under the gun. It's gonna raise that one up. Action on Mustak on the button. He's going to let that go. Jack 9 suited. Folds around all the way to Venison Naidu. He lets it go, and Mr. Lum going to take that one down. A lot of action happening here in the background. Satellites are going crazy. Looks like everyone's having quite a party. Everyone's glad to be here. Yeah, very exciting stuff. Rudolph Faree, 3-2 suited under the gun. Swiftly lets that one go. King 5 for Emmy here. He folds. Dead gonna send that one into the muck. Mustak folds his 7-3 off. Venison Naidu completes here from the small blind with 8-6 off. And Mr. Lum checks his option. Off to a flop we go. 2 players, 90,000 in the middle. Ace Queen 4, top middle pair here for Mr. Lum. Yeah. So action goes check here on this flop. Mr. Lum puts the raise in here on the turn, and he's going to take this one down.
Back the car has just for the crushers.
Oh, Mike.
We're playing till 5 now.
Hello there, boys.
Yeah, so welcoming Clayton here onto the commentary box. Super excited to have you up here. Thanks for joining us. Clayton is absolute crusher here on the local scene. And yeah, pleasure to have you, Clayton.
Brilliant, yeah, pleasure to be here, boys. It's my first time in the back, so looking forward to it. Yeah, it feels different to be out here. Just busted the mega, but I mean, that's okay. That goes like that. Ran a bit stiff at the end. I think they're down to, what is it? We're down to 20, 25 players or so now?
Yeah, I think so, somewhere around there.
Still pretty deep at the moment. Like average is like 43 bigs or 42 bigs at the moment.
Yeah, players are pretty deep. Chris Dean struggling with his mic there, found the unmute button. So Chris, welcome back.
Sorry about that. You know when you get to my age, technology starts muting.
Yeah, he's back. I hear you loud and clear. Okay, so any updates here? What's been happening at the feature table? I don't know what's happening here.
You take your stack in.
All right, Clyde's going to help us with this one. All right, the next one we want you to call the action. Let's get inside the mind of the crush.
Let's go. Let's go.
If you don't mind, I'm throwing you under the bus here, but I know our conversations are always pretty deep and methodical, and we go proper into, breaking down things and trying to think of different avenues for the viewers out there. Let's maybe give them insight into your thought process. You don't have to give everything away.
For sure, 100%.
But yeah, just to give them an idea.
I'll do my best. Let's have a go. Oh. Oh, not much to say there, Jet. Just going to toss that one away, isn't it?
Right, Ray gets up the way. Here we go, Clyde's.
Yeah, opening up the cutoff
Ace-5.
pretty standard. Ace-5 suited. Pretty standard, but Danny should be... Is it the big blind or small blind? Yeah, I can't see it.
He is the cutoff, so Lab's now on the button.
Interesting. Love just opts to fold King Queen there, you know.
And Emmy, yeah, with his 10-7 suit and big, gets it out the way. Interesting. So you're getting all the easy ones, huh?
No, it's quite... well, I guess it's quite disciplined. I mean, the suited connectors in the big blind is always the suitedness is always really good to go with, you know. So I just missed a stack. I don't know how deep he is. Oh, there we go. We got some stacks. Yeah, off 19 bigs. That's pretty standard chuck away, right? It's all good. All good.
Yeah, especially facing a raise of 100,000 there. It's slightly bigger than 3 big blinds. So I guess his minimum defense frequency with those suited cards is going to go down.
Yeah, his hand's just going to get downgraded. The MDF there is definitely, especially that sizing. Interesting. A lot of players here in the mega this time I found, even being out there in the streets with the boys, I found this bet sizing is very fluctuates a lot, right? Get a lot of players do 2.1, 2.2, and then you get some of the guys that are opening 3.4,
3.1. Yeah. We've absolutely seen a lot of that here on the feature table.
85,000.
So Mustang is opening UTG lights, King Jack. Oh, I don't think his stack sizing is correct. It's display there. He looks like he's got quite a bit of
No,
chips.
yeah.
Thought process there. He's gone for 85 at 20, 30, 30.
Yeah, I think he's just one of the players who put in the categories that opts for the higher sizes, right? I think you'll find in this field it's very varied. Some guys, as I said, opening 2.5, 2x's, and then you're going to find these type of players that are opening close to the 4x mark, And I guess that's part of they construct their range, they construct their betting ranges from there. So fair play to them. They've been consistent in the betting size they chose from the start of the tournament. So fair play to them, I guess.
Myself and Nick were having a chat earlier regarding VPIPs and how we make adjustments in regards to how many hands you're playing at the beginning of the tournament to when you're running a bit deeper. And also, like we spoke about stack sizes, walk me through the adjustments that you've made, hypothetically, right? To be deeper in the tournament, what kind of VPIP are you playing? Are we looking around the 27 to 35%? Are we going smaller? We're winding up a bit bigger, putting more pressure on guys?
Yeah, I think it all depends on the stage of the tournament, right? And I think for me, it's very sort of methodical and technical in the sense that I always play my stack depths, right? So I have stack depths in different positions at different blind depths. So if my stack depth, if I construct ranges and it falls at that stack depth to open in the cutoff low jack, hijack, we just go there. We might have something brewing over here, right?
Yeah.
While that's going on, yeah. So yeah, it's pretty fun. 19 bigs. That's just a great spot to go for me. All pretty standard over there. Just gonna get that through. Yeah, nothing to see there, folks. That's all good. Wrapped up. Let me take some blinds and move on to the next. Yeah. So as I'm saying, it's just at different stack depths. I have a constructed range, and I just play my spots and play it as I go along in the tournament. And sometimes the VPIP can be at 15%, and sometimes if you get the card distribution is really good, the VPIP can be at 45, 50%, 20%. It varies. Basically, that's what I'm saying, I guess. Yeah.
And you're mentioning a lot of. You're mentioning a lot about knowing your hand range, constructing your range, so on and so forth. From a studying perspective, how do you go about your studies? Are you dedicating X amount of time a day to it, or you just when you feel like having a flip through a book or watching a video or anything of those lines, you go for it? Or so walk me through that.
We can get back to that. We've got an under the gun open here with pocket tens. What's his sizing? What is he opted for?
Didn't quite catch that open size raising size there from Venison.
Looks like there's 4 blue, so there's probably 100 in there, right?
Yeah. I couldn't tell if that was the big blind and the antes in the middle there, or if that was his raise.
Looks like he's gone for 100. So
yeah,
he's gone like
raise.
the 3.1 region.
Yeah.
So what's the action been like at this table? Has it been like a lot of resistance, or guys just getting hands through?
A lot of hands have been getting through. We haven't seen too many defends like that 10-7 suited hand, for instance. Hands like that have just been getting tossed into the muck quite frequently.
We're switching over to the satellite here.
I think this is a pre-roll. Yeah.
Oh, look at that. The ace king like a good thing, right? Here we go.
So we set up there, of course. As long as the guys are having fun. These are a lot of video personalities and so on and so forth, different publications. Some influencers as well. So they are, yeah.
I'm gonna wager a bet that there's gonna be a 5 on this river here. Oh, cameraman doing us a bit of injustice there.
So, Clive, yes, you were telling me about your studies.
Looks like we're getting some hands at this table. We'll get back to that one. Jed, one of my good mates as well. Let's see what he does on the cutoff. Off what, like 20 bigs here, right?
Yeah.
23.
Yeah.
He's probably opts for like a 2.2 type of raise here.
Yep, pretty standard. 2.5.
Ace queen, here comes the jab. Greatest rips. But Jed in a bit of a spot here, though, huh?
Look, I mean, I think Jed of 22 bigs, I don't think he's looking to open cut or fold here. So I think it should be a pretty standard call from him. He should call pretty fast, I think.
Doesn't look comfortable though.
Are we wagering any bets? What do we say? He calls or fold? I vote he calls.
I already calls. I was going to put a lab shack on it, but
Jamie's on the fence here, just
Yeah,
not sure.
I've seen a lot of tight folds at these tables recently, but he does find the call, and it is the correct call at the end of the day.
I think that's good.
No, it's anticlimax.
right, let's squeeze versus let's squeeze. We haven't had any of those full card run-outs yet.
And not today.
Yeah, I don't think he even got into a time bag there. Right? Just put the babies over the line.
Yeah, I know. Jed, as you said, as a good oak, but also a top-class player. Been on the block for years. Really, really good. Also puts the work in.
100%, yeah.
No. You guys having a watch of the down on the street. Also, this table's only this beach table's only about 6 or 7 hands in. They had a new table that came through after the break.
Right.
Shot a moon with his bullets. For the regiment, are you going? Have you got a specific source that you go to? Are you taking it from other sources, multiple sources, and combining and constructing your own?
I would have.
Every time we get to a question, we seem to find a hand here, right? I think golf's going to be opening up there. I think I owe you 2 answers there, if I'm not mistaken. We'll get back to
buddy,
it.
I'm going to be back a lot then, if that's the case. You're going to pull them up.
Yep.
Rudolph, 31. What do you make it here? 70K. Stuff gets off the way. That looks like he's interested there. Predetermined decision there, right?
So, yeah, I think it's interesting this one. We were talking about the suitedness of hands in the big blind. Here's an example of that. I think Lums maybe... Yeah, he's a lot deeper, so the dynamic changes over there, right? Versus what Gianni had in that spot.
But with that being said, with Lum being a lot deeper in the big blind, would you opt to kind of 3-bet there, sometimes 3-bet fold?
Yeah, I think. Look, I mean, we're gonna go. We got golf on like start of that hand was probably an 800. Is like of 23 bigs under the gun. I mean, I think we just got to ask ourselves how capable is a player once, and then obviously, I mean, how much is he really getting out of line at a 8-handed game? Close. I guess there's a little bit of. I think ICM maybe a bit too early, but there's some things to consider because there's quite a few players that are short at the moment. So, yeah, you just got to ask yourself, is he really getting out of line? And do we want to play the hand out of position in a 3-bet pot? Those are the things that you want to go with. And I also think like 5-4 suited has just too much of equity. Raw equity is a lot there. So pre-flop, we can just protect our equity and just call and proceed, See how we go from there.
Absolutely.
Interesting to see golf follow through on that board. I mean, it's just like it's a great board for him, right? It's a side board. It's just cleans out his range all day long.
And us approaching the money bubble very quickly, how do you think the play is going to be adjusted? Right? In regards to the shorter stacks, make more moves, trying to get in there, or do you think guys will tighten up?
Yeah, I think generally in these type of fields, there's a lot of experienced guys out there. Yeah, there's a lot of experienced guys out there. You'll find some inexperienced guys out there, and I guess it depends at what how they approach is to this tournament. Some of them are not really going to care about the ICM. I mean, you're buying in for 25, and I don't know, is it 53 or so that's min cash? For some of them, it's important, then they'll adjust and probably tighten up a bit more. And for the others that are not too concerned about ICM, they're probably going to put like tons of pressure on the guys, coupled with the stack depths and stacks as well. It makes it a bit easier, There's Ray.
Alright, so
yeah.
Up to 90.
King 10 suited. Standard opening from that position. Opts for the 3x sizing there. Ace 5 suited on the small blind. Chip leader in this position. Clayton, do you mix in some 3-bet bluffs here when playing out of position?
Yeah, this is a good candidate for it, right? Ace 5 suited. Yeah. I think maybe a little, but that's a great board for Ray here. It's probably going to go check bet. Oh, it goes check.
105.
So Lum finds a 5 and starts to lead on it.
Raise up to 250. 250 to top.
Yeah. Interesting spot check, lads.
Yeah, I think Ray just flopped top. He just flopped a great. It's a great flop, right? Top pair and the second nut draw to go with it. I think he checks back, hoping for Lum to probably catch up or get there with some sort of hand. He probably peeled off one and gets there with the 5, and he gets a little bit of value as well, right? I mean, Lum leads into it.
We were actually on the team.
Yeah, Lum leads into it and looks like Ryan clicks this one back.
No, she was so unlucky. She actually went out with aces.
No, I think some of the things that just go through your mind here. I mean, he clicks it back for 245 and leaves 290 behind. I don't think he has any intentions of folding at this point.
Yeah.
Looks like Lum's made the call, though.
Lum finds a call there. Well, interesting to see if Lum goes for it or what in this spot. I mean, if he's calling, we'd see what's his game plan on this type of river, right?
I'm talking about like
Ray's probably a lot under-repped in this spot because he checks back, you know.
when you were in Europe.
Gotcha.
You couldn't play with
Snap ball.
Oh, wow.
That's very, very interesting.
Did you call more? Okay. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, I think if we just go there pre-flop with that, it's an interesting one because Ace-5 is a good candidate. Off he's stacked up, it's very good to go 3-betting, but again, like, you know, the suitedness in the blinds is something to, I think personally, is to protect quite a bit.
He raised the button.
Yeah, Ace-5 suited, you can mix a lot there. You can mix a lot. I think at the offsuit you could probably go for it like a lot more. And I guess cutoff versus cutoff v small blind, you're never really in bad shape. I think if he's got anything bigger than that, you're going to hear from him. And interesting to see if Ray would continue with that off that stack. Probably not, depending on what sizing he goes for as well. So we can go 3-betting, but sizing and all of that's very, very crucial in this spot, you know. But interesting hand.
Yeah, but that being said, lost size. We look at a couple of years back, go to the old school way of thinking about the game. How it's evolved now. How important is bet sizing with regards to getting information?
I think bet sizing is crucial, right? It constructs your whole tournament. Like if when you're playing like shallow tournaments and you're playing like a lot deeper tournaments, like this is super deep. I think average we said is still close to 50 bigs, which is pretty deep, right?
Yeah.
Bet sizing becomes crucial in these stages of the tourney as well. You know, some players are deeper in stacks and they make it a bit shallow for themselves, and if that's their style, that's their style. And other players sort of like stretch out the stacks and really play the equities properly in the spots.
So your schedule for the series, what are we looking at? What's the? I know you're in the Businessman Invitational.
Yeah, we've got the Business Invitational tomorrow, so I'll probably have a nice rest, have a nice sleep, and get up and go fresh. I think that starts at 7 or so, yeah. Yeah, so into that one, and then hopefully I don't play the mystery because then we're still running in the Businessman.
Yep.
And then high roller and main and everything in between. It's either that or commentary if you guys will have me back there.
No, for sure.
So we love your insight. Yeah, but Jamie, what's your thoughts out of it? What can we say this free with your GTO perspective?
Yeah.
Or maybe is he teaching you a couple of things while we have to? I mean, like I said with Nick earlier, those you can't do teach and we can't clearly do. We can't play, we can't teach, so we might as well talk nonsense.
Might as well talk some nonsense at the back. Well, I don't think it's nonsense. I mean, inside, it's always great, yeah.
And for the rest of the year, you looking at any kind of international moves? You looking to pull the trigger on those, or is it still up in the air?
Yeah, no, I'm sort of eyeing out Barcelona, Cyprus, and Hanoi, which is in Vietnam. That's in the second half of the year. That's August, September, October. Yeah. So looking to do those ones. But there's quite a few, quite a lot happening in South African poker at the moment, right? I mean, we got Monster Jam, and there's a couple of other series, and back to Monster. I think Monster Jam is every month and a half right now at the moment. I think. Yeah, we got to Sun.
Yeah, looking at 5 or 6 legs a year.
I mean, you're right up there on the leaderboard for the race to Sun City. Anything think, like, I mean, you look at the top spot, you're just secure, like, happy where you are now. You made the cut. You're playing up for that spin with a chance to win $1 million. How are you prepping for that? You're just going to go and do your utmost in tournaments and then go to Sun City, try and find that trophy.
Yeah, I guess a lot of volumes is important, right? So just like doing the grind, playing some volumes, doing the study work, get in there, keep it going. I think it's going to be pretty even. If I'm not mistaken, I heard a interview with Mark. I think the guys at top going to get like 350 bigs, and the guys even at the bottom are going to get 100 bigs. So there's a crap load of play left in that. 100 bigs is still fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's massive.
Yeah.
So who would you, in your opinion, be if you were sitting at the table, hypothetically, who would be your biggest threat at the table?
I think the guys with the stacks, you always got to worry about. Although their ranges could be a lot wider in these type of spots. And then there's a lot of experience at the table. You got guys like Lum out there. You got guys like Golf, Imran, Kenny, Jed. It's a good looking table, right? Ray as well. Sorry.
And then how are you kind of balancing the online, the live? Do you find how can I put this? Two different formats completely, same principles across the board, or do you have different principles and bits that you apply to the online side of things? Because I'm just taking a gander here. You do the local and the international stuff. Let's say from the local side, you play majority of the guys live and online, and then especially when you go to the online overseas bits, how are you adapting there? Because it's chalk and cheese at the end of the day. It's different styles of play, especially with the Swedes. They're still so aggressive all the time.
Yeah. Look, guys, when you go international, guys are very technically correct, right? So from bet sizing to entering pots correctly, the technical side is super polished, I would say. Yeah, and guys are playing at very few mistakes. Again, it all depends on the stakes that you play at, but even sort of like the mid stakes and even the lower stakes, the guys there's a solid foundation in there. I mean, there's a lot of things available now. Materials available, network is available, courses available. I mean, the game's evolved. I think when we started playing, you'd have to pay sort of like your school fees and learn the game. I think the youngster coming through now, that's able to put the effort in the game, is just able to come out a bit more with a stronger foundation.
And you, just like me, we came so close to, well, in your case, I don't think you realize how close you were to actually winning a WSL rig yourself.
Oh, one of those ones online, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that was so close, but I mean, there,
6 o'clock in the morning, I'm crying for bed, really, to be honest.
Yeah, wow.
That's the other thing. How do you manage that? How do you manage your sleep schedule, especially with those tourists?
Yeah, 100%. Well, let's say if we get some action here. So, interesting for Johnny opts for the raise here in the hijack. Great, 9-10 suited. So he's still looking to open and play some pots, which is good.
At his stack depth there, if he does get 3-bet, would this be a raise fold? Or would he defend with the 10-9 suited?
Again, I think we go to sizing and see what he wants to do off that stacked up. And if he gets 3-bet, like, who knows what Johnny's continuation range he's in the hijack with what's his 3-bet continuation range? Probably he can mix. He could probably put some in there, depending on sizing, I guess. Well, this is a nice board for pocket fours.
15.
That's Kelly scoops through.
I mean, I like that bet. There's some protection that needs to go on there, so he just leads out, gives his hand some protection. And I'm not sure the sizing. I don't know if there's a delay on it, but I mean, I think with the sizing, Imi doesn't have many continues there with that price and the sizing, and just a standard muck down there.
What time is it now? Now it's half-past 11.
Yeah, it's 3 levels. So 2 o'clock.
Like 7 o'clock. At 7 o'clock tomorrow, the businessman invitation.
Oh yeah.
You've got the whole day to rest up. How are you prepping yourself mentally? Are you just trying to sleep as much as you can? Do you have do you want to go to the gym tomorrow morning? Get some endorphins flying? What's the vibe behind it? I mean, everyone's got different routines.
Well, it'd be nice to catch some breakfast first. Yeah, I didn't get breakfast this morning, so yeah.
Oh no.
Get some breakfast. Maybe it's a nice gym upstairs, so have a light workout and maybe come back, have a little bit of a snooze. Maybe go and check the area out a bit. There's a Mendel Mall, I think, across the road. So just
Really, you're gonna get lost in that. I almost got lost in that this morning.
yeah,
Had fun.
just have a look and see what's going on. What time are you guys broadcasting tonight? Did Mark mention what time we're closing the drop tonight?
No idea what it is, man. We get till the last hands dealt.
Great stuff. I see Mustak's reaching for chips. I'm not sure if it's a call or a raise or let's have a look.
Yeah, no, we're just waiting for business to catch up. Yeah.
All right, so flop comes down. Jack deuce king, 2 hearts.
110.
Mustak checked it over here in the small blind, facing a bet. Graphics are lagging, so yeah, we're a little bit in the dark on this one.
Well, it's quite interesting because we can go through it. I guess it's interesting because we don't see it, right? So I mean,
Yeah,
in the
so
small
it's
blind,
actually-
it should be a lot tighter. Like a lot of this should be hitting a small blind range in the spot. Like you should be having a lot of suited connectors, a lot of king X's out there, a lot of jack X's out there, a lot of ace X out there as well.
Right, but now our combos of King X scribbled down completely with the third one.
150.
Well, but
So
it's
what's
still up for a bet, yeah.
So what's your take here? I'm thinking middling pairs as well.
Yeah, there's all sorts that could be out there. I mean, is it finesse and opens up? He looks like his hand is a lot like. Oh, he's interested. I mean, does he make an ace high call here? Does he have ace high in the spot? I think he made an ace high call, right? Because Deuce is beating. His hand just looks like ace high all day long, right?
Interesting run out there.
Yes.
But I flopped a good.
Actually, gotta believe
Nicely
that.
played by Mulcat. I think he deduced that he's got ace high and he went for valuing it ace high to call.
But I think the river makes him call.
So how does one determine, in your opinion, going for value with a sizing of, let's say, 1/3 or half? How do you go about that in your mind, constructing that first one? Or do you go overbet? How do you determine which one is going to be most effective in the current scenario?
So it's like running through like a different streets, like flop, turn, river. Or,
Correct, yeah.
I think it's also dependent on board textures. Like, if there's like flush draws and you need, sometimes you want to charge them flush draws, you want to get value, you want to protect a bit of your hands. Like, I mean, if the board textures are pretty dry, I generally up between 33 and 37%, and a little boards that's probably a little more, sort of more textured and more drawy. I may opt for like 38 to 42%, on the flop. And on the turn, we reevaluate and just generally just go a bit larger on the turn, just obviously analyzing the streets as we go down it.
Looks like Jed is putting the lots in here.
Another all in.
You got one more triangle.
Do you?
You don't have.
That's a good one.
Okay. That's good.
You're lucky you said no.
Right, so Jed has got the lots in, queens versus eights. BC8s, yeah. I'm guessing Jed's got eights.
Yeah, I think you're right. He ran into some queens here.
Right.
GG, Jed. Well played. Always a pleasure, my good man.
So yeah, no sweat.
Not a deep run, but not as deep as it's like. Good job.
It's just a pity. At least you can have a clean flip with that spot, right?
So Clayton, you said depending on board texture, you're betting anywhere between 33 to up to 42% to charge some draws. Are you ever betting about 2/3 on a flop?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I guess when go, but multi-way as well, so we didn't factor that in as well.
Okay.
Heads up, obviously,
Yep.
we can go the 33s, and I guess if it's multi-way, then we could also look to size up a bit more on some rotations.
Okay.
Out of interest, like for the up-and-coming poker players, that's these type of questions to answer. I'm appealing to them. Have you ever thought about offering coaching of any sorts? And if they are, how would someone get a hold of you?
But where will you go all in with?
Well, I haven't given it too much thought, to be honest. But maybe that's something down the line. I think schedules are just busy, like right now. You know, like a lot of poker's happening. There's work-life balance in between all of that, and I think if you just add another sort of ingredient there for some coaching, it can be quite hectic, you know. Yeah, we get some A7 suited in the +2. We're going for open, yeah. Yep, he likes it. He's in there. Upstairs we go.
75k. 2.5 exercising. This stuff looks like it's getting out the way.
Being pretty active, yeah.
Yeah, so there was quite an interesting fold there from the small blind 7-8 suited, and I'm not sure who the player was, but I think that's Ryan in the blue shirt.
Oh, the small, but he's stacked up. Looks, he doesn't look like he has too much behind there, right?
Yeah, so I wanted to ask, would you go for like a kind of squeeze play and just getting it all over the line there with a hand like 7-8 suited?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, let's just look down there, knocking some players out. He's probably looking for a spot. Again, I think it's all part of the player's game plan in this spot. You know, if his ICM's important to him, if he wants to factor all of that,
okay,
he can give that a think.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, we can see it. I think in that spot was pretty good. He probably gets it through.
Yeah.
Now we have to get somebody else now.
But I just think like 8-7 suited in that spot. Like there's not many type of blockers, and you know he's just really like, I mean, everything else is free out there. The ace kings, ace queens.
Yep.
All the overcards are there. All the pairs are there.
Okay.
So yeah, you probably want to mix like maybe some ace 8, ace 7. You know, even the king x, even the queen x that goes in there. You know, probably charge them more with those ones. I think just in those type of spots.
Okay. All right, looks like we got some blind on blind action here.
Check.
Salam, Jack 6 suited, he completes.
Very loud check.
Rudolph checks back with ace 10 offsuit.
Get Rudolph up for the check here.
Yep.
Interesting.
After the aces, there was just boom, 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 boom. You cruise that.
And Rudolph's gonna flop trips.
He lost a big hand with aces.
So on a paired. Oh.
Oh, we got check. Lam did flop a flush draw to go with that.
Yeah.
He lost. He was chip leader. And then literally one round, you just doubled up. Yeah,
So Clayton, on a paired board with a flush draw on the flop, how are you looking to navigate that if you're Mr. Faree in that spot?
Yeah, I think the hand just could have played out so much differently. I'm deciding to go for the check and Rudolph checks behind. I don't know whether the queen's still both parties. I'm not too sure. Interesting. Lum makes a jack high call there. I mean, really, Rudolph shouldn't have any aces in the spot. And if you look at how many combos of king X's are available out there, and he's probably thinking at a high frequency. Jack high is good, you know, just got to dodge that ace-x combo. Rudolph did opt for the check behind and under the hand, so I was probably thinking Jack high is probably higher up in the ranges in the spot. So I guess that's why he goes for the Jack high call, right?
Yeah.
Lam seems to be pretty active getting involved. 30,000.
Yeah, I mean, extremely unpredictable as well. Never know where you stand.
That's it. So were there any big hands here before I joined? Like any monumental hands where guys doubled up and got to like 2 milli stacks or so, or not really?
Not on this table. Yeah. Previous hand, previous table we had some massive hands. It's like 6-handed pre-flop. A lot of players flat calling, you know, like in the small blind with 10s, a spot where I thought the player could find a pretty big squeeze, considering there's 2 flat calls behind them. Players have capped ranges, and they opted for calls. Eventually, Mr. Lum 3-bet with King Queen off. Yeah, and I can't remember. I think it was Irban ended up rivering a straight in that hand. Yeah, it was.
Was it the king queen into tens? Yeah.
Yeah. King queen, sixes, tens, ace queen.
Yeah. All the aces, kings, and queens were out. Tens actually folded there. Surprisingly enough, pre-flop we've seen some quite tight folds on the stream here.
A really cool spot that I witnessed on the previous table with Solo and Harold. Solo unfortunately didn't see his cards, but opened up mid-click at UTG. Harold 3-bet all jacks, and Jared put in the cold 4.
All right.
And Harold flattened.
Yeah.
Board came king 7x. Jared went for 1/3. Harold put it into one. In spots like that.
Yeah, look, interesting enough, right? When you decide to start flatting with hands like jacks, even if people mix in some queens sometimes, I think on board textures, I mean, you guys know this. Like people with the betting lead, you become really, really difficult to play against, right? So, like anything from like 8s to jacks, he may flat. He opted to flat there, so I'm assuming he's flatting 7s, 8s, 9s as well. And then any overcards, broadways, pitches out there, the guy with the betting lead just generally takes it down at a high frequency, right? Did we know what Jerry had in this one?
No.
Nope.
You didn't see it. It was.
They didn't pick it up, unfortunately.
Yeah, no,
but I'm very keen to go pick his brain, so when I see it, we're going to try and get it in the group as well. It's not still the 20th check. And then we'll get through, try and get some info in regards to that. But no, interesting dynamic, right? If hypothetically he had, so obviously if he has kings, he's always checked top set, in my opinion. Always check the top set. So I'm taking that completely out. Aces, hypothetically, getting a check, checking flop. Is he still taking the same line, or is he mixing in some checks?
You know, I was going to say, like, another point here, like, just on the other point before we answer this one. It's like when we see guys are folding tens and everything else, like, very interesting. I mean, I was just in the tourney now. Like, you're generally playing with these guys for 4, 5, 6, 7 hours at the one table, you know, so there's a lot of history with players and, you know, what they're capable and what they're not capable of. People are deciding whether to continue or not to go in that spot. Like folding tens and ace queens, and I don't know what else we mentioned in there, but maybe it's just also something to. They have a lot more data samples on each other because they've been playing for 2 days together, I guess, you know. So just on that, yeah, and I guess Jared. I mean, I think when we decided to put, you said cold 4-bet or cold 3-bet, was it?
4-bet.
Cold 4-bet. Yeah, I mean, I hardly think he goes cold 4-bet and the board comes like ace king X and he's checking. Like, I think the frequency is so high, and he can just do whatever he wants to do. 33%, 43%. It just puts everyone in the spot, and then it's probably game over from there.
And I think a lot of players with jacks are willing to put in the call from 4-bet and hoping to see a board that's not higher than jacks, and then they're willing to go ahead, go along with. Because then, you know, a lot of ace kings combos like that are behind jacks, and then they're more than happy to. I've seen players quite often just ship right on the flop there with jacks.
Completely agree. Well, yes, some blind action. So I think, did he go for the opt? He went. Interesting enough, we get an open from deuces over here, and Mustak in the big blind just flats ace 10, not opting to do any 3-betting of his stack there.
How do you go about like mixing there? Considering, you know, PVB, I'm not sure what Kenny's size was. Did he go 3x? Did he go a bit bigger?
I think he went 80,000, so he went 2.5 or so. Yeah, that's what 2.1. I think both players are just looking to protect their range and just get to showdown as safely as they can.
Yeah, that was fine. Pretty well. He's got lots of chips in front of him.
So what?
Over a million, 3 million.
What was the pre-flop action there?
You get it open by KM, and ace 10 just flats and it goes check all the way down.
What sizing did he use?
He used 80k. He went 80k.
Okay, so from the small blind, you generally want to be opening a bit larger to disincentivize the big blind from defending.
Correct. Yeah, generally opt for like a standard 3x in that
Yeah.
spot, maybe 2.8, 3x. I like the 3x personally in that spot.
You wouldn't go slightly higher, maybe even 3.5 from the small blind?
I think I may adjust it if there's like stack incentives in the sense that the big blind's shallow, deeper, just depending on what he is. And
Okay.
I can reassess from there. But generally, I'll just standard go 3x in that spot. Yeah.
Okay.
I guess you also want to be consistent and balanced in the spots, like when you got 5-6 off and you've got aces, and you just want to keep it the same generally.
Now you've got too many chips. You can't shift now.
Right, almost up again. He looks like he's completing a small blind. Ray checks his option. Five deuce. Chad Holman's favorite hand, huh?
Yeah. I just realized, like sitting here and watching all of this for the first time from this point of view, the players play pretty quick and pretty fast, right? Like if you watch some of the stuff available online, there's like a lot more thought processes that go to it, and I guess it gives you guys as commentators a chance to analyze it like a bit more, right? Here when it just goes check, it's pretty racy and fast and furious, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we do miss the action, but bringing up another point, the time banks. How essential are time banks to you, and how do you include them in compiling strategies and game plans?
I think the time banks are great for the game. There's a lot of posturing out here, and I think the tournaments become more progressive, in terms of where they land up at certain days and at certain levels. So big fan of it. And I think it might be different for different people, but I think now we've been doing it for maybe over a year now or so, or close to that, 8 to 10 months.
Yeah.
I think people are comfortable with it now. Yeah, maybe at start people struggle with it. Personally, I didn't struggle with it because when you're playing online poker, you have like generally between 15 seconds to act anyway, so pretty fine with that. Although online, everything's worked out for you, like in terms of big blinds, and there's no stacks to worry about. Everything's worked out in front of you. But I guess the online guys are fine with it.
Right click on the screen and it changes to big ones.
Yeah.
So it looks like Emmy's opened up. We'll get those visuals to you shortly. Over to, Emmy's made it, what's that, 60k? 60k to go, and it's kind of, I'll get a call out of the big.
This is fun because now we don't get to see what they have. So let's see if we can get there, right? I don't know where Emmy opened up for. I can't see.
I think he opened up from hijack.
Hijack, yeah. So we got a lot of big blind defense. The big blind's gonna be. Although, here we go. And
Quick fold.
Well, interesting. He's been pretty snug in the big blind, right? He opted not to defend, and this time he opts for the defend. It's multi-way defend.
Yeah, it looks like it. Can you believe the time already? This day is absolutely flat.
Race 5.
The time itself. I mean, we're getting close to the early hours of the morning, and we are still chopping block on this thing.
Yeah.
Vegas that's still running. 20 seats. I'm actually curious to see how many more seats they got, because I'm pretty sure they surpassed those 20 seats guaranteed. And eyesight is terrible. I hope you get the list.
5, 6 at least is connected.
The 20 seats guaranteed.
22 players left in the squad.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah.
And we're playing how many places, Jamie?
14.
14 places. Come seriously, right? Seriously, there's adjustments going to be made. You're not going to try and split up a stack in the Vegas stands?
Well, don't tempt me. I'm really tired. I am tired. But I mean, when you're out here, you just want to play. You just want to get out there and play. But I mean, I think that's really for the house up today. Like getting the guys out here for the 20 seats guaranteed. It's well attended as per normal, and guys, it looks like they're having some fun out there as well. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but this place is atmosphere is electric. I like to work. Weekend rush. Righty.
Yeah, so it looks like Lum defends his big blind here. And yeah, we've been missing graphics for the last few hands, but I guess it is fun to try and break down sweat with the players and
Oh, we have a multi-way hand here. Interesting.
that looks like a raise coming from Worcester. Oh,
Looks
cool.
like cold in this one.
Yeah.
Did Lum just pitch his hand? I think he just pitched it, right?
Oh.
I think from a range advantage, that's really a good turn. I think Woodstock that really shouldn't change too much from where he's calling in this position. So more than likely, he's got some type of equity. Just a call, maybe like, I don't know, like there's a flush draw out there, maybe like some type of pairs mixing. This is a flat or a raise, I'm not sure.
Looks like he's putting in a hefty raise.
Oh, here we go.
That is almost 500k in the middle.
Very big pot brewing here.
River, the 5 of spades. Interesting. Check. Check. Looks like not the ace of spades. Let's have a look here.
Flush, no action. Check, check. Huh? Flush, no action. Not flush.
Yeah, so it's quite difficult to see the hands from this angle, especially without the GFX working.
Wait, rewrite. I tried to chase, I thought, you know, maybe the bet was too smooth. I can't fold. I can't fold. This queen is not I thought I had it when I saw that hand. Spade. I know I'm losing that hand. The only thing he's calling there is a flush draw. That's what I know. That's why I raised it.
So when it comes to studying, do you prefer like kind of interactive studies where you like kind of play hands and you know you get answers like that, or do you prefer just studying by reading?
Yeah, I like the online courses. The video content's pretty good. Yeah, I just think from a technical aspect, just to like try and run a lot of sims, a lot of scenarios.
Yeah.
I mean, Imi goes for the fours under the gun.
So at his stack depth here with fours under the gun, do you think he's opening a little bit light? Should he be opening maybe, you know, 6s or 7s plus, or is that quite standard?
Yeah, I think if we're also looking at the dynamics of the table, I mean, I think we've been watching for a while. A lot of raises are getting through, so I think, you know, with the big blind ante, I think he's incentivized to have a go in a spot. And I think he had like what, maybe
About just under 20 big blinds.
Yeah, probably closer to 15, 16 bigs. I think he was in the blind next as well. So down to 11, 12, fours. That's okay. That's all right, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
But stepping away from poker, when you're not playing class, what else do you like to do? How do you de-stress? I mean, I don't know if you play paddle anymore, considering the last week.
Yeah, well, I do like visit the gym a bit. You know, we do some traveling with the family. I still like my sport. Like I was getting into a few things, and like I'd like my indoor sports. Like, you know, like I played some action cricket and took up paddle, but I only got to play twice and then I hurt myself. But I wanna get back to something like that. But I mean, I love like beach, water, swim. I love those type of things. You know, just.
And rumor has it that it's going to be a lot different if you had to take it. It's going to be a lot different back in the day if you had to take the cricketing career. How do you think if you had to take the cricket? Because I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Weren't you very close to representing the country? Or you did at one stage?
I had a stint of it. Like we played at quite a decent level through school and senior cricket. But yeah, it feels like another lifetime now. That was like ages ago, you know what I mean? But I mean, it's poker for now, and everything in between, I guess.
And like, I mean, hypothetically, if you had to go towards the cricketing side of things, do you still think poker would be a big part of your life, or would things be a lot different? Would you cricket all the time, and a little bit of poker? I mean, were you playing poker? Were you playing cricket back in the day? When did you start? How did you start?
Start playing poker?
Yeah.
I think it was at a family function once, and one of my family members had these old school suitcases, the silver suitcases, and they just brought it out, and I remember playing, and everyone is figuring out like, you know, what's the best thing to do. Everyone's like, just call. You just got to play every hand. You know, it's got because you have 5 cards to come and you can win and all of that stuff. So it started there, and then I just took to it. And some things stick with you and some things don't, and just took to it and thought I could basically have a go, you know, and I enjoyed it. When I played, I really enjoyed it. And then it started getting, like, as the years went on, like a lot more serious as it went along.
What was the first major tournament that you played? Do you recall?
Probably, I can't. 2 o'clock. I don't know what we're allowed to say and not say here, but like, these online platforms, like back in the day, was like Silver Sands and Pix Peaks. And probably one of the Sunday ones on Sands was like a massive one to win. You know, it was they had the traditional. Was it 175K? I think.
175 on a Sunday. Me and you and I used to battle a lot back in the day on those sites.
Am I allowed to say your
Oh,
alias
yeah,
online?
Nick put it out there ages ago. So you
If I remember it, Egg Sheeran, I think, right?
Yeah, OMG Egg Sheeran, yeah, back in the day. But yeah, no, it's amazing how far everything's progressed. I think it's coming full circle.
What are you playing?
Being the turn-ups that we get to how the commentary's set up. I just think it's only going to get better.
Are you playing tomorrow?
100%. Fully agree with that.
So from an international contingency, how do you think we can get more international? Because we go to the States, we go to Vegas, we do all these business. How can we get the guys up in the US, Canada, wherever they be, come out and play these events?
Hey, I think the marketing from Monster Jam and getting the guys out here is it's got something. Mark's got something in the pipeline, and I think the last time you boys were down in Cape Town as well. Cape Town felt very different from a player perspective. I think when I played in Cape Town, I don't think there was ever a table I played at where there wasn't at least 2 international guys out there. So that was a good turnout. I don't know whether it's timing of the year, and I don't know whether it's Cape Town.
Looks like we got some action here. Rudolph opening King Jack from the dealer button, and Imran going for the all-in play here.
A6, yeah. I mean, A6. Small blind versus big blind. You know, in that spot, I mean, an ace. Did he call off here?
Yeah, so I personally think the A6, the ship there, is a good move. It's a nice squeeze, but against a player like Rudolph opening quite wide on the button, do you think he might call you off a little wide sometimes? Is that something to consider?
Yeah, well, I guess stack depth plays a big role in this spot, you know? We don't have the graphics on there to see exactly the big blinds and stack depth, but I mean, a good spot for him to charge the button off.
Yeah.
And wow, it was A6. Anyway, it was off suit, but it's a good combo to go for.
Yeah, I agree. If it's A6 suited, do you prefer?
Yeah, but I think we were talking then if it's like this deep,
yeah.
If those stack depths, it's just fine.
Yeah, 13 big blinds. Yeah.
I mean, he still has a lot of fold equity in that spot, and golf just muck a hand anyway. So he still, while he's still got fold equity, just rather clear that as well and take it down. And if he does call, it's you need to tune one of these flips to get a stack over.
Yeah, absolutely.
Although we've got the graphic up again, and we've got Lum in the hijack here with the goods.
There we go. Jack King off again for Rudolph. He's going to fold.
We have a defender in the big blind. Yeah, King 8 suited. Yeah, pretty standard for now. I don't know if Lum opts to check. Did he go for check?
Really needle me.
Looks like a bet and a fold. So Clayton, when playing out of position, I know it's you more often want to check. What kind of flops do you want to lead when playing out of position? Like against a single raise pot against someone in the cutoff or something like that.
I think like a lot of equity-driven spots, right? Like Like, I mean, top pair is top pair. It's great to have like combo draws with it. You know, when you pick up some combo draws
Yeah.
and you pick up a lot of equity, you're not really fussed with continuing calling or your opponent folds or whatever that is. So I think out of position, like, just press on a lot of equity spots, I would guess, like combo
Okay.
draws and those type of things.
Awesome. Thank you.
Right, so Ray out of the gun for force. Looks like he's just flattened. I'm out the way. Imig gets out the way. We all. Green with Jack 10. That's an interesting spot there, guys. Jack 10 on the button. UTG open. Are you finding that you're defending there? You're mixing, clicking back? What's the thought process there?
Who's on the button there?
Reed. Reed.
Oh, okay. Be interested to see what his stack tip was, but I mean, it's a nice spot, right? I mean, he can overlimp in the spot because he's got protection from the gun raising. Nobody should be getting out of line. So 100% I agree. I think it's a good spot to overlimp there. Or even mixing in that spot, right?
Up to 200,000.
Definitely. Somebody would have flopped it open ends, to be honest. But look at it. Mustach in the big blind came along, he bet. I think that's correct,
But again, we were talking about it a bit earlier. I think in that spot, like the betting lead's really important. Like if Jack 10 does opt to sort of go for the ISO in that spot on the button, which is a great spot, and that board runs out like that, he's got the betting lead. There's probably C bets and it's all done.
Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of players struggling to find these spots here on the stream.
Most likely, I think I was ahead.
And I guess maybe earlier in the tournament people are finding the spots, but it's, it does get a bit tricky now because I mean pots are really significant now. You know, I mean I think a pot is probably on average 200, 250 plus every single pot. Yeah, so guys are probably snug up a bit here, which is fine. You know, they've got to play solid in these type of spots here, close to the money, I guess, as well, 21. And I think the really good guys in the spot like just put like tons of those guys with chips such as
absolutely
open quite freely.
We saw like a masterclass from Max Davison yesterday, you know, coming alive in a spot exactly like this and going on to take the tournament down.
Yeah, 100%.
Ace 10, 6, 2 diamonds. Deuce of the turn.
I'm not gonna bet against you.
That's what I tend to do.
I'm not gonna bet. I'll just take it down.
Very good, 50.
Until I get nuts against you. That's the only time.
I mean, I think if you look at that spot there, small blind versus big blind, I think in terms of like taking the lead in a hand like that, like really if you look at the ace 10 6 board, if you look at small blind, big blind, like the small blind has a lot more aces than the big blind in that spot, right? So he sort of gets to lead into a board like that, on that type of board texture. But I think once he just like shuts down and gives up, I think Ray just followed through on the turn. It's an easy fold.
What are the main litigating factors for you now? Are you looking at accumulating chips to secure your space right at the top to get to the final table, or are you just making sure that you can?
All in, 550.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm being honest, like if I'm really being honest with that, I think, as I'm saying, it's just at different stages what you're doing, you know. Like, and as I say, like everybody has their own sort of structured plan and approach to the game. And as I say, with me, it's just what am I doing at different stack depths, right? If a spot comes up, that can be the. I'm talking about really early in the tournament. If the spot comes up, we just take the spot. That's just, I think, it's plus EV spot. We just go with it. Later down the line, you could concentrate on ICM spots and all of that. But I think up front, I'm just playing the spots as I'm going through it.
At 300, it wasn't so scary.
So Clayton, previously you mentioned that small blind versus big blind pot. You said the small blind has a lot more aces in his range there. Why is that?
Well, when he limps, it's like I'm seeing a lot of guys like limping in the spot and what they're doing in these spots. Like when the big blind checks like behind, it's like his hand is like pretty much like it's a lot easier to range in that spot. If anybody does have an ace in that spot, it's generally the small blind because he opts for the limp, you know. He opts for the limp. He opts for, I would guess he opts for a little bit more premium range than the big blind in that spot. So I think on a board texture, it's like if you flip the switch and you go like a gun raise than the big blind defend, it's an ace high board, and you look back and who has all the aces here.
Yeah.
The gun guy.
It's a gun range.
He can bet frequently, right? So if you look at that spot, who generally should have many
Yeah,
aces,
absolutely.
It's not the big blind. It's generally the small blind.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Again, like if players are limping on certain board textures, like what's their game plan and game strategy post flop on certain textures?
Cool, awesome. Thank you for the answer.
Yeah, I see Nick's just walked back in there. I think I must hand over to Nick. I think that's my time.
I think we are approaching a break.
Slides, if you want to stay, you're more than welcome, buddy. If you want to go to bed, you're welcome to. If you want to go grab a lamb shank, you're welcome to. We gotta get the lamb shank together.
Nick introduced me to my first lamb shank out here, and I think he owes me another one. We shouldn't be too far away from that.
I do think so, buddy. I do think so. So guys, lot going on. Oh, sorry. Lot going on. There's a lot of money on the line.
Let's say, for example, I miscalculated my chips and I said 520,000 all in chips, whatever they come. So, but I say 520 all in. But then I said 520.
They still got to count your chips.
Yeah, chips always back.
You got 590 there. The guy's got to play.
Sorry about that.
Okay, 520.
Technical issues on my side. No worries. Right. So a lot of going on, Clive. Like I said, a lot of money on the line here for these guys. Still some notable players in the field. Who's your money on? If you had to pick it outright, who's your horse? Who you backing? Let's see if you had to stand up quickly and have a look here. Oh, don't fall over, Christopher. So, by the looks of it, Army's still there. Howard's still there. DK's still there.
Yeah, some notables in the field for sure. I think the boys, Army's worked up a nice stack as well. I think Marco was still in there. I think the last time when I busted, I think Marco was over 2.5 mil, so he'll have a shout in it as well.
Yeah.
He puts people in some spots as well, you know what I mean? Marco goes for it, quite solid.
So how do you go about navigating someone like Marco? I mean, you know, we see him do some crazy things over a couple of days play thus far. Some orthodox, some not so orthodox. How do you adjust? What kind of adjustments are you making in those instances? Are we three-betting a lot wider? Are we tightening up a bit? Are we looking to pick spots against him that we can realize our equity? How we go about it?
Yeah, I think again we spoke about the spots, right? So I think when the spots come up and you just take the spots, like you just got to keep it pretty standard in those spots, like you know, like your low jack, high jack, button versus big blind. Those spots come up. I think you just got to go with it, right? And I'm not trying to do anything fancy. Just playing hand ranges, right? And if the hand ranges fall in your range and you go with the equities, you go with them. And if it falls elsewhere, I guess you just get to do what the rangers say you should be doing in these spots, right? And sometimes you get out flopped, and there's nothing you can do about that, right?
And you mentioned the term equity a lot throughout these conversations. Realizing your equity, how does one kind of go about defining that? We got all in here. One like Imi's jamming 590, Lum on the button, King, Queen of clubs.
6 exactly.
In the tank.
Yeah, we got a button versus big blind scenario.
Yeah, I mean he's having just short of 12 big blinds. So this is where the marginal, not really marginal calls though, the pressure comes into play because you're forcing people to make decisions for their tournament lives here.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, Lum's sitting on 1.3 million. If he does make the call, folds, Imi gets it through.
Every time we get this part.
So yes, equity realization. How does one kind of define or realize their equity in spots, be it post, pre, on the turn, on the river?
Give me cards back.
You just kind of sum it up in layman's terms for us.
No, I didn't hear you.
No,
I
well,
said you had a
so
hand to show
with the
us.
equity in the is
Yeah,
really
you
one.
said
Like, I mean,
you
obviously
won.
you get a price,
Yeah,
you get out, you people, that's pretty standard. People can work all of that out.
Show the
But I think the edge comes into play when ranges miss ranges and ranges equals certain stack depths and what you're doing in certain positions. And if you've got equity in those spots, you can also drive those equities home as well. Yeah. And you'd be amazed at what type of results you get if you just study like the charts and the sims and the scenarios and what you get to do at certain spots, and yeah, and just drive those ones home. They make a big difference in certain spots, you know, like really understanding the ranges like makes a massive difference in these grueling fields and out there in these tourneys.
Skater just walking past and saying hi. There's the hand. Yeah, no, 100%. But it does make a lot of sense. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it can be quite overwhelming with with all this information out there. Where do you start? Do we go back to the basics? Start defining. No, hold on. We go back and it looks like Rudolph popped it open with sevens, 100k. Emmy rips the lots.
Yeah, this is interesting for golf here.
Makes a call.
Yeah, he makes a call, yeah.
We know rope. Just one
All right, let's see what the first three brings. Queen 6, 3, 2 diamonds. 10 on the turn, 1 to come. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Unlucky. Emmy. Rudolph finds a 2 outer on the river. This game is brutal, huh?
I saw it coming.
Good luck. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, well, here we go. Unlucky, Emmy, well played. Golf was a coverage stack, yeah.
I had it once like it.
And I mean, how do you... Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, well played, Emmy. Not a from me. I mean, Jack into sevens, he found a shove, it was a shove forward.
Made a bad call.
Was it just under...
Yeah, it was sub 12. Sub 10.
Yeah, I think if 7 makes the pretty standard time.
100%. How does one, should I say, how do you go about dealing with bad beats? You know, there's some people that don't handle it too well. You know, what's your key to kind of handling those spots? I mean, if that was you, is it just like, you know, I've done my best to get my money in ahead, and whatever happens, I'm content with that?
Yeah, 100%. It's just, I think it comes with time, right? But I think when you sign up to poker, it's like a contract you accept, and you have to accept all of these things, like losing with aces,
all the T's and C's,
houses. You have to accept all of that. And I think if you can accept that up front, it'll make a big difference in terms of how you handle these beats. They're never really great, and I guess a lot of volumes also help out with that. But yeah, you just got to understand it's part of the game.
You have to, after that hand, you have to fold at least one whole round.
For different people, but to be honest, that's just the reality of it. You know? I mean, Emmy hasn't made a mistake there. I guess if you can go home, jump in your car when you're driving up, you look back on your session, and if you made like very obvious mistakes, then there's things you need to work on. But if you've done everything right and you haven't made mistakes, there's nothing else you can do, because everything else is sort of out of your control, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's all relative at the end of the day. You know, like I said, you put your money in ahead, 5 to come, you hope you hold. Simple as that.
100%.
You're really approaching a serious end of this tournament. There is, I'm not sure how many minutes are left in this level. We'll find out for you now. Yeah, no, still, like we said, a lot of notable players. The Super Sat is now on a break for the next 23 minutes, so I'm hoping to get some coverage on that end. Yeah, still a nice little buzz atmosphere in the room.
Brilliant, yeah, I think it was just like flipped the switch when we started the set. It just became very, very buzzy throughout the day. Great atmosphere out there. And the guys are just looking like they're having some fun out there as well, so this is great to see.
That's it, mate, that's it. I mean, like you said, it's all about balance at the end of the day. How do you talk about balance? I mean, from your perspective, taking breaks breaks away from the game.
I didn't even
You know, like you say, you're going on holiday or whatever it may be, you're traveling, spending time with the family.
110 to
How often do you take those? Because I mean, your schedule is super busy. You know, you're working, you're playing cards.
Marco's just giving me a wave, so I'm just give a shout out to Marco out there.
And apparently Nick's dancing as well, which is not really the best thing in the world to see. Just apologize for that when it comes up on the screen.
Or maybe I think Marco's walking over. Maybe we get an insight. Maybe we get a chip update from him.
All right, Marco, what's happening?
Like sevens now.
We were just looking for a chip update. What's your stack sitting on? Yeah, 1.5 mil.
Maybe if I hit that then again. You made me call a good hand.
Chad making a good turn. You want to come join us, Chaddy? Come later. Chad's jumping into the sunlight for everyone. You probably know Chaddy when you see him. All bullies. But yeah, as you see, it's absolutely fantastic how we can get that live interaction from the guys on the floor as well. I mean, we were even fortunate enough to. Jesus, gave me an absolute fright there. And Chad, the camera's just over there if you want to look at it. Say hi to anybody. Well, hopefully not. Hopefully you're on deep, Paul. Thanks for stopping by, Chad. Yeah, guys, as I say, the way we've got things set up now, guys can come pop in, come say hi, quick little updates. You know, Marco told us about something that was pretty disgusting, so I'm sure we'll get to see that later. Bear in mind, we are on a delay here, so 20 minutes, so we don't want to give anything away too soon.
It's on the outside table as well. We've got Rudolph in the hijack. Ace-9. Oh, we've got Bernd van der Kar. Pocket queens in the cutoff.
Okay, re-raise.
Interesting size there by Rudolph. Yeah? 105?
Oh, the blinds are up, so we're on 40-40, yeah.
130.
Yeah. Click back. What are we looking at? What's your sizing? 375 and 400? Would you go a bit smaller?
Yeah, I like to go a little bit smaller in this spot.
Let's see. 230.
That's fair enough.
You can't go 75, it's 40.
230, 250 around there, that's fine.
Gets it through. Yeah, I mean, these pots are massive. Chip EV becomes a thing now, especially the closer we approach the bubble.
100%.
Yeah, no, it's going to be grueling. I mean, unfortunately, there is going to be a bubble boy or girl.
Yeah, that's the. Well, we just spoke about it. It's also part of the T's and C's of poker, right? It's part of the project. Part of the project.
Only you alone took from a million. I need to get something.
Yeah, it's quite an action-packed table. I mean, there's been a lot of things happening. We're seeing a lot of guys opening, folding the 3-bets. Haven't seen that 4-bets yet. Only call 4-bets. Couple of all-ins. We're still going. Still a lot of play left. I think we might. I mean, I could be mistaken. We're just going to play into the money tonight, and then tomorrow we'll play through. As you can see, it's getting quite late at the moment. Yeah, yawning, mate.
Raise up to 105.
Kenny Morgan.
Yeah, and then generally it'll start slowing down a little bit closer to the bubble, you know? Well, it all depends how the chip distribution works as well. I mean, if there's a few plays out that'll put some pressure on there, you can have a very quick bubble, or it can be long-winded, you know?
All right, a little bit of action here. Kenny Morgan made it 105. Ray Adams has opted to make it 310 with his ace queen. And it looks like Ray got it through.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty good. Just attacking that cutoff range, yeah.
Yeah, Lub's also, you know, he had a massive stack earlier. He came in with 2.2 million. Dwindled down a bit. Some interesting hands that he's played, you know, like we said, with the jack. That jack I calling off third pair, par fives.
Yeah.
Absolute roller coaster, eh?
Oh, probably with the fives, he put the cape on and wanted to go for the hero there. It's fair play. So we've lost 2 players at this final table, yeah?
40 to play.
So we had some casualties this final table. We've lost both
Yeah,
Jani
on this
and Jed, was
table,
it, yeah?
yes. Yes, that's correct.
40. Raise up to 110.
We've got Kenny with the open again.
Ace 9 of the hijack. Likes that 110 size. Ray on the button this time. All right, talk me through this. What's the thought process here? Just considering, Kenny open to 105. We 3-bet ace queen. Now we got queen jack. Do we click back or do we flat?
Let's have a look what Ray's doing.
110 full turn.
Looks like just a call.
Just a
Lum.
call, yeah.
Lum squeezing.
Will be a great spot to squeeze.
No, we're back.
Ace 2's 5.
Here we go. Kenny in the window. Should be pretty standard from here.
I just won the tournament by hitting one out there.
175.
What?
Speed.
14,
Yeah, Nick's kind enough to be bringing us some refreshments. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate it.
Yeah, just talking about the pot sizes there. I mean, that's in excess of 300k, so it's pretty monumental. I mean, you got three-way. It's a nice takedown there with the ace high.
Yeah, I mean, look at, like you said, these pots are going to be on the larger side coming up now. Guys are going to be putting a lot of pressure on. We're going to find when the blinds go up as well. The pressure is going to be on those shorter stacks. They're going to be making moves. It's all about timing. All about timing.
Yeah, 100%.
40,000. All in.
Okay. I haven't looked.
Some action happening on the table as we speak. We'll catch up with that now in a bit.
Good.
Rudolph.
Go.
Okay, call.
That's all in the call.
Yeah.
I must call that.
Pretty standard spot.
Sorry. The way you're running, I don't know.
It's
It's a flash.
3-1 dog, yeah.
Two space.
You can beat jacks, you can beat anything.
Is what it is, but let's see.
That's what I mean.
Queen on the flop.
Queen in the window.
Back door. There's the 7 again.
7 on the turn, no help. Only an ace.
There we go.
GG. Another one bites the dust, we lose another player.
Down to maybe 19, 20.
Oh yeah, 1920 on the entire field stop. They'll update that. Looks like we're going to be on 220.
Not possible.
Alrighty, moving on. As you can see there,
Yeah, but I don't think that's
getting unmiked.
bottom of my range.
Come down to 18.
So out
Yeah,
of all
just
the
another
tours,
one. Just another one. Sorry, there, Chris. Just another one. With them. It's part of poker, right? I mean, king, queen, ace king.
yeah, especially at those stack depths, shoving sub 10, picking up ace king. Rudolph unfortunately has to make the call there, investing what he had invested.
But this both was.
Just got to run it up. So out of all the stops this year, what's the one you're looking forward to? So I say, what's your favorite stop of the tour?
I like playing at home. I like Cape Town, and Cape Town's really, really good. I mean, just everything that goes with Cape Town is fantastic. Great out there, great production. Lots of people come out. Yeah. Lots of people come out and just enjoy the city as well, right? So I like Cape Town. Sun City is going to be a big one, right? I mean, with the free roll and a lot happening. And I think Sun City is a bit longer as well, generally. Like in case,
I didn't even touch the card.
Sun City is always a great stop.
I'm watching you. Ik ga bij je boutique geld vatten. Ik ga niet hier weten.
The Rudolph picking up that hand there, the last one to go.
Yeah, picking up some momentum, so picking up some form there, right? Jacks into sevens and the ace king into ace queen. And you need these things along the way, right? You need these things along the way in these tournaments to get over the line.
All right, here we go again.
There's another one there.
Super stack is tomorrow.
Looks like 100 odd thousand. Yeah, 115, so that's a call. To the flop we go. We get to sweat again. Clyde, give us the action here. Ace 4-4.
Ace 4-4. I think Ray opens.
Was a
I'm
bigger
not
after.
sure. It goes check. in the cutoff.
7 of spades on the turn. How's that changed much the dynamic of the hand now currently?
Well, it's a good board for Ray to sort of stab at it, but he opts to check behind, and I think he just opened the door for the big blind just to come out repping.
He gets that through.
Yeah.
Nice rail developing around the feature table there.
Yeah, they always start to sort of liven up towards the end of these tourneys as well, yeah? I mean, I think when we get down to final table, I think you'll see a lot more people start railing their mates and stuff on the side.
Call it, yeah. You got 100 in there or 80 in there with the blind.
Body to play.
Call a tournament director.
Body. Body. 20 more.
We're 6 over money, so we're going to definitely be in the money tonight. Whoever's left.
I think it's now 21 players. 7.
Check what raise.
Definitely getting the money, I think.
With him, 21 when he went out.
Up to 150. 110 more.
7 more.
All right, Clayton, I think we're going to love you and leave you, my buddy. But before we go, can you give us the last play-by-play on this bad boy that's happening now?
Oh, let's have a look. Let's step straight into the action here. What's going on? Did we have an open from Kenny again? To 150, the ace-9. He's picked up ace-9 a couple of times here. Ray again seems to find him. He's contemplating on the hijack with jacking off. He opts not to go with it this time. I think he's just going to get this through from here.
Lab has actually pulled it off.
Oh, he's called it off.
On the cutoff with 8-6.
Okay.
Pretty much, a big overcall there, in my opinion. 994.
I think there's nothing to see here, folks, at this one. It should be.
Pretty simple. Well, with that being said, Clayton, thank you so much for your time on that. I know I appreciate it. I'm sure the guys at home did too.
Brilliant.
Need to pick your brain a bit and give us some insights. All the best for the tournaments to come, and we'll catch up with you later.
Brilliant. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the invite. It's been a blast, and keep up the good work and enjoy. And we'll see you guys out there.
Thank you, my buddy. Keep well. All the best.
Any card, choose any card.
But I'm saying that's why I see it on TV. Why did I call you?
Right, so Nick's going to be jumping in, closing off the next half an hour or so with me. 40 minutes.
I limped and I didn't call.
Then we'll be taking a short little break.
If he's not strong, man.
20, 40, 40.
Ace king, I'm gonna lose. I know.
No,
yeah, but you either got. No, you raised. I limped.
No, I raised because there's 3 limps on the hand.
I just thought you were strong.
Yeah.
I thought so as well.
I can't just.
Maybe I'm wrong, but
The way he did it. Under the gun, it was big blind.
Ace 9.
Obviously.
Ja, is 9. Maar ik kan niet. Je weet, je is al ook niet laat mensen.
Yeah, it's good to be back.
How did he get you off there?
bad luck of getting that seat.
That's
a bad suck out seat.
I had a bad feeling. Like 6 8 because I know he's not strong.
I think he's strong. I put him on.
He was considering raising.
I was considering re-raising.
I was deciding on you.
I'm having an absolute special moment, ladies and gentlemen. But Nick's back. They brought in the reserves. Once again, thank you to Clayton.
Ace 9, I didn't say
Nick.
that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you caught any of that conversation we had with Clayton, but very insightful.
So on my break, yeah, you know, I always like to try and keep track a little bit of what's going on. I can't listen to every second of it, but you know, this is the opportunity we get by doing what we're doing right now. You know, drag the people in your live. It's not like they got dragged in when they were dead last time, but dragged in live, giving us commentary, talking to us on their perspective, giving us their opinion. It's just magnificent. That energy out there tonight. I've done a couple of really fun interviews. One, Mr. Gareth Khalil. Oh, man is on fire. Absolute fire.
Having a good time though, huh?
Absolutely, and that's for me that's one of the biggest parts of playing live poker is you've got to enjoy yourself. There's no point in playing this game live if you're not going to enjoy yourself. And yeah, it's awesome to see it, and I'm really glad and stoked to be part of this, Chris. I know you are. I know you're having a lot of fun. You're like a jack in the box. Can't keep you still. But that's good. We love that energy. Keep it up in here, and I know the people out there appreciate it. Over to action here. Sugan under the gun, raising with Ace Jack to 85,000. Fold around to Mustak, who's just going to flat call here, and I'm pretty sure Ryan Adams is going to get out of the way.
All right, let's see. I mean, Deuces versus Ace Jack. King 10-4. Still very, very close in regards to equities. Deuces 56% favorite, yeah. Over to Suggs. He's just going to bet his entire range here, and he should get it through, unless Mustak wants to get very sticky. He's coming along as a non-believer.
Mustak's found a little bit of form of lately, and yeah, we're taking down a main event in Caledon in Cape Town, and yeah, he's sitting, playing his cards, enjoying the scene, and like you said, a non-believer, and Sugi also a little bit cautious here, and the river brings the king, and Mustak's got the tick next to his name. I don't know if he's going to think of a bet here. I think he's contemplating what he needs to do. Sujin might just my Sujin just checks and flips over the cards, and he's going to realize Deuces have him beat. Oh man, interesting scenario that. But Sugi
says it all.
Yeah, Sugi also a little bit aware of Mustak. He's definitely a wild card in this field. Even Kenny's face expression there giving away a lot, saying, a little bit weird that Sugi didn't bet that river there. But Sugi happy to go to showdown and had some sort of showdown value in his hand. And unfortunately lost to pocket deuces. Possibly the lowest pay he could have lost to in that situation. Definitely the lowest pay he could have lost in that situation. It has been a long day in this box. Don't judge me. Don't hate me for it.
I'm not gonna lie, I just zoned out for 30 seconds. I was like, come on up, I'll get back into it. But yeah, we go strong. Lum under the gun pocket fives. So Lum started the day for 2.2 million. He's now on 985, 500. Sorry, 985 on the dots. Very swingy.
100.
See what he opts to do here. Ace King for real.
Nice.
Okay.
Right, chips up. Puts it in. 3 bets of 350. Kenny's out the way. Ray's out the way. Lum folds.
So, Chris, just a bit of an update here. I'm looking at the screen, and viewers, I'm going to always just say this so there's no confusion. Looking at it, 21 players left in the field. They are expecting to play till 2 o'clock in the morning, unless they get to the final table before then. And yeah, field's still looking fairly strong. Marco Nakia just losing a massive pot, which unfortunately won't see on the feature table later on. But doubling Nick Vickers up in a 3 million pot. Don't want to really give away too many other spoiler alerts. There is a big hand coming up in about 15 to 20 minutes from now. So watch out for that. That will be on the feature table. And yeah, you know, the turnout in the satellite. I've had a lot of people coming to me and saying to me, Nick, we're going to be all night. Do you think this thing is going to end? And to be quite frank with them, I said to them, you know, this could run until 4 or 5 in the morning. And for the viewers out there, you know, this is what it takes to play poker at this level, you know. You want to enter into a 20-seat guaranteed main event, 5 million guaranteed in that.
Well played.
You know, you're going to have to put in some graft. You can't just get it handed out for free, you know.
Exactly
and that's over and above the monetary value of it. There's also the time invested into it. Not that easy. Remember Johnny walking past, giving me a little high five as he's going past. What we love about being out on the floor. People
such a
can come
sick
visit,
dynamic.
come say hi. Such a sick dynamic. So cool to see all the people here tonight. Some old faces I haven't seen for a while, some new faces that you know, elude us for now, but we'll get to know them as the week goes on.
That's a
And
great
as
shot
long as
from the
everyone's having
table.
fun. Hello, Jamie. Are you enjoying your break? Are you getting good rest?
On the flop, I
Good
want
stuff.
Ready to play?
Right, out to some out-of-table action there. That what you are looking at right now is the 20-seat guarantee. It is
Do we
a
know if
full
we've
field.
Do we know if we've exceeded the 20 seats?
I do not, sir. We will only unfortunately be able to give that information after this current break, which is now live on our side, which is another minute 20 for that. Our machine, Caitlin, she's phenomenal. But she's got a lot of admin on her hands tonight because there's a lot happening in this room. But she will definitely feed us that information as soon as she knows. Over to you, Chris. What is happening here? We see,
Just a little racing tech from Kenny under the gun +1, picks up 100k. And that's all she wrote.
40.
Yeah, if you put your 2 cards, I'll give you one of them. It's a 7. 2-5.
the players are making their way back from their break in the 20-seat guarantee. The buzz is here, Chris. The vibe is here. It's a Friday night. We can feel it. I had some pretty cool interviews with my man Josh over there. Josh, shout out to you, my boy. Shout out on the stream there to Josh and Keegan. Keegan always doing the hard graft behind the scenes. Always looking a little bit confused and lost as well.
He was telling me the other night, he actually goes home and he watches the same movie over and over again, Bullet Train. He absolutely loves it to bits, bro. He loves Bullet Train.
Keegan.
When I think about it.
Yeah, this is fun. Great dynamic to add in live poker as it is. Commenting to the
I'm rolling
viewers
away,
as they see it.
Yeah. Don't know why Jamie. It's Jamie's chair. I'm
That's
rolling away.
maybe why he keeps on like rolling around on it like a mad thing.
How are we looking on those comments, buddy? Anything coming out of YouTube?
Yeah, so something from our boy Gareth Duncan there. Hello, boys. Cape Town is watching. What is Mustang Stack on? See lots of chips. We will feed that information to you as the game goes on. And Fabian McMillan, Golf, Poker Bros legend, lol. Absolutely, we know this. We love him. We love his reactions. And we have a hand here between Lum and Rion.
Yep. That's 2 pair for Lum. And Rion's just come along with that jack to see what the turn brings. 3 of diamonds. Doesn't really change much. Lum keeps on firing. 500 in the middle. He's got 685, so like 1.15x pot behind. What size does he go for?
5, 6 or 6, 7.
That gets out of the way for it.
Acht-2. Ek sê mos, daar's elke hand hier 2.
Yeah, you know, Lum in his typical fashion. I've had the privilege of playing against him many a time on the SunBet Poker Tour. He acts quickly, you know, and it's maybe a little bit of a tell when he's got something in his hand. He fires it out as fast as he possibly can. But yeah, I mean, he's experienced enough to navigate this field as he must. You know, 14 places been paid here, 21 left. Getting close to the money.
Yeah, serious end. Serious end.
seven left till the money, and then the bubble's broken, and everyone can take a breather. Minimum prize there is 53,000. I think it steps up then, and it might be need to be corrected on this one, but I think it goes to 63 after that for 11th and 12th, and then progressively from there it keeps climbing. So first prize in this comp, for those of you who missed it earlier on, is a cool 525,000 rand. Good return on investment there, especially if you enter this through a satellite. I'm going to try and find out for us from our ever impressive Caitlin, how many of those entries that are left in through satellites. I think it'll be an interesting stat for everyone to see, and we'll bring that to you guys as viewers. Chris?
Yes, sir.
I know these have been slogs for us. I know they've been in our own way, our little grind sessions up here. How have you been coping? How have you been enjoying the experience? What's been happening, guys?
Yeah, no, enjoying it thoroughly, mate. You know, getting to chat to a lot of my mates that are here as well. You know me, I love chatting poker. I love the technical aspect of it. You know, just from a conversation with Clayton, I'm sure you have. That's just the tip of the iceberg of the conversations myself and Clayton have. But other than that, you know, no fatigue as of yet. We've still got about 475 more days to go. But yeah, no complaints here, mate. No complaints here. Getting to watch some sick cards. Absolute sick cards being played. Lum with ace 8 off. Rudolph king 6.
How's it going, Misko? She's still got
Raise
the happy level.
up to 120.
She's still right.
120.
No, the happy level that she bought for 3 times.
Yes, sir. Oh, you well needed.
I'm not going to call you. I put cards suited, but I'm not going to call you. Most likely I was winning, but...
Right.
Yeah.
We're still going strong on the side. What is the time now, Mr. Gara?
Well, if we are talking about live time, it's 12:15 our side, and for the viewers out there, 12:15 in South Africa, because I know we've got a couple of international guests watching as well. And you guys will be watching the play from 12:45, and it's been what a journey. To our tech team for working so hard, well done, and fixing the majority of the issues. The only thing I'm sad about is that we don't get to listen to the table banter that seemed to have been interfering with a little bit of the echoing and not really helping the situation. But we're here now. We're doing our best to get us to that 100% mark. I think with the enthusiasm that's behind the desk, the producers that are behind the scenes, I'm waving at Mike right now. Mike, I want to pull you up here for an interview one of these at some other stage. Yeah? Do you want to come have an interview with us for 10 minutes? Excellent. Chris, you dismissed. Goodbye.
All right, yeah, just before I disappear, it's taking a look at what time the Mega Millions resumes. Nick, there you go, fire away. Interesting hand coming on your next, so you might want to jump in. Let me call this actually, if you don't mind. So we have a open by Sugi, ace 3, 3 bets by Rudolph, gets it through. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been emotional. We'll catch you up a little later.
Every time we had one card yet. Just but the bigger. So I showed you one card.
So I'm joined here by Michael Collette, known to us as Mike. Happy Mike, you have gotten us through what has been a little bit of a rough process, and it's such a pleasure to be able to do this and to sit and chat live. You know, impromptu. Saw you walking out. You're a busy man, but I said to you, I need 10 minutes of your time. Talk to us about what this event's been like for you with the new adventure that we are going on.
Sure, it's a very loaded question. I'm certainly not common to sitting in a booth and to being on the side of the fence, as it were. But I must tell you that it's been stressful, but it's been a hell of a ride and very exciting ride. And I think we've got to start off by saying, and I know you guys have touched on it, but I'd like to say that to Gary and Mark and the Cardstream team, they did an amazing job. They did an amazing job with regards to bringing poker to the mass market, well, our market, and kudos to them. And sure, what a legacy they leave behind. There's no question that they are sorely missed, but life evolves, and what a breath of fresh air to have the three of you in the booth, up here, running around on the floor, cutting interviews, talking to people. It's just amazing. It's fun, it's exciting, it's energetic, and we certainly don't know what's going to happen next. That I can tell you for nothing.
You know, I jumped out there early on, and I was chatting to my wife during my break, and I just said to her, baby, I think I'm getting more exercise in these couple of days here just by jumping out, and the freedom of expression you guys have given us has helped get a lot of, we've used today, the word expression has been raw. The other day it was experience came up a lot, and raw is today what it is. And it's just an amazing feeling for us as commentators, because if you watch the stream live of us up here the entire time, you would check people coming and going, people bringing in bottles, getting high fives here, like Oki earlier on that brought us some popcorn, and Chad that pulled up a chair here earlier on just so he can get his ugly face into the into the picture. Shout out to Chad for flying up for the satellite this evening. But Mike, tell me your day-to-day runnings. What are you doing behind the scenes? What is your role that you have to deal with? Because I know it doesn't come down to just one role.
No, it's a multitude of roles, but I mean, we're an exciting team, and I think a very well-drilled team. So it's a case of ensuring that a stream is up, ensuring that we have pictures, ensuring that cameras and batteries are charged, dealers know their roles, shots of players coming in, going out, just pretty much being the glue of the operation, and then making sure that we've got enough reps and that we've got enough content to start each day with, so that the viewers who didn't necessarily watch the whole stream could actually get a snapshot of what happened and transpired in 8 to 9 minutes. So I don't think it's like any specific role, and I wouldn't like to be stereotypically bound to a role. I think it's exciting to do a bit of everything, from rolling cables, not shooting myself as in filming myself, and then obviously managing my team.
Yeah, and you've done a remarkable job. You know, through adversity, we had a couple of technical issues. I know it's giving you more grey hairs than what you want in your life, but we're 95% there in terms of the tweaking. And to the viewers out there, we are so appreciative of the comments. You know, the first day, everyone that missed Mark and Gary, you know, it's difficult to accept change sometimes, you know, but we're moving with it. Gary and Mark did 5 years of incredible service to the community, giving us the most in-depth analysis on hands, and we just feel that, you know, it can't go unsaid. Well done to them, and thank you for opening the pathway for youngsters like us. I mean, to be sitting in the box with a guy like Jamie, who's 23 years old, you know, giving analysis from hand to hand, he's loving it. I think he's exhausted beyond belief. You know, he's not used to putting and he's not used to putting in the hours that us poker players and poker grinders do. But nonetheless, I think he's done a marvelous job. Your team at the back needs a round of applause. You need a round of applause. I can't thank you enough for what you've done, for keeping us calm, for giving us freedom of speech. And, you know, is there anything else you'd like to say, anything else you'd like to comment on the experience so far for you with this new format?
So I think even before I talk about the experience, because that's like really, really a big point, I think what we haven't spoken enough about is Mark, is MJ, Mark Joseph. Apart from what he's done with the whole of the Monster Jam into the SunBet Poker Tour and bringing this to everybody, and the incredible amount that he puts back into the community, I think he's a visionary, and he doesn't accept. He consistently strives for bigger, for better, for more. And there's no debate that he will only be happy when his brand lives and feels like an international brand, that it sits on the same stage as a WSOP, which is those 4 letters are just beyond ridiculously massive and awesome. But you know what? He just won't rest on his laurels until that happens.
So I've been trying to figure out why he called me. I mean, but now you said it, bigger and better. I mean, yes. Maybe not the better part, but certainly bigger.
I think I'm just going to start calling you Lon McLaren from now on. So kudos to Mark, and I think back to the experience. I just want to say that, like, I'm now starting to enjoy it and unwind. I think that the first couple of days were unbelievably hectic, from a point of view that we're actually running 2 productions simultaneously. I don't think the viewers kind of understand what that means. So we've got delay. In other words, what we are producing, and then you guys are talking over pictures that we haven't even seen the cards. That's how secure it is. You're seeing the cards for the first time, and we're talking over that. And then when we bring your camera and audio in, it's happening 30 minutes after the effect. So it's literally 2 sets of productions. The camera that's on you is a different camera to the other cameras that are on stream. It was quite a thing to wrap our heads around, and it's still kind of quite a thing for us to wrap our head around. So there've been a lot of broadcast engineers giving us advice and working with us behind the scenes to kind of put it all together. And it's amazing. The one thing I am going to say in closing, because I'm not the man that lives behind the mic, is my throat's so dry. How do you guys do this for the amount of hours you do?
Yeah, you know, and Mike, thank you for joining us in the box here. It's been a pleasure interviewing you, and thank you for doing what you do for the streamers out there. I just want to cross this hand, and you were experiencing this on the floor here, you know.
Oh yeah, this is going to be. Wait.
Ace King versus Jax.
Wait for the reaction. I'm not going to tell you by who, but just we'll listen in and wait until this river comes to deliver.
Hold up, hold up, hold up.
Baby! Baby!
An absolute classic. Rudolph Paris style. He absolutely made the entire casino know that he had just won that hand. You know, and I came and stood on the side of the table because you couldn't miss it. It was quite a shock to all of our systems when he went off. It was unbelievable to see. And yeah, I mean, look at him. He's even gripping his heart here. You know, this man has seen more hands per hour, I think, than most people see in their lifetime. And, you know, he still gets excited by this game. Doesn't matter the buy-in, doesn't matter the size. And we love having him on the tour. And I think such a cool addition. I mean, even some of the people at the table were a little bit concerned about the way he was celebrating it. Nobody doing it out of malice, but you know, they just wanted to make sure that Rudolph himself, his health was still good afterwards, because as you can see, he was gripping his chest out of pure excitement. And this is what we love about this game. His family and friends all supporting on the rail there, and we love that about this. Mike, thank you for being in the box with me. Thanks for giving me 10 minutes of your time. I know it's hard for you to find that time, but you certainly did it, and it's been an absolute pleasure. Shot for coming up here.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you. And we so look forward to the next couple of, long days with you guys, because you're just amazing, and thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mike. So yeah, on that note, we're going to cross over to the action. We are nearing a break here. So the players are seeing that on their screen. They are slowly but surely winding down, especially after a big hand like that, you know. Everyone was put on the edge of their seats as soon as Rudolph screamed. The other 2 outer tables came and checked it out straight away, because it was a massive hand. It was a massive pot. Kenny obviously sitting with a lot of chips going into that hand. And Rudolph certainly now a formidable stack in this tournament. And just due to his experience here, he will definitely make a deep run. He will definitely look to terrorize the field, if I can call it that. At this point, it's me standing on the side going, Tim Rudolph, we love this for TV, and we really do. It makes it exciting. And you know, we want to keep it fresh. We want to keep it real and raw, and we certainly got that out of Furry there. Crossing over to action here in the hijack, the Surgeon Singh with ace-9 of hearts. Certainly looking to start navigating a little bit better in terms of understanding that his stack is starting to get to a point where it's in the 15 big blind range, which means he doesn't have a lot of room for movement, but he can certainly raise spots like this. So he's done his standard raise to 80,000. Rudolph promptly comes along with his queens, makes it 400,000, making sure that nobody comes along with a weak ace here, and we'll certainly see the Sujin fold, and he does so properly as well. Into the muck they go. Rudolph tables queens, still hasn't gotten over the excitement of that hand. Yeah. We love it. Rudolph, we love having you on the tour, and we look forward to seeing a couple of deep runs, hopefully, from you in the series.
Hij weet niet wat jij wil. Hij weet niet wat jij wil. It still goes do.
40 to play. 40.
Yeah, it feels like I'm bullying you, that I showed every time.
Monsters, you show 10s.
Ace, kings,
40.
100.
Raise up to 100.
Loose now.
100.
Oil is pumping now. Loose.
Rudolph, finish it early so we can all go sleep. Come on.
I just want to make the money. I'm not bad.
Make the money. What did I tell you? You want to make the money?
You top 3 already, guaranteed.
You want to make money. That's
Good player with chips. No chance. You're not finishing.
You don't want to make the money. You want to make the position on top. You don't need the money.
Luister, jy wil hê ek moet wen. Dis
Ja, ek wil hê.
Ja.
Ek is
Jy kan nie verloor nie.
Ek is in jou kar.
Ja, jy
Ek
kan
ry
net nie
saam met
verloor
jou.
nie.
Rudolph, I'm here to block that win for you.
Jy kan nie verloor nie.
I'll try my best.
So bad.
Foul.
225.
Foul. Oh, sorry. I apologize, guys. I didn't saw
I raised
it.
under the gun.
Ek foul.
No, I'm calling.
Ek sal even wys wat ek foul.
Ek wys.
Nee. Nee, ek's agter.
Double.
Ek is seker ek's agter. Oh shit. I haven't got queens this time. Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, Kenny.
Don't mind.
Kenny.
Use the same space. Yeah.
Jy feel.
Ja. Ek is luister.
So just giving a little bit of silence there so that viewers can actually hear a little bit of the table banter going on. Obviously still discussing what is said after the hand. And yeah, everyone, like I said, still in a little bit of shock from it. A lot had happened. So just the viewers out there, tomorrow we kick off day 3 of the Mega Million at around 11 a.m. So that broadcast will come to you live at about 11:30. And then we look forward to seeing the Super Stack starting at 3 p.m. That's a 2-day event and a 10k buy-in there. And they'll look to place 7 levels out on the first day. And Business Persons Invitational starts at 7 p.m. That is one of the flagships in this tournament. It's such a cool initiative by Mark and his team to get such a tournament going, because at the end of the day, you know, you want to see that mix up. You want to see the best of the best facing what is often considered, you know, I don't know how to phrase it other than, you know, the people that keep the game alive. These are the people that want to see the success of this. They want to play in it. Doesn't really matter about the skill level, etc., that they go in with. And it is certainly one for us as commentators we're looking to forward to go and commentate on and bring it to you guys as the viewers out there. It is going to be something to behold. There are some really significant names in that, and we'll bring that to you live for tomorrow. so that you guys can get a good build up to it. And whilst we finish off and watch the pinnacle of this event tomorrow, starting at 11 a.m., broadcast at 11:30, and we will see some really, really good action throughout the day. And then the pinnacle, obviously, of the final table for this event, where we should see a lot of pros out there still in the field, the likes of a Darren Kramer and Jared Solomon. They are enthralled in this marker and Oki, and yeah, just incredible names to come deliver this incredible competition to you guys. You know, it's a purest format of poker. We can go out there and absolutely relish the opportunity we get to commentate on what these players are doing. Over to action here. Kenny raising under the gun, or sorry, at the cutoff with ace-4. Sujin in the big blind is jack-7. Probably a little bit frustrated in his spots, you know, because he's getting down to that 10 big blind range where you get a certain amount of hand ranges that you're going to ship with. It's starting to get a little bit tight, you know, so he's got to try and pick up cards at some other stage. And the worst thing is to go into the big blind and you don't have a playable hand, especially when there's antis involved. It does do damage to your stack, and you're just really hoping that you can find spots where you can pick up a couple of chippies. So we're about 2 minutes out from a break here for the competition. Players are slowly going to make their way to the rails, get a well-deserved break, and rest up so that they can give you guys the best viewing experience. And just remember, these are the star. These players are the stars of the show. They're the actors. They're the ones we come here to watch. And please don't mistake our silence every now and then for a lack of commentary. Rather than, we want to give them the exposure that they deserve. You know, and there's often some cool banter around the table, funny things being said between the players. Point in case of that hand with Mr. Faree. He certainly is a character. He immediately made a deal with somebody around the table. I can't confirm who that was or what the deal was, but that's just his character. That's just his nature, and he certainly brings a vibe to this field that not a lot of players can do. You know, and as successful as a businessman as he was in his lifetime, he certainly knows how to have fun. I recall last year at the team event in Pretoria, just the hype that he created around bringing an entire team of what was circus clowns, if you can call it that. And so much fun was had at that tournament. And incredible initiative taken by him to... Pretty sure he spent more on the suits than what he could have won in prize money. But such is the nature of the beast that is Mr. Faree, bringing all of that down. And Rudolph, we love having you part of the tour, and your enthusiasm is as the graphics comes out a little bit earlier than what you'll see, Ahmed will be waking up with ace 8 here. Joined back in the box by none other than our GTO wizard. Jamie, you look nice and refreshed after that break. It seems like you've been catching on some nonsense somewhere.
Yeah,
Don't
thank you,
even want to
Chris.
know.
Good to be back.
Did you nearly call me Chris?
Yeah, well, I've been chilling with
Sis on
Chris for the last
you.
hour.
Sis on you. So, just touching base with our viewers out there, as you can see in the top right-hand side of the graphics, hand 219. That is just of the second part of the stream. So we are looking good. We're looking forward to it, and we are going to bring it to you with a theme of today of rawness. Keeping it real. You're muted on Discord.
There we go.
You're still figuring it out. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Excellent.
Wait. Is it safe to say that it's a little bit...
That one's it.
No, I can't hear.
My goodness, things are happening in this commentary box that should never happen, but I guess a little bit of fatigue setting in here. I called the production team from the back there, only to figure out that it's our stupidity that we were not broadcasting live to you guys. My humblest apologies. But, to the back of us guys, you guys are rock stars. Thank you very much for always being on call and to deal with those stupid mums that we have. It is safe to say we are into the grueling, what's this, 13th hour?
Yeah.
Commentating for?
Nick, do you know how many players are left?
Yeah, so I'll give everyone a quick update. There was also an update on the prize pool, which I'm going to bring to you now. There are currently 17 left, so please remember that this feed is half an hour behind time.
Yeah.
And we've just got to be blissfully aware of that. And so what I'm telling you now, you'll see in half an hour's time. There are 17 players left. I'm going to be reading it out for you. So give me 2 seconds on that. So the updated prize pool is as follows. Thanks to Keegan back of house there for cocking it up the first time. Thank you, Keegan. You are the best. We appreciate you. Most of the work you do is spot on, but every now and then you have a little slip up. And we can now give you the actual prize pool. So the prize pool remains the same at 2.28 million. And the prizes are as follows: first prize 680,000, second prize 420,000, third prize 250,000, fourth 165,000, fifth 128, sixth 105, seventh 89, eighth 77, ninth 68, 10th 60, 11th 60, 12th 60, 1353, and 1453. So decent prize pool. Didn't quite get to the double mark that we were expecting on the guarantee, but 50% is certainly no small feat. We can be happy we got those extra numbers in and certainly push this whole tournament to the next level, as we always seem to do. Over to the action here, Ahmed Karim. Standard doing his thing. Unfortunately, missed the run out to complete his up and down straight draw there.
So
But
yeah, let's see if Ahmed turns his hand into a bluff here. He opts to check it over to Darren, whose king high is going to be good. Quite an interesting hand played there by two titans of the game.
yeah, you most certainly aren't wrong on that. You know, Darren having an incredible time launching his own website called PokerBet. They're very prominent on the SunBet Poker Tour, and very, very, very appreciative of having them part of the players here in the field. You know, they certainly add a lot of value. They tend to win a lot of the tournaments, or at least have a good showing into them. And without them, you know, especially a guy like Darren, you know, let's talk a little bit about Darren here. Darren's got, I mean, he's one of the pioneers in poker around South Africa. You know, he was the young blood that came through early on, dominating a lot of fields and really taking it to the next level in terms of, you know, how progressive poker can really be. And he hasn't stopped ever since, you know, coming up with his website, PokerBet, first legitimate poker site in South Africa. You know, the rest that we used to have back in the day used to all feature outside of South Africa, and still giving us access to play them. You know, just unreal to see he is sitting fourth on the all-time South African money list with $1.3 million in live earnings. It's been an incredible career for him. Jamie, for you as a young player, what is it like commenting on guys that truly were role models for you growing up if you wanted to get into poker? You know, what is it like? This must be quite surreal for you.
Yeah, so I do feel a little bit of pressure. I was wondering how I'm going to come into this and commentate on players who are better than me. You know, how can I, as a young player, kind of get in their head and understand what they're doing? I think for the most part, I'm keeping up. There have been some slightly more advanced players, you know, where I haven't quite understood why they made the play, but it's a good play, such as Max's ace high hero call yesterday. You know, I still love to go and ask him and find out what was going through his head in a situation like that. So yeah, no, it's really cool to have the chance to watch some really exceptional pros at work and to just try and put their actions into words here.
Yeah, and I certainly think that if Max is listening into the stream, Max, we need at least a half an hour from you in the session or in the commentary box here sometime this week. So if you wouldn't mind coming through, popping into the commentary box and coming giving the viewers a first-hand walkthrough of your play, you know, your months preceding this, it would be awesome to get your views on it, and certainly looking forward to it. To the comments there, not much changed since we last spoke, but folks, you know, we really encourage comments coming through to us, and just some action there on the altar table. I know we saw these particular players on the feature table just before the break. Jamie, your view on where the chip stacks are at in terms of, you know, who do you think is going to start making moves? At what point do you think the players need to start making a move and start really showing dominance? You know, at this stage, blinds are 30-50. Yeah, what's your view on this?
Yeah, so I think here with about 17 players left, 14 of which are going to make it to the money. I think the big stacks need to start cranking up the pressure, putting the little stacks under a lot of pressure, and you know, starting to bust them out.
Sorry, can I get a coffee?
122 coffee.
All right, so Howard here raises queen jack suited under the gun +1, folds around to Ahmed.
All in.
And Ahmed going for the shove here.
How much is it now?
$565,000.
565.
Just waiting for the graphics to catch up so we can see how much of it Ahmed shoved, but I think it's around 700.
Okay.
565, ace 8 of
Call.
hearts.
Yeah.
Howard says he calls, he puts in the call. And Ahmed is ahead here. He's got the suits dominated as well. So off to a run out.
The same, King Jack. Two black. Queen of spades, Jack of clubs. Same hand as he. And he still gets the other one. Nice.
Queen in the window, bad news for Ahmed. Ace at the bottom of the window, if you will call it. So Ahmed in the lead here. 4 of diamonds on the turn. And a king on the river to seal the deal. Ahmed scores the double up here.
Let me just do this process. Okay.
I think pretty standard play there. You know, Howard sitting with a big stack, happy to try and eliminate a player of the talent and quality of Ahmed.
Absolutely.
There's a lot more than just the chips at stake. It's about also eliminating the people that are the biggest threat in the field. And Howard is more than experienced enough to understand that. So good to see Howard still playing cards there. You know, even though he's got a big stack, didn't lock up shop, understands the task at hand. Just going through a couple of notable hands coming into this table. Samuel Tebeche sitting on 2.2 million, and Darren Kramer also coming in with 2.1 million, and Howard coming in with 2.7 million. So certainly can understand why he's making that call. I think after Ahmed took a couple of knocks early on there, especially to one of his best buddies, Darren, certainly had to try and pick off the pros, and unfortunately didn't do so or get so lucky.
5-4 suited under the gun here for Howard. Sends it to the muck. Pair of 9s for Samuel. I see his flag has changed from a German flag to a South African flag.
Yeah, very interesting that actually, because on the Hendon mob, he's certainly listed as a German national.
Yeah. So during my break, I did have a little chat with him. He was telling me how he's off work, traveling the world a bit, playing some poker here and there. And yeah, he is indeed from Germany.
All in.
So Jamie here in quite a spot with pocket 6s in the cutoff.
All in.
Stack is relatively short, looking at around 15-ish big blinds. Looks like Patrice just pushed all his chips across the line as well.
Certainly has. Patrice looking a little bit exhausted there.
Yeah.
Maybe starting to feel the grind and the pressure of a couple of grueling days of tournaments.
Yeah.
You know, long flight in from, well, not super long, but
4-hour flight. Yeah.
4-hour flight in from Mauritius can definitely take it out of you. And then he came straight into the action here, so completely understand the feelings, the emotions he's going through, and yeah, good to see him out here. Him and David came together. We were fortunate enough to pick them up at the airport, get to chat to them a little bit in the car on the way to Times Square. So the graphics are finally catching up there in Ace King for Patrice. Interesting to see what Samuel does here. You don't exactly want to give a player of Patrice's nature extra chips unnecessarily, but certainly not an easy fold with 9s.
Yeah, Samuel a little bit in the tank here with his 9s. Given the pre-flop action, he opened, Jamie flipped it over on top, and Patrice also shipped it over on top. So Samuel's sitting on about 2 million chips. I think he can kind of get away from this one and just let the other two battle it out.
6s and ace 2. Nice.
after that. I was like 10, I think.
Oh wait.
I was just thinking what I would do.
Nine.
It's just like,
Oh, you have to
You can never.
Jimmy, you still got change here?
No.
So,
815, he's got more.
He's got more.
You heard what I had?
Putting him in the lead and putting.
It was very close.
I looked about it.
Yeah, for you. I mean, for me, the call was very difficult. I don't know you, if you're like
Sit
crazy
up.
or not, or super
crazy
tired.
guy, man.
Huh?
Crazy guy.
Crazy guy? Ah. Okay, next time I call.
Crazy Mauritian, you know?
Crazy on the table, not so crazy outside of it.
What are we, 19?
It's good for the tilt.
Apologies for the short little absence there. My Discord just started updating in the middle of that hand. But it looks like Patrice found the ace on the turn and delivered the knockout to
Very dicey.
Jamie there. So, yeah, Patrice finding a much needed 600,000 chips added to the stack.
Well picked up there.
Yeah.
You had to save it a little bit there. Well done. As this technology sometimes just jumps up at you, just decides, oh no, we feel like a little update mid-session.
Why not?
Why not?
205,000.
At least it wasn't Escom's fault this time.
Yep.
It's normally Escom to blame.
Alright, so I'm raising here with 10-9 suited in the hijack. Pretty standard, about 2.1 big blinds. Darren Kramer looking down at Jack 9 from suit on the button. Sitting with quite a lot of chips here, 2.3 billion. Seems like he's interested in finding a call. And he lets that one go.
Mr. Lippman?
The action falls around to Howard, who's got ace jack in the big blind.
That's 200.
Howard puts in the 3-bet.
Another 100.
Another 100. Yep. Correct.
And Ahmed could get sticky here, knowing he is likely behind 2 suited cards. He might want to see a flop and try and maneuver it from there.
Thanks, Ricky Bobby, for the real tech guru behind the scenes there. Popping in to come and sort out the problems. And so grateful to have a team like we do behind the scenes working on this. Pretty much 24/7, these guys have had some grueling hours in this place. And yeah, trying to get you guys the best possible pictures out there. All we try to do.
So Ahmed off to flop here, knowing that he needs a bit of help, and he certainly finds it, connecting his 9, top pair on this flop.
500. 500,000.
So just to confirm to the viewers out there, quickly jumping into the middle of this hand, we are playing down to the money or till 2 o'clock cutoff. They can't really go past that. That's purely an employment thing, I think. As far as I remember, the dealers can't deal past a certain amount of hours in a day, and we certainly do respect those rules.
Yeah, so quite some big action happening here. Howard decides to bet pot on this, in this 3-bet pot. So he bet 500,000 into a pot of 500,000. Ahmed opting to just rip it in here with his top pair. And Howard in a pretty gross spot here.
360 more. It's at 860. Yeah, total. Okay, call. Yeah, 460. 1, 2, 3.
How much did you shoot?
100.
It's 960.
So another 100 more.
100, yes.
Another 50 more. That's 410. Yeah, thank you. Yes. Yeah, put it in 910.
So it looks like Howard puts a call in here with his 2 overcards. Ahmed pretty much a 4-1 favorite to win this hand. And Ahmed potentially finding a back-to-back double up here. Let's see, queen on the turn. Doesn't really improve Howard's hand. And king on the river is gonna line Ahmed up for another double up, back-to-back. So he's just spun his stack up above 2.5 million. Just 2 hands ago, he was sitting at around 650k.
Don't calculate for the guy.
So just a reminder to our viewers out there, we resume day 3 of this Monster Jam
So we're 18 players now.
SunBet Poker Tour 25k Mega Million. Finally found my words there. Trying to talk over the speeches happening in the background there. And a beautiful shot there of Nicole's card protector. Hopefully it brings us some luck. She was worried about 2 players on her table. But as we all know, at any one stage, every player on the table is a threat. Certainly not an easy field for that satellite either. A lot of the players that got knocked out of the megas jumped straight into that sat, knowing the value that it is of having 20 seats available. Grueling competition that day, hey Jamie? I mean, you walked around a little bit and chat to a couple of people.
Yeah.
And that looks like that tournament could go on until 4 or 5 in the morning.
Yeah, I think they're playing till completion, right? Till there's 20 players left.
Pretty sure on that.
Good luck to all the players remaining in the satellite. Looks like Ray Adam here opens up with pocket queens. Samuel in his big blind, 7-3 suited. Not going to defend that one. Ray shows queens and he's going to get this one through.
You were making sure nobody calls you. Times 4.
Where was I? Sitting in the freaking breakfast area with a fucking massive bowl of popcorn, Coke, fucking chocolate. Loving. Like he's betting on shit.
Just want to throw out a little correction there for Mustak's name on the can't find the words there. His name is label. it says Mustak.
On the graphic,
yeah,
my
on
boy.
the graphic. His name is Mustak, and he's got 9-6 offsuit under the gun. He lets that go.
So is it you and Kramer against Edgar and Jared?
Darren folds his jack 4 action on Jared 9-7. It's been quite quiet since I've joined for the session. Howard here with jack 10 off. Got about 13 big blinds in his stack. He's going to take a little stab at this. Samuel folds 5-3 off here for Ahmed. He's just going to muck that. Howard going to take down some much needed chips here.
So just jumping straight into it, one of the events that we've been drumming up over the last couple of days is that of the Businessman's Invite, which starts tomorrow at 7 p.m. Just a couple of names in the mix: Ahmed Karim, Gio Sinetti, Darren Kramer, Clayton Talabath, Imran Bajani, Craig Hartland, George Stroich, Moaz Ghani, Henny Apple, Max Davison, Devastating Davison completing that round lineup with some formidable businessmen. What are you looking forward to most of that? Bearing in mind that they are looking at doing a 10-seater feature table.
Wow. Yeah.
So we can try and get the maximum value out of it. I don't know if they're going to manage to pull it off. They are trying to figure out if the technology at the table will allow for it. How cool is that for us to see? I mean, those names are there. Those are some of the best in the country.
Absolutely.
Look at the GPI rankings here, which is slightly different to that was on the all-time list. Ahmed Karim coming in first, Gio Zanetti second, Darren Kramer sixth, Clayton Teller fourth, Imran Bajani 16th, Craig Hartland 96th, George Stroich was 215th, Mars Ghani 26th, Max Davison 6th in Great Britain, and Henny Apple 34th on that. Just remarkable, a nice mix of players, nice mix of professionals supporting them, and certainly looking forward to that and broadcasting that, and we'll definitely be put through the blender ourselves as commentators, especially with the action we're going to see unfold there.
Yeah, so Jared takes down a little cheeky pot here, 3-betting Darren with his pocket fives. Action ended up folding around to Darren, who also let his hand go ace-10 offsuit.
View to the other table there of Malcolm. Malcolm enjoying his time here at Times Square. Sorry about the double barrel time, but it is getting to that stage of the evening where time is everything. And we are certainly getting pushed to the max here, boy. We are going to get our own commentary fitness up, let's call it that.
Yep, for sure. Don't know about you, Nick, but I'm feeling like $1 million.
I'm feeling good and happy and ready to go. We are live here from the SunBet Poker Tour at Times Square. Welcome to any new listeners out there, and to the ones that have stuck with us the entire evening. We hope you've enjoyed it. We hope that we've added some entertainment value to you, and definitely try to bring you the most accurate information we could. Granted, we did have a couple of technical issues earlier on, but 95% of it resolved, and looking forward to the broadcast to you guys over the next couple of days and week ahead.
Also some interesting pre-flop actions there. Samuel opening from the cutoff with ace-6 offsuit, and Ray Adam choosing the aggressive route and 3-betting with ace-5 suited. Quite a good move from him, and he takes that pot down.
Every now and then you hear Gio Zanetti there in the background. Just giving it all, still getting involved in the action here on the side. Gio, always appreciate your support here down at Times Square. It's good fun. Everyone having a laugh on the side there.
Those are not yours, there's too many there. That's yours. You're going to be dining till tomorrow.
Sammy.
All right, action folds over to Samuel with ace-9. He's going to try again here. Raises up to 150. No, to 100k. Apologies. Queen-9 offsuit for Ahmed in the cutoff. He's going to let that go. Queen-9 suited. Apologies.
Raise to 350,000.
Mustak pocket sixes on the button. Tosses in a 3-bet up to 355k. Running right into pocket 10s here. All right, looks like Kenny puts in the call here with his pocket 10s. Apologies, Kenny puts in the 4-bet from the big blind with his 10s. Mustak starting to get quite short here with 410k behind. He's going to fold, and Kenny going to take down a really nice pot, 485k. Scooping up, flipping up to 3.1 million now. One of the more bigger stacks, one of the more dominant stacks at the table, if not actually the chip leader.
Even remotely, even breathe on the king queen. I might even consider. I would even call the 100.
I played him. I know he's going to play a pay. Nothing less. I pay was a bit smaller than me. By 2. I knew you were going to fold at 350, most likely. I didn't expect the big blind to wake up with kings.
I didn't see that one coming.
One of the guys, you got a good shot on fold. The odds are good. And your odds are even better. Yeah?
All right, so action on Darren Kramer under the gun. Quick fold, 7-3 off.
Special delivery. My boy Chad Moomin always looking out for me. Thanks, Chaddy. Shot for the special treats for later.
6-5 suited here for Ray Adam on the button. He's going to raise this up to 3 big blinds, 150k, and he's going to get it through. Easy raise.
Baby, would you like some popcorn?
I would love some popcorn, please, Nick. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go get us some popcorn. I'll be back shortly.
All right, looks like you guys are stuck with me for the time being.
Kramer.
Second time, don't worry, we're getting. We like the new colours.
There's a nice view of the mega
Just
main
know that if you wear a poker
event
bet
satellite.
to get it 100% accurate.
Exactly, no
You can't-
mistakes. I think I'm about 3 out of 4 wrong here. Yeah. I thought it was close. 2 a.m. or.
Right, action on Jared here for 3.
We get to the money
Sends that straight to the market.
Close. Probably not.
6-5 for Howard. I'm sure he would have wanted to play that if he was a little bit deeper, but unfortunately he has to let that go from early position. Ahmed folds, action now on Mustak, Queen 10. Lets that go.
Raise 205,000.
Kenny here, chip leader at the table, is going to start opening wide, going to start applying more pressure with his 3 million chips. He raises it up to 105k from the dealer button, 7-5 suited, and he's going to get that through.
I don't think we should go play that those courts. The one on the top, it's freaking the other one's better.
slots, every kilometer there's a court. 1, 2, 3, I swear.
Yeah, but I'm saying this other one we played was better. The first
we
one.
went to the second time,
The first time was better.
Yeah, it was better.
Yeah.
By
It's closer here anyway.
distance. The second one, the ball was...
Action on Howard here, 7-5. He lets that go.
Yeah. Oh, this one,
Ahmed Karim, King Queen's offsuit under the gun +2, sitting on 2.5 million chips here. Chipped up very nicely all the way up to 25 bigs. Standard open here. 105k to go. Ray Adam, ace-10 off in the hijack. Also very deep here with 2.7 million chips. Actually 3 million at the start of the hand. He just put in a 3-bet of 300k. Folds around quickly to Ahmed. And Ray gonna take this down. His 3-bets are very profitable, Nick. I think that's the second or third one that he's done. And yeah, he continues to chip up.
Yeah, Ray certainly knows how to navigate a field like this, especially with so many pros left. He certainly won't shy away from a 3-bet because he knows the value of it. He knows the value of picking up those chips in those spots. And yeah, it adds a nice dynamic to the table, especially for us as commentators. You know, you don't want to just see all these raise folds or, you know, raise calls. And then it's nice to have that dynamic because, as we saw early on, one of the, I think it was possibly the first four bets we saw heads up between Jared and can't remember who the other person was in the hand, but just showing their absolute class and skill. You know, it's not easy to get into those spots and realize that, you know, you can have a little bit of squeeze play action there, and certainly a dynamic that needs to be added to a lot of amateurs' hands. As far as I understand it, looking over in the background there's 15 players left. So they have paused the clock. They are playing hand for hand, as they're on the bubble into the Mega Million now, which is great. Good news. It means this evening we will have our money bubble, which is great. Yeah. Unless the money bubble just keeps going on for the next couple of hours, then unfortunately we'll have to come back tomorrow and fight for that.
Yeah, so here we have another 3-bet getting through. Darren 3-betting Mr. Patrice Zanin from the dealer button. Patrice open with King Queen off. And Darren with quite a loose 3-bet with Ace-4 offsuit. But he definitely knows his way around the table. He knows Patrice might be opening a little bit wide. And he certainly is going to get the respect for his 3-bet. And he takes it down.
Close. Saying to go from this, if it goes long, he's saying to another big tournament, it's pretty brutal. Shouldn't happen like that. A lot of money, that's what it says. And now you feel bad because you're going to let your partner down. Was it the same thing last year? Remember when was that?
So is the rules still the same? You have to enter at the same time as your partner?
Yes.
Is it the same?
Yes. Because, yeah.
Are you sure?
I mean, no, I was told that, but let me out.
Well, if you're told that for this year.
I don't think you have to enter the same, because I told him I'm coming late.
Yeah, but your partner can come late as well.
I thought he could come at the
So action quickly folding around here to Darren, Queen 6 offsuit in the cutoff.
But I'm pretty sure, no, like, the reason he said that we
Gonna send that one to the muff.
You had to sit down
yeah. And more of the final 5 in a tournament than Monty had to take a deal to sprint big.
Jared 9-4 suited on the button.
Also, Mark.
Chris is making his way back to the table now.
I'm not going to play this immediately.
And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, looks like you have a full panel for the time being. Welcome back, Chris.
So that's what I want to
He's finding his unmute button.
Hi.
220,000.
There we go.
Hi.
There
Hi,
we go.
hello. Hi, hello, everybody. How goes on this end?
So Chris, just explaining there to the viewers in the background, they're going to be hearing the announcements coming through for the bubble at the moment. So they play hand for hand until they get into the money. And as I can hear here, the clapping, I can only assume that they got into the money bubble, which is great for everyone that's present. you know, it certainly makes for great action. But you know, we unfortunately, you the viewers, have to wait another half an hour to see the action, and we'll walk you through it. We'll be here all the way, and certainly sign off on a positive note. Chris, welcome back from your break. Talk to
Hi.
us. What did you do during your
Now,
break?
I was upstairs now, which is always a great start to things. No, I just cruised. I took it easy, took chill, went around, went a couple of fights. Oh, very nice. It was little as possible.
Always good. Thanks for joining us back in the booth here to sign us off for the last half an hour. Chris, give us a little bit of chat and banter about what you've seen out there tonight. Obviously, the hype in the room was huge with the 20K that's going on. And I actually feel sorry for those players because it's going to go on until 4, 5 in the morning. But on the flip side, I don't feel sorry for them because that is what it takes. You've got to put in the grind to get into what is a main event that's guaranteed 5 million rand. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's electric is the word that I'd like to use. As I am today, as you know, we're going down to that money bubble, coming closer and closer and closer. So we'll eventually see how that ended up in a bit. But yeah, I think there's still a lot of enthusiasm floating about around the supersets. Guys will play so every time they need to. They were supposed to have a break, and they all said no, we're going to carry on. So yeah, they're good to go. They're locked in. So Nick, just bear in mind or answer a question if you want, that this would be you win a seat, one of those 20 seats. They have to play day 1A of the main, correct?
That's correct, yeah. So anytime that you win a satellite, you're automatically entered into day 1A of that tournament, whether it be into what we had seen is coming up. I think the Hendon Mob will certainly have a couple of days there, like we had in Cape Town. I see that there is no Hendon Mob on the schedule. My humblest apologies about that one. It's safe to say we're a little bit exhausted up here, but nonetheless, we shall deliver. We deliver.
Deliver.
But yes, coming back to your question, certainly you have to enter into day 1A. If you already have a seat, you then automatically that gets converted into a bankroll builder. So over to the action
about
here.
deliver, the river shall deliver, and it delivers a flush, not flush, right, for our friend here, Samuel Tebeke. Let's see if he can get some value out of Ray Adam, who rivered a top pair here with the king kicker.
Like Ray folded.
Yeah, so Ray just checking this one down, hitting the ace on the river.
The disking. Fold the disking.
I limped. I must be able to fold it on them.
And ace 9 also I folded it.
He knows when I take his chips, I take a lot. I don't take a lot. I give a
300
little,
was 2
give a little,
little.
take a lot.
300 was 2 little.
Give a little, take a lot. Give a little, take a lot. Fold them, fold them. They keep straight.
Wow. You can small blind special.
I limped. Put myself in a situation. I know you'll watch this stream, so you'll see.
I believe you.
Spades, yeah.
I got no reason not to believe you.
I'm freaking limited to try to trap myself.
10-6 for Ray, he's going to let that go under the gun.
Paul gives us straight. We've got a
Action folds around to Darren, 9-7 off, he folds. Here's a little bit of the production team sounding excited in the background. Howard with ace-10 offsuit from the cutoff here. 600k in his stack. It's about 12 big blinds. He's just going to stick it in. Sevens for Samuel here. This
a
could
long
get
day,
quite interesting. I think he's very cognizant of the fact that Howard is going to be shoving a little light. And I think he might find the isolation here. He's going to let this one go very close to the money bubble. Doesn't want to take any unnecessary risk. I'll put ace-7 here in the small blind. Potentially would have made a move if it weren't for Howard's shove. And Ahmed makes a call here. Ace-10 versus ace-7. Howard is ahead. He is at risk. So, off to a flop. Ace, Queen, King. Queen pairs the board on the turn. And at 9 is a chop pot. And you know what they say, everybody loves a chop pot. Don't think Howard is too chuffed right here, considering he got it in miles ahead, 3-1 favorite. And he is unfortunately counterfeited on the river there, where both aces are going to play as a kicker.
Sammy, I did promise you popcorn. The popcorn shop was closed, so instead I got you a pack of Steers chippies.
Thanks,
Chris, you weren't here for it, but you could share with us, my boy.
Yeah, we
I'm going to eat that now. We might just switch on for another 45 minutes.
The boys have to eat, boys and girls.
Thanks.
The boys have to eat.
All right, Kenny under the gun. Sweet 8. Picks up weight. Increase. DK picks up. There's a king here.
Come down.
Yeah. Raise to 110,000.
Guy gets out the way. Danny makes 110. Howard's going to rip again. Jack 10 for Samuel.
You're not your peg. You never check it.
But this had the stream when you walk past now? No. That's all right.
All right, Darren.
Put him 50 more.
Go make the call here. What she does. All right, ace king whistle, ace king. Diamonds.
It's late at night, so it will.
Who got the diamond?
Let's see who gets the free roll.
Late at night. One of each.
Give a horse. We make one of these.
Jackson, 3. Turn the ace, chop it up.
I do.
What do you want from me?
Are we on to the next hand?
Yeah.
Everybody's got change. They're on the short stack.
Great job there. Great analysis, Mr.
Really not,
Mr.
much,
Technical.
really not much to go by. I mean, ace king whistle.
I must say, I'm quite excited to hear the stream with you and Clayton later on, because there must have been a lot of technical terminology going around there.
It was quite. try to keep it as mellow as I could and informative, but then, we went down the rabbit hole.
So well
So
done.
we got over the rabbit hole. It's awesome.
From the 120 went up to 2.5.
All right, choosing the UTG,
We
Queen
have
3.
been up like 3 times.
And you're still here, both of you.
We are still both here, yeah.
But it's still a chop in the chair.
Very true.
Get through there. You never know, uncle. Ask me.
Do you remember the blind level? We had the chip, what blinds it was?
You're getting a difficult in back.
Just within the first 2 hours today.
Huh? Queen 3 into the mark over to DK. Gets for white Jared. 9-5. No good. Howard. Pocket sixes. Let's see what he does now. He went rip, split both parts. Now he's got sixes. 120 to go.
The man. Rip.
Howard gets that through. Rip.
They're going to play till the finish. Are they playing till the finish?
You want to come?
Sure, that's going to be like till 4 a.m. It's like 6, 7 tables.
Okay, I'm going to
see tables going on. 8 tables going on.
They pay the new bonus level.
Someone wants to come say hi here. Introduce yourself to everybody.
I'm getting. What am I setup you guys have good? Very nice.
Welcome to Marco Nokia. Marco, grueling day out there for you. Obviously, play has finished for you guys. Very well done in making it into the money. I'm assuming you made it into the money if you've got such a jolly smile on your face. Tell me, how was that experience out there? Pretty cool,
You mentioned about
cool
the stats
vibe.
we had here, right? It was a lot of fun. Actually, I'll be honest, I ran really well, like insanely well. Got the cards, which was good, right? So I went through like a really bad patch in the middle, and then it all came good again.
So, as anyone watching the stream early on, Marco went down to about 35,000 chips on the feature table, and just kept on building from there. Marco, what does it take? Sorry, with all this noise in the background. What does it take to build a stack up from that point?
I don't know how PG we have to be, but big bowls, Yes. No, I went to the outer table after the feature table. I had like 150. Didn't get much game, very annoying. And then went to a second table with like 170, just folding, like getting through the blinds. And then I got 2 good shoves through. Which open call, I got the shove through with like ace 10 off. I said folded ace jack. I was like, yeah, I totally had ace king, good fold. And and I got 3s through against 6s. So there's like a bunch of times I could have busted. And then then I had like a good stack, and then I got doubled with aces versus queens. And then I played a few good hands. When I have chips, like in these medium stage, like you just have to like be aggressive, to be honest. And then I got ace king versus queens versus ace 3 for a pretty big stack. So it's just how. And I actually lost like 2 very big flips. I was down to like a really small amount again, and then I remembered who I was, and I was like, magician. It's will I ever lose?
We have seen you in those spots before, that's for sure.
I won't spoil anything, but I think this is going to be a pretty insane final four. Got a few cool names: Ahmed, Kramer, myself.
You got to be thrown in the mix there. I mean, you've had some pretty spectacular results.
Just wait till tomorrow.
Yeah,
there we go.
This is what we love. We love the confidence.
I missed the biggest name. It's the Golf 9. There's a I don't want to spoil insanely big stuff.
I mean, I wish you could have seen his reaction once he won the hand. I know you definitely heard it across.
Yeah, they actually called me from outside. I live very close by, and someone's asked me what's going on. They're just shouting from outside. They're like, "Hey, is everything okay?" It's always fun when he celebrates. He brings so much energy, you know.
We were a little bit worried here in the commentary box. We were getting the feed through, and he was gripping his heart and chest area. And I was like, "Boys, just paramedics on standby, please." But it's so cool to see a man like that. Obviously, we all know, a lot of people out there know his background, and it's just cool to see that he still gets excited by spots like that. You know, I mean, for him, this is, and I'm sorry to say it this way, but this is pocket change. But he just loves the game of poker, and it's really cool to see that he still has that enthusiasm behind it. And yeah, definitely
Yeah,
nice.
100%. I think without a doubt, he's easily one of the top guys in this room for that sport. Without a doubt. Like, he plays 500 Rand nightly on night. You can see him anyway playing all the time. That's not even just dedication, that's love. I hope I can keep that going.
Marco, thanks very much for joining us. I know you got an early start tomorrow morning. Please be back here for the 11 a.m. start, not 11 p.m. start, 11 a.m. start.
I wish it was 11 p.m. Today's early start. I did fix my schedule a bit, not this much. I did terrible things. But yeah, I'll definitely jump in this box during the week if I'm out. Always enjoy talking to you guys.
Awesome. And we love having you, and the viewers out there love watching you. Keep doing what you do best, and that is attacking the field from all levels, all sizes. Doesn't matter where you are. Mark and Nokia, everyone, thanks very much for coming in.
Thanks, guys. Have a nice night.
So yeah, back to the action here. Not much actually happened there, which is great. Gave us time to chat to Marco. He explained to us there how he navigated the field, built up a stack from what was pretty much on his arse, but came back nicely, then went back down again, and seems to have ended the day on a high. So well done, Marco. Looking forward to seeing you in the field tomorrow. I'm sure he's going to have a stalwart day, you know. But as we know with Marco, it is a roller coaster watching that man play poker. For us as commentators, we love it because we're always entertained, and we wish him all the best of luck for the field tomorrow.
Yeah, good luck, Marco.
Don't be too enthusiastic next time. Thanks, Jamie.
Sorry to burst your bubble, Nick, but it is almost 10 to 2 in the morning and it's been a long day. Anyways, off to the action here. Ray Adam with pocket fours. Ahmed limping in here with ace 4 suited, ace 4 offsuit, and Jared waking up with ace jack suited on the big blind. This could get quite interesting.
All in.
So all the viewers just heard you.
Yeah, just choking. Dying slow death. Alright, interesting spot. Did Jamie walk me through what's going on?
Yeah, well, I've already spoken through it a bit. Action is on Jared here.
985.
Looks like he opted for the shove with ace jack suited in the big blind.
Call.
Pretty good spot to pick.
Let's see them.
And Ray Adam just nods his head and makes the call with the fourth. Yeah, we are off to the races. Ace jack at risk.
King deuce 6, 2 hearts. In the turn we go. 5 of hearts. Once a come, 6 diamonds. GG go. Another deep run.
Very well played there, Jared. You know, it must be mentioned that Jared is sitting fourth on that race to Sun City. I know he came here with the expectation to just try and build on that, and just to remind the viewers how that race works. Basically, the amount of points that you end on will be directly relatable to the stack that you get put into the tournament with. It is crucial and vital to have that. Obviously, Ahmed Karim running away with the log at the moment, but certainly doesn't put him at ease. You know, you're always there and you always want as many chips as possible. So certainly not a guarantee of anything other than the fact that you start the day with the biggest chips, and yeah, more than that, can't really say. You know. So, just answering a couple of comments there on the stream or on YouTube. Andre Reader coming in saying, how can the cards be known before the dealer even deals? Andre, we are streaming 30 minutes. We're watching videos that will happen 30 minutes prior. We as commentators are commentating to you live. So what you're hearing right now is being said and streamed to you live. But the videos are 30 minutes back. The graphics then gets attached to that video, and sometimes because of technology we don't really understand it all too well, other than the fact that we are here presenting from what is Times Square, and we are live from the actual room itself. You know, sometimes unfortunately those cards do appear. It's not a case of any cheating going on. No one can see these whole cards until we are the first people as commentators to see those cards. That graphic is kept at the back and then transmitted half an hour later. Not even the producers or the technical team at the back can see those cards at any stage until they line up in front of us. So we do apologize that sometimes they do pop a little bit early, you know, but rather early than late, I guess.
Yeah, it's just simply a little time discrepancy between the
Where you
graphics
answer,
and the actual.
you out of everyone. In 3, I'll tell you the whole board.
He's going to get this one through.
I did have
That button.
a 4
Kramer?
club
That button.
Probably just beating you, but
with an S.
King 2-6, King 6.
5 and a 6. The answer, you couldn't even hit the ace or jack of hearts.
Whatever, come on.
I didn't take it, you gave it to me. I don't take anything.
Yeah, definitely.
Adam Bull and out the table seems to have just been eliminated. And I think that puts us at play on the stone.
Doesn't matter, I think I'm here.
Stand rated, yeah.
Yeah, let's have a look and see what happens here. It could be the case.
So, 244 hands later, we are on the stone bubble for the Mega Millions event.
EK picking up sixes.
60,000.
130.
2.15 million. Behind, let's see, makes it 130 to go. So I'm going to put that chip on his cards and work it out. What's he going to do? Carl West, big blind. 70,000 more for call.
Yes.
And he decides to defend the big blind.
Below that.
Ace deuce eight, 2 hearts. Samuel flop the gut shot.
One left, yeah. Somewhere there on the
Yes,
side.
right front. Let's see what Darren opts to do here.
100,000.
Give the bubble boy the fine thing.
Fuck that.
That's me. That's what I'm saying. Even if it doesn't me, I will still say the same. Give the bubble boy.
100,000 is the bets.
Even at Canada like that, but more with you. There's no
4.5 to
Table,
1
you're
on
going to
your
get like
money.
7 people.
To pick that gut shot.
I'll even refuse to give. I'll even refuse the deal.
Looks like he's reaching some racing chips though.
I don't like the deal.
I like giving bubble boy something. I mean, all the way.
I don't do it for the money.
The enthusiasm is palpable with you. Thank you, Chris.
That's fine. That's fine. Very nice.
Then you can chip with anything.
180.
And he's the one who takes
3
you out.
bets.
Because he ships with any double up 10 times. No.
Don't be nervous. You won't be. Go look. I usually aim to look at it. When it's bubble
Yeah, so very aggressive raise here from Samuel. He's got a backdoor flush draw and a gut shot.
Thank you for that insightfulness.
And well done to Samuel taking the aggressive route there and taking the spot down.
So responding to Ryan Williamson here, will the feature table change? Absolutely. There will be a redraw overnight, which will get announced on social media, so that the players know when they come back tomorrow exactly where they'll be seated. And we will definitely have a different feature table. Obviously, because there's only 14 left, gentlemen, or after this couple of hands, there will be 14 left. And there will be a mix, obviously, of players that have already been featured on the table a couple of times. But we do try our best to bring you new, fresh faces to the feature table as often as we possibly can. Quite out of our hands here, but you know, we're doing it. Currently 2 o'clock in the morning. Loving life.
Very good.
Chris?
Very good.
The best time of our 2 a.m. Friday night.
Very good.
Same here.
Beautiful. Love to see the enthusiasm. We so appreciate it. Jenny, are you okay?
I'm good.
We'll leave that there. Right on.
You know, yeah. At the end of the day, guys, this is a poker stream, and we need to bring quality analysis and commentary to our observers. It's what they
It's hand for hand.
to our viewers. It's what they deserve. Yeah. So it looks like we're playing hand for hand now.
So Nick, what time is our start tomorrow, my man? What time is the stream kicking off?
So we'll be back live at 11:30, giving the viewers the stream. The players have to be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Nice fresh start. So unfortunately for them, because the day is ending so late, they have to come back quite early tomorrow. So we did encourage a lot of them to go straight home, go and you know, get a good night's rest, as we are looking forward to a good night's rest as well. And we certainly are looking forward to watching the pinnacle of what has been the competition we've most looked forward to, I guess. You know, in terms of the first couple of days of play, it is going to be a cracker regardless who's on that final table. And I think tomorrow coming in, the feature is going to be fun. And heading over to the action here under the gun, Mustak going all in with pocket sevens, and Kenny looking over at his chips, grabbing some chippies there.
Yeah, so
just like we did from Steers just now, these fantastic chippies.
Yeah, but like with only about 4 big blinds in his stack here, he's gonna just open rip his sevens under the gun, can't really fault him too much.
Just not giving a team in the
Penny with bigger stacks at the table is gonna put in the ball.
one open.
And armed with ace-4 offsuit, his big blind has got some thinking to do here. Let that one go. Don't want to potentially triple up a short stack here.
Don't show your pocket sevens. You mustn't chase pocket sevens.
Yeah, thank you.
What do you have?
Thank you.
No worries. What do you have? Teamwork makes the dream work.
So over to the action now. We're going to check what's going to happen on this flop. I think they're waiting for the viewers that don't know. When you're on the money bubble, they have to wait for hands to be completed. If there's an all-in action, they have to wait for the other hand on the table to complete, whether it's folded around to a razor, whatever it may be, and whatever the case may be. And in this instance, this is the hand. Straight in the window, we see a jack on the flop. 5 on the turn. No harm. Unfortunately, no harm with it to Mustak. And we have our money bubble. Gentlemen, how do you guys sum up that day? Other than grueling, you know, high energy, high octane all around. Chris, talk to me a little bit. You know, we knew it was going to be a big day. We knew it was going to be a long slog, not just for us, but for the players, for the staff, and it seems to have gone on well. There is a 20-seat satellite still to complete tonight. I do not envy those people, but I also, in a way, I wanted to play. I wanted to be out there. How are you feeling about the prospect of the pinnacle of that final table tomorrow? Who can we expect there? You know, who's looking good? And just give us some overview and oversight as to your feelings on that.
Yeah, I mean, the day was absolutely fantastic. We set it up perfectly. A lot going on. There were a lot of guys that suffered some brutal beats as well as handling art. But the final table we're playing through to tomorrow, there's going to be a big one. You know, there's some really tough players still left in the field. DK, Ahmed, Ray, Sugi's still there. He's got chips. So you know, come that final table, it's gonna be rough. There will be blood.
Jamie, last thoughts from you, GTO Wizard over here. Give us some of your thoughts there.
Yeah, so I think you guys did sum up the day pretty well. We did find some pretty cool GTO spots picked off by some of the pros here and there. It was quite entertaining to watch, and I'm not sure if the audio's still on. Hey, yeah. So, anyways, good night, viewers. We'll see you back at 11:30, and thanks for tuning in. Please don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe as if I had a YouTube channel. All right. Cheers, guys.
And there you have it. I don't even need to sign us off. Thanks to Jamie and Chris.